Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had the world stand and fell for Momo? Part 1. This story is Izuku el Héroe del Stand by D97000. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. We find ourselves in the streets of Japan. A peaceful time reigned through the streets, giving security to its inhabitants. A woman was chasing a small boy with green hair with slight blonde touches at the tips. Izuku. Run, mom. Run. And boy, did the little one run, leaving his mother quite exhausted. Inko. Izuku, darling. Don't run. Wait for me. The two green-haired individuals headed to the doctor to find out what the little boy's peculiarity was, in a world where most people possessed a gift. Upon arriving, they both remained in the waiting room. Doctor. Mrs. Midoriya, you may come in. Ink. Clear. The older green-haired woman and her son went to see the doctor for tests to determine the boy's quirk. After the tests, the doctor told the two green-haired people to wait for the results. Izuku. Mom, what do you think my quirk is? Excited. Inko. I don't know, son, but it'll be great, that's for sure. At that moment the doctor entered the room. Although neither of them noticed, she was a little nervous. Inko. Well, doctor. What is my son's quirk? Doctor. According to the results, Izuku possesses a peculiarity, uncommon. Izuku. What is it? Excited. Doctor. This peculiarity was called a stand years ago. Inko. A stand. What's that? Doctor. It is the manifestation of the vital energy of the quirk possessor. This can have different abilities and can be presented in humanoid form. This was one of the first peculiarities discovered by man, dating back to the early days of the beginning of quirks. Izuku. And what is my stand's ability? Curious. Doctor. Since you've just awakened your quirk, I can't say for sure what ability it is, little one, but if you train it, you might discover it. In recorded cases of extra abilities, it can take months, or even years, but I'm sure that if you don't give up, you'll be able to discover it someday. Smiling. Izuku. Okay. Happy. And so the two green-haired boys left the doctor's office. Izuku was happy to know he had a quirk and that with it he could fulfill his dream of becoming a hero. The two green-haired boys arrived home and Izuku said, Izuku. Mom, can I go out and play with Kachan? Inko. Of course, but don't be late. Did you hear me, Izuku Midoriya? I say in an authoritative tone. Izuku. Okay, Mom. I promise I won't be late, he said, opening the door. The little green-haired boy would run to the park to meet his best friend, but upon arriving he would see something that would make him angry. Kachan. Let me go, you bastards. Two children were hitting Bakugo with their strength-enhancing quirks. One was holding Bakugo's hands, preventing him from defending himself, while the other was punching him in the stomach, taking advantage of the fact that the ash-haired boy had not yet discovered his quirk. Child 1. Come on, Katsuki. Are you going to cry for your mommy? Child 2. Ha ha ha, look at him crying. Bakugo tried to defend himself but it was useless. One of the children was about to hit him when suddenly. Izuku. Leave Kachan alone, you bastards, angry. Child 2. Stay out of it, stupid. Then he would hit Izuku, knocking him to the ground. Child 1. What a nuisance. The two children would head towards Bakugo but, Izuku. I said leave him alone. A yellow aura was surrounding him and a silhouette was forming behind him. Izuku. I won't let them hurt him. A yellow aura surrounded Izuku and a silhouette slowly formed behind him. The silhouette took on a humanoid appearance, yellow in color, though small and with some barely distinguishable features. It fully formed, standing behind the green-haired boy in a threatening manner. Child 1. What? He said while trembling. Child 2. Damn, it's compliment. He couldn't finish speaking because the figure punched him, sending him flying a couple of meters. Izuku. Largence de Aki. Angrily shouted. Both children ran away, fearing another attack. Izuku then helped Bakugo to his feet. Bakugo. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, Bakugo. What the hell was that? He said in amazement. Izuku. I think it was my quirk. Shout of joy. Izuku would then proceed to tell Bakugo everything the doctor had told him about his quirk. Bakugo. So, a stand, huh? He asked curiously. Izuku. That's right. He said proudly. Bakugo. And what are you going to call it? Izuku. Bakugo. I mean, if that thing is your quirk, at least give it a name. Izuku. I hadn't thought about it. Izuku thought for a while about what to name his stand. After thinking for a while, the green-haired boy came up with an idea. Izuku. How about the world? Bakugo. The world. Izuku. Sounds good, right? Bakugo. Of course. Izuku. With my quirk and the one you'll have, we'll definitely be the best heroes, excited shout. Bakugo. That's right, nerd. But don't even think you'll surpass me. I will be the #1 hero, he shouted defiantly. Izuku. We'll see about that, Kachan. And so the two friends set out to fulfill their dream of becoming heroes, unaware of what fate had in store for them. 10 years had passed since the day Izuku Midoriya discovered his quirk. He and his friend Bakugo had spent all that time practicing their quirks to become heroes, while a friendly rivalry developed between them and their goal of being #1. Izuku was a slender young man with quite distinctive freckles, not to mention his peculiar dark green hair which had small strands of blonde hair in it, but what stood out the most was the big smile he usually wore at all times. No matter the situation, he was most likely going to smile, showing his teeth which had small fangs. Izuku could use the world more naturally. The stand had adopted a more humanoid appearance, although a bit slender like its user. It had gained considerable strength in battle, as one of its blows could easily shatter stone. He would also discover that when the world received damage, Izuku received it by default. Unfortunately, he hadn't discovered what extra ability the world would have, but this was the least of his concerns since what he had was enough. We can see a green-haired boy and an ash-blonde boy leaving the high school, looking quite calm. Izuku. So, he said curiously, so are we going to or what? Bakugo. What, are you scared? Mockingly. Izuku. Ha, you wish, it's just that, you know. I say we should train for the exam, unless you want to get your ass kicked in the exam, Kachan, he said challengingly. Over the years, the green-haired boy had acquired a defiant attitude without reaching the point of being narcissistic or egotistical. He simply trusted in his abilities and those of his quirk, and he would never miss a good opportunity to annoy his best friend. Bakugo. You're annoying, you know that. But since you mention it, I guess you're right. Any ideas? He said, crossing the streets of Musudafu with his friend. Izuku. Well, he said, thinking for a bit I know. We could clean the beach full of trash that's nearby. Bakugo. Is that junkyard a beach? I thought it was just a dump for toys and old junk, but meh, it's a good plan. Izuku. It's decided then, we'll start tomorrow. And so, the next day, the two friends made a pact with their training. Izuku would move trash with and without his the world quirk to improve his stamina, aiming not to rely entirely on it. He knew that would eventually take its toll, so he preferred to avoid it. Meanwhile, Bakugo challenged him whenever he could to friendly competitions, trying to make the fun more enjoyable, always looking for an opportunity to get ahead of his partner, but always being overtaken by him. 10 months would pass, during which the two friends would clean the beach, finishing the day before the UA exam. The green-haired boy would get off the last bag of trash and lie exhausted on the sand. His condition had improved significantly, as had the blonde boy's, who was noticeably more robust. Izuku. We did it, Kachan, the green-haired boy said wearily. Bakugo. Why yes, damn he said, looking at the whole clean beach. I'd never noticed how beautiful this place is. It was a great idea to come clean here, bro. Izuku. You bet, old man, he said, looking proudly at his effort and work. Bakugo. Well, he said as he put the trash bag on his shoulder, I'm outta here. You know how the witch gets at this hour. I'll throw away the last bag of trash while I'm at it. Take care. See you tomorrow, he said as he walked away. If you don't chicken out of it, of course. Izuku. Not in your wildest dreams, he shouted back. The boy stayed a while longer watching the sunset, knowing that together with his friend he had done a good deed. Before leaving, he took out his stand to observe it closely. He always wondered if the stand could ever think for itself, but seeing it, He saw it as a puppet, which to a certain extent made him feel sad. The next day, both friends woke up early and met up to go to the entrance exam together. They shared their thoughts as they walked. Bakugo. Asastada Izuku. Izuku. Not a little, refusal. After a few minutes they would arrive at the imposing entrance of the most famous school of heroes in the world, the UA. Izuku. It is big, impressed, they must have incredible facilities. Bakugo. You said it. Izuku. Okay Kachan, are you ready? Bakugo. You know me, nerd. I always am. The two boys exchanged a challenging glance before walking towards the entrance of the establishment, ready for the exam. The two friends entered the room where the written exam would take place. It was an enormous room, almost like a stadium, with all the students surrounding a central area. Shortly after they arrived, a teacher entered, the professional hero Present Mike. Present Mike. How are you guys and girls? Euphoric shout. Nobody would answer. Izuku. It's Present Mike, whispering. Bakugo. Yeah, I know, I'm watching it too, whispering. Present Mike. Phew, I see, tough crowd, huh, he said, sounding discouraged. A giant screen would then be shown behind Present Mike. Present Mike. Okay, this is how it's going to be. After the written exam comes the practical one, and it works like this. The teacher would explain that the practical exam would involve destroying robots worth 1, 2, and 3 points each. Present Mike. Any questions? Suddenly a tall boy with blue hair would stand up. Yes. Present Mike. Go ahead. You mentioned 3 types of robots, but there are 4 in this brochure. If this is a mistake, UA should be ashamed. And you, pointing at Izuku, stop talking, you're distracting others. Before Izuku could speak, Bakugo spoke first. Bakugo. You're the only one distracting everyone else, and you didn't let that damn 4-eyed professor finish, angry. Present Mike. Silence. He yelled using his quirk, causing everyone to cover their ears. How kind. Well, as I was saying, the 4th robot is worth 0 points. I recommend you run away from him. You'll know why. Both boys would sit down. Izuku. Thank you, whispering. Bakugo. You're welcome, whispering. Both boys would finish the written exam without much difficulty. Afterwards they would be sent to the area where the practical exam would take place. Izuku. UA sure has a budget. Looking at the fake city, just think of the millions that were spent on that. Bakugo. Damn, I wish I could swim in all that money, bro. Suddenly the door opened, revealing the city. Both friends rushed out into the city, watched by everyone with a bit of confusion until Mike spoke. Present Mike. Through a loudspeaker. What are you waiting for? A countdown. Those guys are going to steal your points. Everyone without exception would run towards the robots to score points. Meanwhile, our green-haired boy was confronted by a 3-point robot, but before the robot could do anything, Izuku summoned the world. Izuku, the world. Muda. In this way, the world would deliver a blow to the robot's face, destroying it almost instantly. Izuku. One less. Suddenly, several robots appeared in front of Izuku from a single point. All of them launched themselves at the green-haired boy. Izuku, the world. Young, 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 young. The world would bombard all the robots with blows, completely destroying them. Everyone nearby would be astonished by such a display of power, but then a gray-haired boy would arrive alongside Izuku. Bakugo. And here I thought you needed help, he said mockingly. Izuku. Shut up, Kachan. How many points do you have? Sounding tired. Bakugo. I've lost count, and you. A robot was about to attack them from behind, but the world came out and destroyed it with a kick while Izuku was talking. Izuku. Me too, he said, smiling. Meanwhile, elsewhere, there will certainly be some great heroes this year, said a small rodent. I think it's time for the truth. Then he pressed a red button. Let's see if this is up to their standards. Meanwhile, with Izuku. Izuku. I haven't seen the 0 points in you, he said while destroying a robot with the world. Bakugo. No way, he yelled as he launched a massive explosion at a 2-point robot, shiny. Izuku. Some things never change, he said, overwhelmed by Bakugo's shouts. But then the whole place would begin to shake, and in the distance you could see a huge robot the size of an entire building with a 0 on its forehead. Izuku. What the hell? Bakugo. You damn lunatics. Izuku. What do we do? The blonde man started thinking. A robot would try to attack him, but the world, at great speed, would unleash a brutal kick that would leave him in pieces. Bakugo. I have a plan, but it might not work. Izuku. I'm listening. Bakugo would tell Izuku his plan, who responded positively. Izuku. That's the most suicidal plan you've ever come up with. Let's do it, he said excitedly. Izuku would run until he was below the robot, then he would use his legs to propel himself to the top of a building. Izuku. I hope this works. He would let out a great sigh before leaping onto the robot's head, landing on top and then pummeling it with blows while shouting. Izuku, the world. Young, 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 young. With all those blows, Izuku managed to make a large hole in the robot's head. This caused the robot to wobble violently while Izuku fearfully clung to it. Izuku. Kachan, your turn. I'm the only one who goes along with these crazy plans, he said, jumping onto a building and landing hard. Ouch. That hurt more than I thought. The blonde man would propel himself with his explosions, reaching the robot's head. Bakugo. Shiny, he said, unleashing a huge explosion. The robot would take the full force of the explosion, beginning to malfunction and then collapsing onto the destroyed ground as everyone watched in amazement as those kids had defeated the robot. Bakugo would manage to get down thanks to his explosions in a somewhat rough manner, while Izuku would propel himself down with the world. Present mic. Time. Present mic. Time. Your results will arrive in 1 week. You can go home. All the other participants in the exam were incredulous that only 2 boys had managed to beat the 0-point score. Meanwhile, the 2 friends were still recovering from their fight with the robot. Izuku. That was tired. Bakugo. It was tired. Izuku. Bakugo. Fucking epic. Izuku. That explosion was incredible, he shouted in disbelief. Bakugo. The explosion. The blows the world gave him, dude. That's a whole other way. I answer excitedly. Izuku. I bet. Do you want to go get something to eat? Bakugo. Sure. That way we'll recover our energy. The 2 friends then went to eat, chatting about how they did on the exam. Time skip 1 week. Izuku was in his room lying down looking at his phone until his mother screamed. Inko. Izuku, you got a letter. Izuku. No la habras. Izuku had gone downstairs to get the letter, which was from Ua, and locked himself in his room to read it. Izuku. Opening the letter, please tell me to come in nervous. Upon opening the letter, a small circular device would fall out. Izuku. What the hell? All Might. I'm here in hologram form. Izuku. Damn it, he screamed in fear. I'm sorry if I scared you, young Midoriya. Izuku. Don't worry, All Might, more calmly. If you're wondering, I can't hear you, I'm a silly little hologram. Izuku. Demonios. I'll get straight to the point. You passed. Izuku. What? He said excitedly. Really? I did it. You and young Bakugo did a great job with the 0 points. Although we spent half the budget on it. Ha 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 ha. Izuku. I see. Extending his hand. Come, young Midoriya, this is your hero academy. The hologram cuts off. After shedding a few tears, Izuku told his mother, who also cried her eyes out. A little while later, his friend Bakugo called and told him the same thing had happened to him. Bakugo. Speaking on the phone, we're 1 step closer to becoming nerd heroes, ready for me to show you who's number 1. Izuku. I won't give up, Kachan determined. Not now, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Bakugo. You'd be stupid if you did that. Mockingly. I wouldn't want it so easy. Time skip a few days. Izuku was walking through the academy hallways looking for his classroom alone, since his friend Bakugo had left before him. He was wearing his uniform, and although it seemed a bit too formal, he couldn't deny that he was more than excited to finally be at UA. Izuku. 1A, 1A. 1A, where the hell is, frustrated. Suddenly the boy came across a large door. Izuku. 1A, 1A. This is it. Opening the door. Upon entering, the green-haired boy encountered a curious scene, his friend Bakugo arguing with the blue-haired boy from the exam. Take your feet off your seat, it's disrespectful. Bakugo. Mind your own business, 4 eyes, angrily. Iida. My name is Tenya. Iida notes to Izuku. Hey you. Izuku. Oh shit, Iida. I regret my behavior during the exam. Izuku. Relax, no problem. He said while moving his hands quickly. These things happen, let's try to start things off right. He extended his hand. Izuku Midoriya. Iida. Tenya. Iida. He said, accepting the handshake. Nice to meet you. Bakugo. Standing up from his seat. I thought you were more punctual, nerd. Izuku. It took me a while to find the classroom, and I guess I didn't notice the giant, 1A, outside. It's you. The boys turned around and found themselves face to face with a girl with brown hair. You're the ones who defeated 0 points. At that moment the whole class focused on the two friends because of what the girl said. Bakugo. Yeah, and you are. Uraraka. Oh, sorry, I'm Ochako Uraraka, nice to meet you. Smiling. If you've come here to make friends, you're in the wrong class. Tired. The boys turned around in disbelief, finding a man with dark circles under his eyes in a sleeping bag. Aizawa. My name is Aizawa Shota and I will be your teacher. Now taking out a uniform, put this on and go out to the courtyard. Without saying anything more, the professor crawled away like a caterpillar, followed by the class, who were skeptical of their teacher. In the courtyard, Aizawa. All right, brats, he said while stretching, let's do a few tests with your quirks. This will be fun, said a pink girl. Aizawa. Funny, huh? Well, if that's the case. A smile spread across his face, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Whoever is last will be expelled. Everyone would become nervous and trembling as Aizawa continued. Aizawa. You, pointing at Bakugo's spiky hair, your name. Bakugo. By the standing still, damn wrinkle. Bakugo Katsuki. Aizawa. Perfect, you have an idiot's name and an idiot's face, he said while noticing the blonde's annoyed expression, so I'll call you Idiot Face, understood? Bakugo. Aizawa sensei. Yo. Aizawa. Understood, he shouted as his eyes turned red. Bakugo. Aizawa sensei. Aizawa. Okay, now tell me, you idiot face, how high was your jump at school? Bakugo. I don't remember. Aizawa. Okay, take this, throwing a ball, throw it with your quirk, don't hold back. Bakugo. Well, smiling if you say so. Bakugo took his position with a somewhat evil smile. Bakugo. Throwing the ball with an explosion. Shiny. A huge explosion erupted from his hands, sending the ball flying and disappearing from sight. Slowly, the smoke dissipated, revealing a serious Aizawa. Aizawa. Showing the device 703 meters, not bad. Bakugo gave a small smile but, Aizawa. Not bad, for a preschool girl without arms. Shout. Bakugo. What the hell are you talking about? My throw was perfect, I screamed furiously. Aizawa. Are you contradicting me, soldier? Bakugo. I'm not a soldier, you damn caterpillar. Unable to stop himself, Izuku let out a slight laugh. The scene of his classmate fighting with the teacher as soon as they arrived at school was amusing to him. A grave mistake. As Aizawa tied Bakugo up with his bandages, he noticed the green-haired boy. Aizawa. You, pointing at him, broccoli hair, what do you find so funny? Izuku. Me. And nothing, Mr. Aizawa, Mr. Sensei, he said nervously. Aizawa. Perfect, because you're next to launch. What are you waiting for? Izuku. Okay. Nervous shout. He would take a few steps forward, remaining in the launching position, but for better or worse, Aizawa was curious to see his quirk, so before he could react, he would tie him up with his bandages. Izuku. Aizawa. If you find this so funny, it's because you're confident in yourself, isn't it? Show me what you're capable of without using your limbs. Izuku was somewhat incredulous, but it was his chance to show what he was capable of. He took a deep breath as a yellow aura emanated from his body. Everyone, without exception, watched attentively. Without further ado, the world appeared, leaving everyone impressed, especially his sensei, who watched the presentation anxiously. Izuku. Well, this will be interesting. The stand would grip the ball firmly, lean back, and throw the ball with a shout of the world. Muda. A cloud of dust rose from the force of the throw. Everyone was left speechless as the ball disappeared into the east while the stand vanished. Aizawa. 800 meters, he said, showing his marker. Everyone except Bakugo. 800 meters. Izuku. Haha, what can I say? He said nervously, feeling everyone's eyes on him. Aizawa. Ha, this kid. He thought to himself. Without further ado, the practices had to continue. Izuku. Haha, what can I say? He said nervously, feeling everyone's eyes on him. Aizawa would release his bandages, as would Bakugo, who would approach Izuku in a challenging manner. Bakugo. So, first day and you're already trying to outshine me, huh, nerd. Izuku. Overshadow you. Come on, Kachan, I'd never do that, he said, smiling kindly. Bakugo. I see, because otherwise. Izuku. Interrupting him, I don't need to outshine you because, his gaze sharpened as he put on a characteristic smile, because I'm already stronger than you. Bakugo. You little bastard, he said angrily. Aizawa. You too, shut your mouths, the tests must continue. Weightlifting, running, nothing that would involve overexertion for both friends. Izuku noticed that one of his companions seemed to have a power similar to his, being able to generate a black shadow that helped him, but he wasn't sure if it was the same thing. Once the tests were over, the two friends went to see the results with the others. Aizawa. And well, kids, the last of the tests was, looking at his tablet. Minoru Mineta. Mineta. Shit. Aizawa. By the way. Smiling, the expulsion thing was a lie. Everyone. What? They said in unison. Aizawa. I just wanted to see how you'd react to a comment like that. Anyway, let's go back to the classroom. On the way to the classroom, Izuku wanted to interact with his bird-headed classmate, but before he could do so, they had already arrived and started their class. The days passed like this, until one day arrived in which all the students in classroom 1A were expecting a hero activity. Izuku. What do you think we'll have today, Kachan? Bored. Bakugo. Another boring activity from Aizawa, I guess. Unenthusiastically, I'm sick of the damn theories, I want a practical lesson, damn it. But to everyone's surprise, the living room door burst open. Everyone jumped to their senses. Izuku was generating his energy, ready to unleash THW World, when a muscular blonde man entered through the door. I'm walking through the door like a normal person, she shouted with a huge smile on her face. Everyone couldn't believe it. Standing before them was none other than the symbol of peace. It's All Might. Ha 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 ha. That's right, young heroes. Put on your costumes, because today we're having hero practice. Izuku. Finally, something interesting. Smiling, all the young people stood up and went to put on their suits. Once in the changing rooms, everyone noticed Izuku's bizarre suit. Kirishima. Midoriya. Izuku. Putting on a boot, huh? Tell me, Kirishima. Kirishima. Don't you think that suit is a little Kaminari? Very extravagant. Complimenting his companion. Izuku. You guys think so? Looking at his suit. Nah, you guys are exaggerating, besides, my mom helped me make it, I couldn't say no. Kirishima. Hey, wearing the suit your mom made you is so manly, man, he shouted excitedly. Everyone came out with their outfits ready except for Midoriya, who took a little longer. You look great, young men. These are suits worthy of the new generation of heroes, he said with a big smile. Uraraka. Raising her hand, all might. Falta Midoriya. That's right, young Midoriya. Oh wait, here he comes. Izuku. Sorry I'm late, All Might, he said somewhat apologetically. Izuku. Thank you for waiting for me. Uraraka. And no problem, blushing. Bakugo. You always take so long. By the way, nice suit. Izuku. Thanks, yours looks great too. Very well young people. Calling everyone's attention, you will divide into two groups. Team A will be heroes and Team B villains. The team of heroes will have the objective of defusing a bomb at the top of the building. If they do it, they will win the test, but if the villains are able to neutralize it, they will lose. Bakugo. This is going to be good, he said, smiling amusedly. Team A will consist of the young Bakugo and the young Uraraka. Izuku. Wow, that's unexpected. And Team B will be young Midoriya and young Yaoyorozu. Izuku. Who? Bakugo. The one with the ponytail, he said. Izuku. Oh, I see. Momo. Hey, angrily. Heroes, if you touch the bomb you win. Both teams move to your positions. Izuku, Bakugo. This is going to get ugly. Each team would enter the building through different entrances, and once inside they would take their positions preparing a plan to beat their opponents. Uraraka. Any plans, Bakugo? Bakugo. The bomb's on the top floor. Go fight Yaoyorozu. You just need to touch the bomb and we'll win. If you touch her ponytail, make it float and don't let it go. Round face, he said, starting to walk away from his partner. Uraraka. And what will you do? Bakugo. I'm going after Izuku, he's the more dangerous of the two. If we're careless for even a second, he won't let you touch the bomb with the world and that's it. If I manage to stop him before he even gets on, we'll have a chance. Uraraka. I see. Good luck, Bakugo. Bakugo. Yeah, still, don't get cocky. Leaving the place, Uraraka. Rude. With Izuku. Momo. So Midoriya, do you have a plan? Izuku. He said while thinking the stairs are that way. Uraraka has to go up if they want to win. You can dodge her touches and that way you'll be safe. We'll win. I'm going for Bakugo. Momo. Oh really? She said curiously. How are you so sure he won't come with Uraraka? Izuku. Believe me, he'll look for me too. Smiling. Momo. You're acting like you know what's going to happen. Intrigued. Izuku. Let's just say that for this exercise we have to act like villains. Smiling. When Izuku smiled, he would show his teeth, some of which had a small fang shape. His gaze sharpened as he stood up straight, beginning to emerge. Momo. It's like he's someone else, she thought. You're a mysterious person, Midoriya. Begin, over the loudspeaker. Bakugo. All right, round face. I hope you're ready. The two separated. Uraraka was climbing to the top floor to reach the bomb, while Bakugo ran around looking for his target, until he turned a corner in some hallways and found the person he was looking for. Izuku. Bakugo. Bakugo. Izuku, walking towards him. Palavered. Izuku. Oh, you're getting closer. Instead of going for the bomb, you're coming towards me. Even though you could have gone with Uraraka. I shout mockingly. Bakugo. Damn it, I can't throw an explosion at you if I'm not nearby, approaching the green-haired boy. Izuku. Oh then. Come as closer as you want. In the observation room, everyone watched as the two boys approached each other. Kaminari. Weren't you supposed to be friends? Juro. They really took their roles seriously, she said smiling. Quite professional if you ask me. That change in attitude, it's like they're different people. Show me what you're capable of, young ones, thought the blonde man. With the boys, they were both just a few meters apart when Bakugo unleashed an explosion, but Izuku quickly deflected it with his arm and then punched him in the chest with the world, sending him flying a couple of meters forward. The blonde touched his chest. He knew the punch wasn't strong, it was a warning from his partner. Bakugo. How did I? Confused. Izuku. You always attack first with your right hand, smiling. So then, shall we begin? The green-haired boy assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle, while the blonde boy simply offered a small smile. Bakugo. Not bad, smiling. Bakugo quickly recovered, punching Izuku in the face. Izuku responded with a kick from the world to the ash-haired boy's ribs, but he didn't count on Bakugo taking advantage of the stand's proximity and connecting an explosion that sent Izuku flying against a wall. Bakugo. Did you like that, buddy? Izuku. He said, standing up. That's the best you've got. He quickly propelled himself with his stand, throwing a punch at Bakugo, who managed to block it. Without realizing it, a leg of the stand would come out, sweeping his feet. Before falling, he would launch another explosion, which was dodged by Izuku, causing it to impact the building, destabilizing it. With Uraraka, she would finally have reached the bomb room and found Yaoyorozu. Uraraka. Wow, so Bakugo wasn't wrong, she said, impressed. Momo. I see, it seems they did have the same idea, she said somewhat incredulously. Uraraka. Sorry Yaomomo, but I want to win this, getting into a fighting stance. Momo. You know, me too, launching herself at the chestnut. Thus, both exchanged several blows, Uraraka attacking, trying to grab her and make her float, but the black-haired girl did not stay behind, dodging her attacks in a great way and answering with her own, until by carelessness she was touched and began to float. Yaoyorozu. Demonios, she shouted in surprise. Uraraka. Oh okay, now I just have to touch the bomb. After taking a few steps in front of her, she was hit by an explosion that sent her flying. When she turned up, she saw the dark-haired woman with her hair loose and a cannon in her hand. Yaoyorozu. Stop right there, you crazy woman. I yell at him. Izuku and Bakugo were already tired, they looked at each other with rivalry in their eyes. Bakugo knew that being so close he was exposing himself to becoming a donut, but in a quick movement he would unleash an explosion on Izuku that raised a large curtain of dust. Bakugo. Sorry, buddy, but He couldn't finish speaking because he received a blow to the face which knocked him to the ground, spitting up some blood. The world Izuku. Hate. As he fell to the ground, he would see Izuku emerge from the smoke with the world's arms holding a piece of rubble they used to protect themselves from the blonde's impact. Bakugo. How the hell? Izuku. I'm sorry, but completely removing the world. Win. Bakugo. Meyer. Izuku. The world. Young. 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 The boy with his stand would unleash a flurry of blows on the blonde until he was unconscious. Izuku would fall to the ground exhausted while the world simply disappeared. Izuku. That was exhausting. Fainting. The boy could use his stand, that was clear, but he had never used it in a real and even fight, so even with all the resistance he had it was difficult for him, both in body and mind the stand was exhausting. With Momo and Uraraka, the girls were tired and giving short, ragged sighs, but thanks to Momo, she noticed a small opening in Uraraka's guard. Without hesitation, she ran towards her, and when the brunette tried to hit her, she bent down slightly, avoiding the blow, creating a metal staff to then punch the girl in the stomach, who couldn't react, receiving it full force, leaving her to fall to the ground unconscious. Momo. Damn it, she said to herself, that was more complicated than I thought. Team B wins. Both teams were taken to the infirmary due to physical exhaustion. In the living room, the door would open, revealing the freckled boy with a few bandages on his arms, as well as Bakugo, who had a small bandage around his nose. Izuku. Entering. Wow, that was interesting. How's your nose, Kachan? He said playfully. Bakugo. Screw you, Izuku. The world sure hits hard, he said while touching his nose in pain. Kaminari. Approaching. They were amazing. Midoriya, you really do have an incredible quirk. You too, Bakugo. Mina. They're really strong. Izuku. I guess so. He nervous. Momo. Entering the room. Wow, just one day of fighting and you're already a sensation. Midoriya. You really did well in the fight. Izuku. Thanks Yaoyorozu. I'd like to say thanks to you too, but I didn't even get to see the fight. But if you won, I guess it was awesome. Uraraka. Entering. That was great, Midoriya. Yaomomo sure knows how to throw good punches. Yaoyorozu. Smiling. Thank you Uraraka. You put me in a tight spot too. At that moment, they all felt a demonic presence behind them, a presence with the face of someone who had slept for 2 hours for a questionable salary. Aizawa. Everyone to your places. Tired. At great speed everyone would sit in their places without questioning, although Bakugo had a slight tick in his eye because his teacher kept calling him idiot face throughout the class, while Izuku was broccoli hair, he had no choice but to sigh in defeat. Several days passed, and Momo joined the green-haired boys' group. She seemed very interested in the young green-haired boy's stand. After all, it was quite an exceptional quirk. We are in Aizawa's classroom. Aizawa. All right kids, that's all for today. I'll leave you in peace. After all, everyone will have a rescue activity, unenthusiastically. Everyone. Great, they shouted enthusiastically. Aizawa. You can go in your suits or your uniform. I'll see you outside. Don't be late. Whoever is late cleans the classroom. Leaving. Bakugo. Will you be wearing your costumes? He said as he stood up. Izuku. Yes, I do. Starting to leave the classroom with his friends are Yaoyorozu. Momo. Of course. The whole class left the academy and headed towards the bus, getting on with their teacher who looked unhappy. Something seemed wrong, but he got on anyway. On the bus, Momo. Midoriya. Izuku. Momo. Midoriya. Izuku. Bakugo. I think he fell asleep. Momo. Look, they're giving away free Katsudon. Izuku. Where? Excited. Momo. Oh, sorry, I made a mistake. Smiling. Izuku. That's low depressed. What do you want? Momo. I've read about your quirk. Izuku. Why? Momo. I read that you have an extra skill. Can I know what it is? Izuku. I don't know which one it is yet. Momo. Which one do you think it is? She asked curiously. Izuku. I have no idea, I've tried everything. Flying. I almost broke my legs. Breathing fire. I almost burned the house down. Fixing things is not my thing. I think for now I'll stick to pretty strong blows. Bakugo. Looking out the window. That's something. Izuku. Tokiyami. He said, calling the bird boy's attention. Tokiyami. K. Succeed Midoriya. Izuku. I've seen your dark shadow these past few days, and I have a question, isn't it some kind of stand? Everyone would pay attention. It was certainly a very understandable question, they looked quite alike. Tokiyami. I thought the same thing when I met you, but I came to the conclusion that no, they are different quirks. Dark shadow is part of my body, and when it receives damage, I don't receive it, at least not directly. As I understand it, your stand is a manifestation of your energy and also, from what I see, it doesn't have its own personality like dark shadow. Dark shadow. Slightly emerging. Point in our favor. Izuku. Wow, that's definitely an amazing quirk, Tokiyami. Kirishima. Come on, dude, you've got a cool quirk too. The punches the world throws are amazing. Tokiyami. Although the muda when hitting seems excessive to me. Izuku. Not at all, it's absolutely necessary, he said proudly. Aizawa. All right brats, be quiet, we're here. Everyone get out in an orderly fashion. Bakugo. No hitting anyone when no one's looking. Bakugo. He takes the fun out of life. He said dejectedly. Everyone would obey their teacher, going downstairs and encountering a hero in an astronaut suit named 13. Everyone would enter the USJ to receive instructions. Aizawa. All right kids, what we're going to do is. Before he could continue, everyone felt a presence that shouldn't be there. Aizawa turned around and saw several portals opening in the center of the USJ, from which several villains slowly emerged. Aizawa. Damn it, he said incredulously. 13, protect the children. 13. Understood. Aizawa. Stay back, he said, putting on his glasses. Uraraka. Aizawa-sensei, what are you going to do? Scared. Aizawa. The work of a hero, Ochako. Taking her bandages fight. At that moment, the hero launched himself at the villains, erasing their quirks and striking them. He was incredibly skilled in attack, managing to neutralize several with the help of his bandages. But unbeknownst to him, a villain was about to strike him from behind. The world. Change. Izuku would appear, taking out the world, who would come out and hit the villain, knocking him unconscious. Aizawa. I told you to stay. Izuku. I wouldn't be a hero if I let him fight alone, getting into a fighting stance. Aizawa. This kid, he thought to himself, giving a slight smile. Well, let's finish this. Izuku. Of course, student and teacher would deliver several blows to the villains, the world attacked without hesitation, managing to leave the villains with several broken bones. They would be joined by an explosive blonde defeating several villains with his explosions. Izuku. Kachan, he shouted in amazement. Bakugo. Don't think I'm going to let you have all the fun. Smiling, whoever defeats the fewest villains pays for lunch, throwing explosions. Izuku. Heicho. Several villains stood in front of Izuku, who just sighed contentedly. Villain. Surrender, we are more. Smiling. Izuku. Shut your mouth. Villain. If not, what then? He asked mockingly. Izuku. I'll close it for you. The villains laughed until Izuku pulled out the world. The world Izuku. Young, 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 young. All the villains who were laughing at the boy were brutally beaten, left unconscious with several broken bones. One of the villains was thrown to the center of the attack, where the one who seemed to be the leader furiously grabbed him with his 5 fingers, causing him to disintegrate, something that was seen with horror by everyone. The leader, seeing how his villains were defeated, began to scratch himself desperately. Shigaraki. This shouldn't be happening. Where is All Might? Furious scream. Kurogiri. Calm down, young Tamura, this isn't over yet. The living cloud would create a portal from which a purple beast would emerge, sending a chill through everyone. Tamura. Perfect, he smiled aggressively. Nomu. Kill Erraser head. The now known as Nomu would launch itself at Aizawa, who couldn't even react, being hit repeatedly until almost killing him. It would begin to smash his head against the ground before the eyes of his students, who could only watch with fear and helplessness as their teacher was massacred. But only one rushed to help him. That's right, Izuku Midoriya would throw himself against the Nomu. Bakugo. Izuku. Momo. Midoriya. Izuku. The world. Young, 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 young. The world would fill the Nomu with blows, tearing off several parts, but it was useless, the Nomu regenerated. Shigaraki. Stupid, don't finish it. The Nomu launched itself at a bestial speed towards Izuku, who didn't have time to summon the world on his own, but the stand would still emerge on its own, surprising its user. The stand would come to his aid. The beast would launch a bestial right hook which collided with the stand's fist, generating a bestial gust of wind. Shigaraki. What the hell? But before he could finish, the door of the USJ would be smashed open and All Might would emerge from it. Shigaraki. Perfect smiling. Bastards. The number 1 hero would angrily remove his tie while analyzing the battlefield. Shigaraki. Nomu. Akabalo. All Might would enter into a great battle with the Nomu. The Nomu had immense strength. It could withstand punches from the number 1 hero without much trouble. But it had a disadvantage. It couldn't keep up. All Might took advantage of this, grabbing the Nomu's arm in a hold and slamming it to the ground. Not stopping there, he grabbed it by the neck, pulling it away and gaining the upper hand by raining blows down before it could regenerate. Then he unleashed a final, powerful punch. Texas Smash. That blow would send the Nomu flying out of the USJ facilities, but it would also deplete her energy. Momo. Midoriya, approaching. Izuku. Yaoyorozu. Espera. Piran. Before Momo even realized it, Shigaraki furiously lunged at her. When the girl saw him, the villain was about to touch her with his 5 fingers. Shigaraki. If I can't kill All Might, I'll send one of these kids to hell. I scream in a psychotic manner. Everyone watched in fear as the light blue-haired boy was about to touch Momo's face. All Might couldn't do anything. His time limit had already passed, and Izuku was just a few meters away. Bakugo. Yaoyorozu. Bakugo launched his explosions, but even he knew he wouldn't arrive in time. Iida activated his engines, launching himself to try and avoid the damage, but deep down everyone knew it was inevitable. Momo would die. Shigaraki's hand was just centimeters from Momo's face, but Izuku wouldn't allow it. Izuku. Type. Shigaraki's hand came within a centimeter of Momo's face. Open double angle bracket time stands still close double angle bracket. Izuku. What the? Confused, why did everything stop? Izuku. This could be the world's ability. Everyone around them remained motionless. Bakugo and his explosions in the air, Iida and his engines belching smoke that went nowhere, and most importantly, Shigaraki about to touch Momo. Izuku. If that's the case, then I have a chance. Izuku would run to where Momo and Shigaraki were. Izuku, the world, young, 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 young. That way, Izuku would unleash a flurry of blows on Shigaraki even if he didn't move. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal close double angle bracket. Shigaraki. AHGGGGGG. The villain would be brutally thrown against some rubble with several broken ribs and spitting up a lot of blood. Everyone watched in disbelief as the green-haired boy, who had been standing a few meters away from Momo, appeared in front of her, and not only that, but he also sent the leader of the villains flying. Momo. Izuku, surprised. Izuku. Yaoyorozu, desmayandos. Shigaraki. Damn it. How did he said as he struggled to his feet. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a loud crash. Several pro-heroes emerged from the entrance of the USJ, ready for battle. Shigaraki. Shit, Kurogiri. The villain known as Kurogiri created several portals and fled the scene, but not before Shigaraki glared furiously at the green-haired man. After the villains escaped, the police and heroes arrived and checked who was injured. These included All Might, who for a mysterious reason was not seen at that time, and Izuku, who was taken to the UA infirmary with Recovery Girl. In the infirmary, hours after the attack, the green-haired boy lay on a hospital bed, slowly opening his eyes, noticing he was wearing a gown and was in considerable pain. Izuku. Waking up. What happened? Bakugo. Entering the room. Oh, you're awake. Izuku. Hey Kachan, how long did I sleep? He said, sounding a little sore. Bakugo. 2 hours. Izuku. Damn, and Yaoyorozu. Is she okay? Bakugo. You arrived just in time to save her. Izuku. Ah, relieved. Damn. I really overdid it, I can feel my muscles tensing up just from moving them. Bakugo. How did you do it? He asked curiously. Izuku. Do what? Bakugo. Don't play dumb, nerd. You were a few meters away from Momo and suddenly you appeared in front of her, not to mention that extra went flying covered in punches. Izuku. I think it was the power of the world. His friend was extremely surprised. Had he heard correctly? Bakugo. His power. After so many years of effort, what is it? Izuku. Stop time. Bakugo. Well, are you 100% sure? He said incredulously. Izuku. 100% I affirm. Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya, we have a lot to talk about, brother. Momo. Entering Izuku, excited. Izuku. Ola Yao. He couldn't finish speaking because Momo had thrown herself at him and hugged him. Momo. I'm glad you're okay. He said, calming down. Izuku. I'm glad you're okay, he said, looking away. Bakugo. Do you want me to leave you alone? Mockingly. The two boys quickly separated, blushing deeply. Yaoyorozu. Ahem. She said, dusting off her clothes. Yes, thank you, Midoriya. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened. Izuku. Don't worry Yaoyorozu, it's a hero's job, isn't it? They both gave a small smile as Bakugo watched, until the nurse opened the door and walked in without hesitation. Recovery Girl. I see you're awake. Before he could even say anything, he would receive a blow from the old heroine's cane. Izuku. Ow. Grabbing his head in pain. Why did that happen? Recovery Girl. For being such a fool, throwing yourself into a fight without experience, you could have died. But since you did what a hero does, I suppose, boys, get out of here, I have business with this broccoli-haired one. The woman would hit him again, making him close his eyes in pain, while the other two boys left the place laughing. Yaoyorozu. I just hope she's not too hard on him, ha ha ha. Bakugo. I'll say, he did a great job there, huh. Yaoyorozu. If he hadn't been there, I think I would have died. Bakugo. Izuku is complicated. Every time he fights, he acts like a narcissistic, aggressive son of a bitch. He said, making the dark-haired girl laugh, but deep down, he's the best person I know. I've never seen him leave anyone alone, we can always count on him. Yaoyorozu. I know, I can see it, that spirit, even if it doesn't show it, we all notice it. Bakugo. Yeah, let's hope he recovers soon. Due to the USJ incident, classes would be cancelled for a few days in which Izuku was free to leave the infirmary, but not before being scolded by Recovery Girl, with the invitation not to be hit again. Upon arriving home, his mother was extremely worried about her son, but Izuku let her know that everything was fine. Once the days had passed, they had to return to the classroom, uncertain whether their teacher would arrive. Mina. Who do you think will come in as a substitute? She whispered. Suyu. I don't know, but Aizawa-sensei looked really hurt. Hiro. She answered in the same whispered tone. But to everyone's surprise, the door suddenly opened, revealing their master covered in bandages that barely allowed him to speak. Aizawa. To your places, he said with difficulty. They would all simply sit down with a drop of sweat on their head. Izuku. He is very dedicated to his work. Aizawa. I'm here to inform you that the sports festival will be in 2 weeks, so Ua decided to let you train. Remember that this event will help you gain good visibility, both with the public and with agencies that might want to hire you. Bakugo. It'll be interesting to crush these extras, don't you think, Izuku? He said, smiling mockingly. Izuku. I don't know if I should crush them, but it'll be good to test the level within the academy. Bakugo. Abuurdu. Imitando a Izuku. After Aizawa's announcement, classes would proceed normally until dismissal time. Bakugo. Do you want to go get something to eat? Izuku. Sure. Opening the door. Upon opening the door, Izuku would find several students from different groups shouting euphorically against his classroom. Izuku. What the hell are you doing here? I shouted in amazement. Bakugo. Isn't it obvious? They study the competition. I listened to the villains they fought. I wanted to hear it for myself. Bakugo. Get out of the way, you damn extras, angry. Do you want to fight? Bakugo. You wouldn't even survive one of my explosions, Tin Man, he replied angrily. Wow, are all the kids in the hero course like this? Said a boy with purple hair. Izuku. Nah, just him. Ignore him. Whatever. He said, leaving. Izuku. Down. After that incident, the two friends left the school and were caught by a dark-haired girl. Momo. Hey guys, nervous. Izuku. Yes, Momo. See, can I train with you? Bakugo. What question is that, ponytail? Of course you can. Izuku. I have no problem with that. Momo. Thank you. Izuku. As long as you don't faint, of course, he said defiantly. Thus the three of them would prepare to train. Time skipped 2 weeks. The day of the festival had arrived, and both civilians and professional heroes were eager to see how the battles between the new generation of UA professional heroes would unfold, with the academy students being the most nervous, logically. Present Mike. Today I'll be the commentator alongside my friend Eraserhead. How do you feel, friend? Aizawa. I'm sleepy. PM. As lively as ever. Now, let the festival begin. Without further ado, the UA Sports Festival had begun. The entire Class 1A emerged from a dark tunnel. They were all quite nervous. They had to make a good impression if they wanted to stand out from their classmates. Izuku. Everyone's staring at us nervous. Bakugo. Calm down, nerd, it's not that big of a deal. It's just a matter of showing them who's boss. Izuku. Kachan, you drank 4 energy drinks, obviously you feel great. Genius. PM. With you. Class 1A. Everyone applauded as the class walked by, while Present Mike added to his previous comment. PM. And the other classes that don't matter so much. The other classes would emerge from the same tunnel, angered by Present Mike's comment. Midnight. Next, your classmate Katsuki Bakugo will take the stage to give a motivational speech. Izuku. Don't ruin it, he said, looking at him seriously. Bakugo. When did I do that? Bakugo would climb onto the stage taking his time. With each step he climbed, Izuku knew he was about to say something stupid. Bakugo. Give me a good fight so I don't get bored, extras. Izuku. I knew it, angry. All the classes would be angry at the blonde boy's comment as he walked towards his friend. Izuku. You realize that because of you we're going to get killed, right? Annoyed. Bakugo. I don't regret anything mockingly. However, everyone was dazzled by the professional hero Midnight, who as always wore provocative clothing, causing more than one student to stare at her in a mesmerizing way. Bakugo. Damn, don't you think the teacher should wear more clothes? Izuku. No idea, I don't see anything. When the blonde boy turned around, he would see his friend covering his eyes with one of the world's arms. Midnight. The first test will be an obstacle course. All the classes headed to a tunnel to start the race. Izuku headed with his friend near his class. Izuku. Iida, this is your natural habitat, my friend. Iida. Something like that, Midoriya. Obstacles are a great difficulty, let's give it our best. Izuku. That's what I wanted to hear, he said excitedly. Midnight. Begin. In a swift movement, Shoto Todoroki, the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, froze the ground, trapping several students and managing to advance several meters by sliding on his own ice. Todoroki. That should. Turning around, he would find an ash-blonde boy and a green-haired boy next to him. The blonde boy was flying with his explosions while Izuku removed the ice from his feet with the world. Bakugo. Flying with his explosions, that won't be enough. Izuku. You'll have to do more if you want to leave us behind. Todoroki, running. The Pyokoso would manage to reach his counterpart by exchanging rivalrous glances. Izuku. And of course, I hope you give me a challenge, son of Endeavor. I shouted defiantly. Todoroki. Damn it, he said angrily at the comment. Before they could continue, the other students would free themselves from the ice of the bicolor. PM. 3 students from class are in the lead, but let's see if they can beat our budget. Unexpectedly, several robots with 0 points emerged from the ground, taking all the young people by surprise. Bakugo. Not again. Without complicating things, Bakugo created large explosions, dodging the 0 points in the air. Shoto, on the other hand, increased his coldness, preventing them from even touching him without freezing in the process. Izuku. Damn it, the green-haired boy, on the other hand, still had to go on the ground, dodging large footprints. Luckily, he was using the world's legs to take great leaps and run faster to avoid the large robots, leaving several students behind. The 3 who were in the lead would reach a precipice with several columns to cross. Bakugo would cross it with his explosions, Todoroki would create an ice bridge while Izuku propelled himself with a jump using the world. Izuku. Landing that was close. But then the green-haired boy saw Momo about to fall off the cliff, so he quickly went back to help her climb up. Izuku. Helping Momo up, are you okay? Momo. Why yes, climbing with difficulty. Izuku. Propelling himself with the world to take the lead. Don't stop now, girl. Momo. I won't do it, running away. The green-haired boy quickly returned to the front alongside the blonde and the bicolored boy, who quickly reached the last obstacle, which was a minefield. The blonde and the bicolored one had difficulty getting past, but in the end they managed to take the lead, almost reaching the finish line and leaving the freckled one behind, who had no other choice but to play his trump card. Izuku. Damn it, I'll have to use it ahead of schedule. Then the green-haired boy would completely unleash the world and Izuku. The world. Open double angle bracket. At that moment, time stood still. Close double angle bracket. Izuku would easily run until he caught up with his teammates, managing to overtake them in the race. Open double angle bracket. Time returns to normal. Close double angle bracket. Everyone in the stadium watched in disbelief as the green-haired boy appeared alongside his teammates and as the mines exploded behind him, clearing the way for the others. Bakugo. I used it too early, he thought in amazement. Todoroki. How the hell did he do that? He thought incredulously. The 3 of them eyed each other competitively, using all their effort to cross a tunnel out of everyone's sight. Seconds of uncertainty passed, until the first to cross was Midnight. And in first place is Bakugo Katsuki, second is Izuku Midoriya, and third is Shoto Todoroki. Bakugo. Shit, I almost didn't make it. I mentioned tiredly. Izuku remained silent, his head bowed. Bakugo. Izuku, are you, wait, no, don't say it. But he was interrupted because the green-haired boy shouted. Izuku. Izuku. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. The freckled boy screamed as he leaned back, while Bakugo, for his part, just covered his ears, knowing what was about to happen. After that moment, Midnight would announce that the next event would be a cavalry battle. Midnight. Each student will have a score depending on their position in the race. The goal is to take the most points from the opponent. Whoever has the most points wins the round. First place will have no more and no less. 1,000,000 points. Suddenly, Bakugo felt everyone's eyes on him, a murderous gaze that denoted very unkind intentions. Bakugo. Shit, Izuku. You're really screwed, man. He said, looking at everyone, but challenges are my favorite part of living, let's be teammates. Bakugo. Thanks nerd, it's always good to have you around. While they were talking, the boy from the tapes in room 1A approached them. Shiro. Hey Bakugo, can I be your team? He asked. Bakugo. Perfect, we just need one more member, Izuku. Izuku. How are you? At that moment, the green-haired boy would see how Momo was on Todoroki's team. Izuku. Forget it. I quickly looked around. I didn't see anyone and their time was running out. Everyone was afraid of being attacked by the others for being on the blonde guy's team. They were about to give up until a boy with a bird's head appeared behind them. Tokiyami. Midoriya, can I be part of your team? Appearing out of nowhere. Izuku. Damn it. Jumping slightly in fright. Oh Tokiyami, it's you. What do you think, Kachan? Bakugo. Come on, Birdbrain. Help me beat all the other extras. She said with a smile. Thus the team would be ready to win the race with Bakugo up top, Izuku on the left, Shiro on the right, and Tokiyami in front. PM. Kamiyan scene. All the teams would ruthlessly attack the blonde guy's team. Tokiyami. Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow. Yes, the shadow would launch itself against several teams, managing to knock them down and giving Bakugo's team time to escape. Bakugo. Well done, Birdhead. Now it's my turn. Bakugo would use his explosions to reach other teams and take their headbands, returning to his own team thanks to Shiro's headbands. One team would try to take the headband, but the world would punch the leader, knocking him to the ground. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow would strike one of the team members, causing him to fall and knock down his teammates, giving the world the opportunity to take the headband and give it to Bakugo. The stand and the shadow would then exchange a slight smile, making a slight impression on Izuku. Meanwhile, the blonde would launch himself at another team, taking their headband. Bakugo. Returning with the Shiro tapes, is that all you've got? At that point, Todoroki's team would stand in front of the team of the green-haired boy and the blonde boy. Izuku. You had to say it. The two-colored team would create a wall of ice so that the other teams could not interrupt the fight. PM. It seems young Todoroki wants young Bakugo's points, excited shout. The stadium was euphoric, the event was better than they had expected, both teams were a considerable distance apart, Shoto just stared at them defiantly. Todoroki. I'll take those points. Izuku. Try it mockingly. At that moment, Todoroki launched a barrage of ice spikes from his hands, but before they could hit anything, they were destroyed by Bakugo's explosions. Bakugo. I thought I told you that wasn't enough. Bakugo would launch several explosions to push the bi-colored team away, which he dodged with considerable difficulty, moving from one side to the other. Todoroki. Mirda, Yaoyorozu. Momo. Yes, Momo would quickly create an electrically insulating tarp and cover the entire team except for Kaminari, who would give a slight smile. Todoroki. Kaminari. Tu Turno. Kaminari began to unleash an electrical discharge of such magnitude that several teams were paralyzed by the electricity. Izuku quickly improvised in response to the attack. Izuku. Shit. In a swift movement, the green-haired boy struck the ground with the world, raising a large rock that blocked the blonde boy's attack and prevented the electricity from reaching them. After a few seconds, The blonde guy with a lightning bolt in his hair would short-circuit, making himself look like a fool. Todoroki. Damn, we have to get closer so I can take the tape off. Angrily shouted Iida. I have an idea, Todoroki. But then I won't be able to move. Todoroki. Do it. Iida got ready. He had trained his speed extensively and was saving himself for this moment. His exhaust pipes began to emit blue smoke and flames. The whole team felt the ground shake as it made noises like a car starting up. Iida. Hold on. I scream with difficulty. Momo. Where from? The green-haired boy noticed what they were about to do, so he prepared to counterattack. Izuku. Come on. Taking out the world. The blue-haired boy and his team would shoot off at an abnormal speed towards the ash-haired boy's team. Todoroki would raise his hand to remove the headband from Bakugo's head, but when he was about to grab it, his hand was changed direction. Todoroki. What the hell? He could not finish because, due to the friction, he would have fallen along with his team as if someone had tripped him. Todoroki. How did you? At that moment, the bicolored boy saw Izuku smiling at him while using the world, and a yellow aura surrounded him. Izuku. You thought it would be that easy, smiling mockingly. Although it didn't seem like it, the green-haired boy was exhausted. He had used the ability to stop time twice and could barely stand due to the fatigue that comes with using the ability, but seeing that the bicolored boy would beat them, he used it as a last resort. Iida. How did he do that? Momo didn't speak because, having trained with Izuku, she knew about the power of the world. Todoroki. Get up, we can still, PM. Time. Aizawa. Shut your mouth, tired. The colleagues would begin to congratulate each other. Bakugo. Good one, nerd. Izuku. Thanks, I guess, tired. Zero. You guys did great. I thought it was a suicidal idea to come with you, but I see I was wrong. Smiling. Tokiyami. It was definitely a great experience, guys. Izuku. You and Dark Shadow did amazing, Tokiyami. The bicolored boy just watched angrily as the green-haired boy had defeated him without much trouble, causing him some anger. Todoroki. Midoriya. I'll beat you. All the students would disperse again, ready for the next test. Midnight. The next and final test will be 1vs1 battles. Everyone in the stadium shouted excitedly. Let's be honest, we all just came to see the UA students beat each other up. After midnight announced the final phase of the festival, the students went to the waiting room. Classroom 1A waiting room. Several were sitting down, like Iida who had to rest his legs, Momo and Uraraka were talking with the other girls, and Bakugo was being Bakugo. Bakugo. I'll have fun squashing those extras, happy. Izuku. Calm down, Kachan nervously, we don't want any more trouble like with your little speech. Todoroki. Midoriya. The two-toned one had approached both of them, to the surprise of everyone in the room. Izuku. What's wrong, Todoroki? Todoroki. I believe that in terms of power I am superior to you. Izuku. Okay, Todoroki. But it seems All Might has his eyes on you, I can't fall behind, so I'll defeat you, using only my ice side. Bakugo. Is this a declaration of war, you damn half and half, approaching? Todoroki. Take it however you want, I didn't come here to make friends. Walking away. Izuku. Todoroki, Sirio. The aforementioned would turn to look at the green-haired man. Izuku. If you want to beat me, you'll have to use your fire. The comment made the bicolor player angry and he left the room. Iida. Wow, that was unexpected. Kirishima. You said it, bro. Todoroki really wants to fight. What do you say, Midoriya? Izuku. So, if he wants a fight. Smiling in his characteristic way. There will be a fight. PM. Over a loudspeaker, the first match will be between Midoriya Izuku and Hitoshi Shinszo. Both of you please enter the arena. Izuku. Okay, I think it's my turn. Ojiro. Midoriya. The boy with the tail would approach Izuku. Izuku. Dime Ojiro. Ojiro. Whatever you do, don't answer him. If you do, you'll be lost. His quirk allows him to control people if they answer him. He used it on me in the hair versus hair match and made me lose. Izuku. Thank you very much, Ojiro, I'll keep that in mind. Leaving. Momo. Good luck, Midoriya. Excited. Izuku. G. Gracias Yaoyorozu. In the fighting arena. PM. On one side, we have Midoriya Izuku from Class A and on the other we have Hitoshi Shinszo from the General Studies Department. Midnight. The fight ends when one of them leaves the arena or is unable to continue, understood? They both nodded. Midnight. They begin. Shinszo. Well, tell me, what does it feel like to be blessed with such a powerful gift? He said seriously. Izuku wouldn't say anything. Shinszo. Oh, I see. You're not going to talk. The guy with the tail told you how my quirk works, didn't he? The green-haired boy just kept moving slowly. Shinszo. Damn, this guy won't fall for it. Come on, talk, don't stay silent. The green-haired boy just walked slowly and menacingly. Shinszo. Damn it, what do I do? He said, becoming nervous. Before the green-haired boy arrived, Shinszo decided to provoke him. Shinszo. Cut that shitty hairstyle, angry. At that point, Izuku stopped dead in his tracks. Shinszo. Smiling, it worked. Izuku. What did you say about my hair? Angry. Shinszo. I have. At that moment, the green-haired boy's eyes would turn white. Shinszo. Now, get out of the arena. The green-haired boy would turn around and start heading towards the edge of the arena. In the stands. Momo. What are you doing? Ojiro. Damn, he fell for his provocations. Bakugo. Damn it, nerd, angry. On the sand. Izuku. Damn it, I can't move. I let myself be swayed by his provocations and now I'm going to lose. I should have listened to Ojiro. The green-haired boy was about to leave the arena when suddenly the world emerged from him, grabbing his shoulders and pinning his feet to the ground. Shinszo. What the hell? The entire stadium watched in amazement at the stand's actions, leaving several professional heroes impressed, including number 2 Endeavor. Izuku. The world, close double-angle bracket. It came out without me taking it out, did it do it of its own free will? Shinszo. Sal de la Arena. Izuku. If I can use the world even while under Shinszo's mind control. The world, open double-angle bracket time stood still close double-angle bracket. Izuku. I can move now, I have to take advantage of it. The green-haired boy would reach Shinszo and Izuku, the world. Muda. They would punch her in the stomach. Open double-angle bracket time returns to normal close double-angle bracket. Shinszo. Aghhhhhh. The boy was thrown a few meters and spitting up a large amount of blood. The blow had broken one of his ribs. PM. Student Izuku Midoriya has broken free from Shinszo's mind control. Shinszo. Be bastard, he said with difficulty. The boy lunged at the green-haired boy to hit him, though he was staggering from the pain. Izuku. I can't use the world. I have to prove to everyone that I don't need it to fight. The purple-haired boy would throw a punch at Izuku's face, who would respond with one to his ribs. Shinszo. Get out of the arena, throws a punch. Izuku. Obligame. The green-haired boy would catch the blow by putting the purple-haired boy in a hold, throwing him roughly to the ground and taking him out of the arena. Midnight. The winner is Izuku Midoriya. The entire stadium would erupt in shouts and applause for the green-haired boy who would approach Shinszo. Izuku. Extending his hand. I'm surprised you're not in the hero course, you have potential. Shinszo. Surprised thank you. Izuku. Keep your head up, buddy. Keep training and get stronger. I want a rematch someday. Smiling. Shinszo. Smiling, you can be sure of that, Izuku Midoriya. Once the fight with Shinszo was over, our protagonist would return to the stands with his friends. Momo. You were amazing, Midoriya, excited. Izuku. Thank you, happy. Bakugo. You almost didn't make it, nerd. You need to stop being so overconfident in fights. Kirishima. Shinszo was strong, I'm surprised he's not in the hero course. Izuku. He has a very useful quirk, it's a shame that in the entrance exam they only counted physical strength in the test, who knows how many more have lost their opportunity just because of that. Bakugo. Deep. PM. Over the loudspeaker, the next match will be between Shoto Todoroki and Hantashiro. The aforementioned would enter the arena. Izuku. Well, son of Endeavor, show us if your strength matches your words. Midnight. Begin. In a swift movement, Shiro would launch his tapes, wrapping Todoroki up to pull him out of the arena. Shiro. I've got you, Todoroki. He moved him at great speed, taking him to the edge of the arena, but the bicolored one simply sighed his icy breath and spoke. Todoroki. I'm sorry. The bicolor, about to leave the arena, would freeze the ground, creating an immense glacier, freezing Shiro and half the stadium with him, being only a few centimeters away from hitting the audience with the ice. PM. That was completely unnecessary. Midnight. Chi Todoroki wants, obviously. In the stands, Bakugo. What the hell is wrong with him? Angrily shouted Izuku. Why you damn lunatic. Izuku had to remove frost from his green hair because of the ice, making his classmates laugh. After Todoroki helped Shiro get out of the ice, which was quickly melted thanks to Endeavor's flames, not without first receiving a hateful glare from Todoroki, which was noticed by Izuku, the fighting would continue. Kaminari would lose against Ibara from Class 1B, Iida would advance after, defeating Hatsume Mei, who was really just there to promote her inventions, so he practically won without effort. Aoyama would lose against Mina after being hit in the face by her, causing a small groan which left the whole state in silence, and so on until the match of Momo against Tokiyami. PM. The next match will be between Momo Yaoyorozu and Fumikage Tokiyami. Aizawa. I want to leave now. The aforementioned would enter the arena. Midnight. Begin. Tokiyami would bluntly summon Dark Shadow, attacking Momo, who had created a shield to defend herself. Momo. I have to distract him. The dark-haired woman quickly created a reaping grenade and threw it at Tokiyami, who could not see Momo. Momo. And, now, attacking. The dark-haired girl lunged at the boy, but Dark Shadow quickly defended him by attacking Momo, who was defending herself with her shield. Dark Shadow. I don't think so, attacking Momo. But the shadow would stop attacking. Momo. What? Why? Midnight. Tokiyami Gana. Momo. What? The dark-haired woman realized she was outside the boundaries of the arena, so she had no choice but to leave. In the stands, Kaminari. Damn, that'll make the president sad. Jiro. Maybe we should go see her. Bakugo. Izuku, I think you should go too. But she would realize that the green-haired boy was no longer there. Bakugo. Ha, you'll never change, buddy. In the hallways, Izuku walked slowly through the hallways, looking around for someone. Izuku. Damn it, Yaomomo, where are you? But then he would see the dark-haired girl sitting on the stairs, head down. Izuku. Yaoyorozu, Pregunto. Momo. Am I Midoriya? She said, her face looking somewhat sad. Izuku. Everything all right? Worried. Momo. Why yes, I am. Izuku. No, you're not. Getting closer. Momo. I swear that yes. Izuku. Come on, President, don't pretend, no one here will judge you. With those words, the dark-haired woman began to shed a few tears. Momo. I'm such an idiot. I couldn't beat Tokiyami and I didn't make it past the round, and I'm supposed to be the class president, I should be a role model. Izuku remained silent for a few seconds, simply touching her shoulder, causing her to jump slightly. Izuku. You know, you're right about one thing, you're the president and you're a role model, and that's why you'll get back up and keep improving. Everyone in the class admires and respects you. We know you're capable of so much. It would be a shame to lose your strength over one battle you didn't win, don't you think? Momo. But, Izuku. We're at UA to learn to be heroes. Nobody is born knowing, but what sets us apart is that we carry the dreams of those who can't defend themselves. We have to be a pillar for people. You'll fall, and many times, but the change lies in whether you stay on the ground or get back up, Yaoyorozu. What will you do? I asked. The girl stared thoughtfully into space for a few seconds, then saw Izuku extend his hand to her, a gesture which she accepted, being helped to stand up. Momo. Do you think I can improve? Asked Izuku. Much more than you can imagine, he replied cheerfully. Well, shall we go? I don't want Kachan to start bothering us, you know him, hehe. Momo. Safe happy. The two would return to the stands with their friends who were waiting for them. Bakugo. Are you okay, Ponytail? Momo. Yes, I am. Thanks, Bakugo. Bakugo. You did well there. Tokiyami is quite strong. Mina. Yes, Yaoyorozu. You were amazing. Excited. Kaminari. You did well. Tokiyami. Sitting down, I have to say that I had to send Dark Shadow with everything. One slip up and I don't know if I would have won. Jiro. You'll win next time, Momo. She said animatedly. Momo. Thank you guys happy. Izuku would sit calmly next to Bakugo, who was looking at him mockingly. Izuku. Si vas a decir algo solo de lo musulman. Bakugo. Ha ha ha, well you see. What the hell did you call me? Furious scream. After that came the match between Kirishima and Tesutetsu from Class B, which was a manly affair, with both fighters throwing random punches until one of them fainted. They decided to finish it with arm wrestling, which Kirishima won. Next came the match between Bakugo and Uraraka. The blonde was surprised that even when she took a direct hit from an explosion, the brunette didn't hesitate to get back to her feet, earning Bakugo a slight respect. He simply stopped attacking when he saw her collapse from exhaustion, giving her the victory. She then made her way to the stands, cheered on by her classmates. PM. Before the next fight, we'll give the students a short break. Aizawa. Finally, pulling out a sleeping bag. Back in the stands, everyone was talking about the upcoming fight. Momo. What's the next fight? Bakugo. Let me see. Oh yeah, Izuku's against him half and half. Momo. It will be a tough fight. Bakugo. Ha, I bet so. I just hope Izuku breaks one or two of his ribs for me. Momo. Speaking of Midoriya, do you know where he is? Bakugo. No idea. In one of the stadium's exit tunnels, a boy with green hair and another with red and white hair were looking at each other seriously. Izuku. So, Todoroki, what did you want to talk about? Curious. Izuku. So, what did you want to talk about? Todoroki. Midoriya, you have two quirks. Serious. An awkward silence fell between the two classmates. Izuku. What, Todoroki? You heard right, you have two quirks. Izuku. Is that why you brought me here? No, Todoroki, I don't have two quirks. Todoroki. So how do you explain that during the race nobody saw you cross the minefield and suddenly you were right next to us? He challenged. Izuku. Look, I don't have time for this, I'm hungry, I'll go to the cafeteria. The boy started to leave but was stopped by Shoto. Todoroki. You didn't answer my question. Izuku. I don't owe you any explanation. Annoyed. He stopped abruptly, thought for a few seconds, and then spoke. Izuku. Fine, if you're so eager to know, answer me something first. Todoroki. What, Izuku? Why do you only use your ice side? They remained silent for a few more seconds. Todoroki looked around searching for someone else, and then he began to speak. Todoroki. Do you know about quirk marriages? Izuku. Marriages for political purposes are to create a quirk. Todoroki. My father convinced my mother's family to marry him, all to achieve his most cherished goal, the one he could never have, to have a son who would surpass all might. The freckled one was impressed by what his two-toned companion was telling him. Todoroki. He treated me like a tool, he beat me and made me train until my bones couldn't take it anymore. He traumatized my mother and siblings. I can't stand your left side, my mother told me before throwing boiling water in my face. That's why I hate him and refuse to use his damn power. Izuku listened attentively to the story, deciding to answer. Izuku. Seriously, that's why you don't use your fire. Todoroki. What, Izuku? That's not Endeavor's power, it's yours. He said firmly. Todoroki. You don't understand. Izuku. You know what? Maybe not, but let me tell you something. Everyone out there is giving it their all to win, and you're only using half your power. Are we some kind of joke to you? You'll become a hero and not use your power for good. Oh, excuse me, civilians, we couldn't defeat the villain because the hero, Shoto Todoroki, didn't want to use his power because he's angry with daddy. If that's the case, reconsider what you're doing at this academy. Todoroki. I won't use his power, angrily. Izuku. Well, if you want to beat me, you'll have to use your power, because I won't hold back. You wanted to know my ability. Fine, the world allows me to stop time. Let's see if you can beat me with that little extra advantage, walking away. The bicolor would just be left thinking about those words. A few minutes had passed and it was the green-haired boy's turn to fight, so he was heading for the exit but he would run into the number 2 hero. Endeavor. Give my son a challenge. Serious. Izuku. Excuse me. Endeavor. He's in his rebellious phase, Midoriya. He sees you as a challenge. Don't disappoint him. Walking away. Izuku. He's not you, and I'm not All Might. Serious. Endeavor. What? Izuku. Shoto is a different kind of hero than you. Stop trying to live the life you couldn't through your son. Walking away into the arena. Endeavor glared angrily at the boy, but had no choice but to reluctantly leave the place. On the sand. PM. On one side we have the daughter of Endeavor. Shuto Todoroki II. The bicolor player left the field to a standing ovation from the entire stadium, especially from the women who desired him, even though he had a sour face because of Mike's comment. PM. And on the other side. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku would come out with a serious expression on his face. Izuku. Alright Todoroki, let's see what I can do for you. The stadium was impatient. They were about to see one of the best fights of the festival. Midnight. Begin. Without further ado, the bicolored one would attack with a column of ice that the green-haired one would easily destroy with a hit of the world. Izuku. Use your fire. Todoroki. What? Izuku. Use your damn fire. He charged at the boy, who barely had time to react as Izuku was in front of him, launching a powerful kick with the world's leg. He managed to create a wall of ice at the last moment, which shattered into pieces upon the impact of the stand. Without letting him rest, Izuku delivered a powerful headbutt, completely disorienting him. The bicolored boy was about to launch the same attack he used on Zero, but Izuku swiftly grabbed his arm, putting him in a hold that slammed him to the ground. The bicolored boy recovered, launching a blast of ice at Izuku, who used the world's arms to block, but couldn't avoid a powerful right hook from his rival that landed squarely on his jaw. He tried to retaliate by throwing the world into the fight, but the stand was hit by a powerful blizzard that caused several pieces of ice to slice through it, inflicting several cuts on Izuku. Once the blizzard subsided, they exchanged words. Izuku. Use your fucking fire. Todoroki. What the hell is wrong with you, my dad? Will I pay you or what? Izuku. Screw your father. This isn't about him, it's about you embracing your power. Fed up with hearing it, the bicolored one would release several columns of ice attacking the green-haired one who quickly dodged one and then destroyed the other with a punch from the world to propel himself with his stand to be behind the bicolored one who had already recovered. Izuku. I warned you, taking out the world. Todoroki. Shit, the bicolored boy could barely react, putting a wall in front of him which would be shattered by a punch from the world connecting the blow to the bicolored boy's chest, sending him flying to the other end of the arena, spitting up a lot of blood. He knew that it wasn't even close to the full power of the stand. Izuku was provoking him, he really wanted him to use his fire. Izuku. Are you going to use it already? Todoroki. Why the hell do you care so much? Izuku. Because a hero's job is to stick their nose where it doesn't belong. He was angry. He knew Izuku was right, but his ego caused him to ignore it. He began to give off a coldness which caused the ground beneath him to crystallize, his breath became heavy and chilly. Todoroki. I'm going to defeat you without that stupid power. Izuku. Come and try it, you damn Zuko copycat. The green-haired boy launched himself at the bicolored boy with his bare fists, who waited for him and punched him in the face, which was answered by a punch to the ribs from the freckled boy. Izuku winced in pain but didn't back down, unleashing a powerful right hook against Todoroki's jaw, who almost fell to the ground from the impact. Izuku. Why aren't you using it? Angrily shouted Todoroki. I won't use his power, angry. Izuku. I already told you that. The green-haired man would take his arms out of his stand, keeping them behind his back. Izuku. It's hitting him in the ribs with his stand, you're kicking him power. With each blow, Todoroki recalled moments from his life. His mother defending him from his father's beatings, his brothers playing with him, and above all, the memory of his mother telling him that he would be a much better hero than his father once was. The green-haired boy was about to pull him out of the arena until the bicolored boy ignited his flames, causing Izuku to back away. PM. What is this, ladies and gentlemen? Young Todoroki has finally used his fire. In the stands, Endeavor would look at the event with a smile, stand up, and shout. Endeavor. SHOTOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO Finally, use my power and become the greatest hero. On the sand, the two companions stared at each other, but something had changed. Shoto's expression now held a smile. Todoroki. Midoriya, I want to be a hero too. The freckled boy would just give a smile. Izuku. Then, completely removing the world, let's finish this. The bicolored one would raise his hand, beginning to emanate a huge amount of heat energy, while the green-haired one, at great speed, propelled himself with the world against the bicolored one. Todoroki. All my life I thought I was cursed, and it was only through beatings that you made me understand that only with my power can I become a hero. She gave a slight smile as she watched Izuku approach. Todoroki. Midoriya, releasing a large burst of flame. Thank you. The green-haired boy, upon seeing the blaze, did not stop. Instead, he broke into a broad smile as he passed through it, being enveloped by the world. The world. Izuku. Muda. Upon reaching Todoroki, the freckled boy and his stand would unleash a blow on the bicolored boy. At the moment of the blow, only a large explosion of smoke could be seen, preventing one from seeing what was happening in the arena. In the stands. Momo. What happened? I can't see anything. Bakugo. Who won? But the smoke from the sand would dissipate, revealing a young man with green hair, a torn shirt, and a two-tone print on the wall outside the arena, unconscious. Manite. Izuku. Midoriya. Gana. The stadium erupted in shouts and applause for the green-haired boy who could barely stand with numerous burns and bruises. Izuku. I made it. After the fight, Izuku would be helped by sports festival staff to be taken to the infirmary. On the way, the freckled boy would slowly begin to close his eyes and lose consciousness due to all the exhaustion he suffered in the fight, not to mention the burns caused by Todoroki's youngest son. In the infirmary, Izuku. Waking up. Where am I? The boy would look around and find his friend in a chair and his class president standing up. Bakugo. Sitting in a chair. At your favorite nerdy spot, sneering. Momo. They were great, Midoriya. She said with a big smile. Izuku. Thank you Yaoyorozu, Todoroki really put me in a tight spot. Bakugo. You screwed him up, nerd. They had to carry him out on a stretcher. With any luck, he'll be conscious by the end of the festival, he said with a slight smile. Izuku. I thought it would be worse, to be honest. Who's fighting now? Bakugo. Tokiyami contra Mina. PM. Over the loudspeaker, Tokiyami wins the fight. Bakugo. Forget it, getting up, it's my turn. Izuku. Suerte Kachan. Bakugo. Don't tell me what to do, leaving. Izuku. Son of a, angry. Momo. Shall we go? She said, calming the atmosphere. Izuku. Saguro. So the two friends headed to the stands to watch the fight between Bakugo and Kirishima. Once the order was given, the fight began. Without wasting any time, Kirishima hardened his skin and launched himself into the fight against Bakugo, but he hadn't counted on Bakugo having him perfectly measured. He managed to avoid each of his blows, keeping him at bay with his explosions. The redhead couldn't get close, but in a quick movement, he concentrated all his strength into a punch that hit the blonde's nose, who almost lost consciousness from that single attack. Still disoriented and staggering, he clasped his hands together, concentrating his sweat. Bakugo. Try this, Sharky Bag. Death explosion. The redhead could barely harden his skin when a huge explosion occurred, hitting him directly and generating a large curtain of smoke, which, when it dissipated, revealed Kirishima unconscious outside the arena. Midnight. Katsuki. Bakugo wins the fight. The whole stadium chanted his name. Although the first impression had been bad, he quickly became a favorite with the general public. Momo. Kirishima is really strong. Izuku. His quirk is quite useful. Both offensively and defensively, he's a badass. I think that along with Shoji or Sato, he's one of the strongest in the class. She said, smiling slightly. Momo. The world isn't on that list, she asked curiously. Izuku. The thing about the world is, it's strong, freaking strong. Its blows could break the chest of anyone without a resistant quirk, which is why I'm always limited in fights. Not to mention that using its full strength causes me considerable strain. He said something serious but with some luck and by restraining myself I won't make a donut out of anyone. Momo. What a shame, I was really looking forward to seeing our friends turned into donuts. He said sarcastically. PM. The next match will be between Tenya Iida and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Well, I guess it's my turn standing up. Tokiyami. Buena suerte Midoriya. Kaminari. Show us a real fight. Izuku. Thanks guys, I won't let you down, he said, giving a slight bow. The fighters would enter the arena. Midnight. Begin. Without further ado, the blue-haired boy would launch himself at the freckled boy at enormous speed, delivering a kick that the green-haired boy would luckily dodge by ducking, remaining only millimeters away from being hit. Izuku. He's fast, he thought to himself, don't call me Mr. Obvious, it's not like his quirk is being fast. Iida paused for a few moments at the edge of the arena, thinking about his next attack. Iida. I can't give him time to attack. Their engines began to spout impressive blue flames, leaving everyone expectant of what was about to happen, while Izuku, for his part, remained still, waiting for the moment to act. Izuku. Here it comes. And no sooner said than done, the blue-haired boy would go at his maximum speed, ready to kick Izuku. Izuku. The world. But before he realized it, the green-haired boy had disappeared, appearing behind him and preventing him from braking his engines, which by default caused him to leave the arena. Midnight. Midoriya Gana. The blue-haired boy was incredulous at how his partner had disappeared and reappeared behind him. Not only him, the entire stadium was amazed by this demonstration of what they thought was speed, with very few actually knowing what was happening. Without further ado, the green-haired boy would leave the arena, awaiting his next fight. The next fight would be between Bakugo and Tokiyami, which the blonde would win easily thanks to his quirk, since Dark Shadow was afraid of the dark, leaving him unprotected against the blonde's attack. PM. Ladies and gentlemen. This festival has had some of the best matches ever seen in UA history. But I'm not afraid to say that the next final match could be the best in the entire history of the Academy. The audience couldn't contain their excitement at what was possibly the best fight of the festival. PM. On one side, the King of Explosions, the Unchained Beast, Katsuki III Bakugo. The aforementioned man emerged from the tunnel, greeted by shouts and applause, while maintaining a slightly serious expression. PM. And on the other side, the calm but menacing boy from Class 1A, with formidable strength and an even bigger desire to win. Izuku Midoriya. The freckled boy also emerged from a tunnel and was received in the same way as his companion. They stood face to face, exchanging a look of pure rivalry. Midnight. You know how this fight works, pretty boys, no cheating, no dirty tricks. Let's begin. Despite the start signal, neither of them moved, remaining in the same initial position, leaving everyone in the place confused. In the stands. Kaminari. Why aren't they moving? Momo. Thinking they wait for the other to make the first move. Uraraka. She said as she and Momo looked at each other, it's the same thing they did in practice. On the sand, the atmosphere was more than tense. Neither of them made a single movement, but the tension would be broken by a light laugh from the blonde man. Bakugo. Always cautious, smiling. Izuku. You know how I am. I don't like to get too confident. Bakugo. Alright, let's get the party started. The blonde would propel himself with his explosions against the freckled one who would receive him with a blow from the world to the ribs, but the blonde, not to be left behind, would connect a blow to the freckled one's face who would move away a few meters to then unleash a blow from the world which would be dodged by the blonde but it would only be a distraction. Izuku. I've got you. The green-haired man, in a swift movement, would deliver a hook to the chin, then take out the world to deliver a series of kicks. Izuku, the world, young, 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 The ash-haired boy would be thrown to the other end of the arena, spitting out some blood as he struggled to his feet. The blows had been more powerful than those in hero practice. Izuku was definitely taking it seriously. Bakugo. Shit, tired. Izuku. Did you like that, buddy? Tired. Bakugo. We've only just begun. Broccoli, standing up. The blonde boy lunged again at the freckled boy, who received a blow to the stomach that knocked the wind out of him. He was then hit by an explosion that sent him crashing to the ground, but the green-haired boy quickly got up, landing a series of blows alternating between his fist and the world. He connected with a liver punch with his stance fist, finishing with one to the blonde boy's chin, leaving him disoriented. He was then hit by a spinning kick from Izuku, leaving him in serious trouble. Bakugo fell to the ground, and just as he was about to receive a blow from the world, he managed to break free, propelling himself with an explosion that embedded the stance fist in the ground. He was left in the air, clasping his hands together and beginning to spin. Bakugo. Let's see how you handle this, Izuku. It would begin to spin while generating a whirlwind of explosions around it, leaving everyone shocked. Bakugo. Explosive whirlwind. Izuku. Demonios. Open double angle bracket the world. Close double angle bracket. The blonde boy unleashed his whirlwind, destroying a large part of the arena and raising an immense curtain of smoke. As it dissipated, everyone could see large cracks in the sand, as well as Izuku, who had barely withstood the powerful attack, left with part of his suit torn and a thin trickle of blood running down his forehead, not to mention that he was only supporting himself on one knee, while Bakugo emerged from a crater caused by his explosion, painfully holding his arms. Bakugo. Don't get up, last warning. Izuku. Getting up, I could do this all day, tired. Thus, the two friends launched themselves at each other with bare fists. Bakugo landed a ferocious punch to the chin, which Izuku used to his advantage, grabbing Bakugo's arm and preventing him from blocking. He then began to savagely attack with powerful blows to Bakugo's chest. The blonde boy delivered a powerful knee strike to Izuku, causing both of them to back away in pain. But without stopping there, they both launched themselves fiercely, colliding with each other's faces and falling to the ground. Even with all that pain, they both slowly got to their feet once more. Bakugo threw a powerful headbutt, which Izuku answered with equal force. Bakugo. Shine, Izuku. Time. Before the astonished gaze of the entire stadium, they began to butt heads simultaneously, causing both of them to suffer significant facial injuries, with Izuku even breaking his nose. Finally, they separated, causing the freckled boy to close his eyes for a second in pain. The blonde boy took advantage of this to unleash a powerful explosion on the green-haired boy, which raised a large cloud of smoke. When it dissipated, it was revealed that the green-haired boy was no longer there, leaving both his friend and the stadium on high alert. Bakugo. What the hell? But he would realize that the freckled boy was behind him with a yellow aura surrounding him and his head down. Izuku. Yar days, raising his head. Well played, buddy, but, taking out the world. I win. The stand would fully form as Izuku raised his gaze, revealing a face full of determination. Bakugo. Shit. At that moment, the blonde man would receive a barrage of blows from the stand with no opportunity to dodge them. Izuku, the world. Young. Each of the blows hit exactly where they were supposed to, forcefully launching Bakugo out of the arena and dragging him across the field defeated. Present mic. Izuku Midoriya wins the UA Sports Festival. His dark-haired companion would only give a slight smile from beneath all his bandages. The entire stadium erupted in shouts and cheers for the green-haired boy, who was standing with considerable difficulty, but above all with a big smile on his face. Izuku. Did I win the festival? I really won. Happy. After that would come the ceremony where the 3 best would be given a medal. Ha 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 ha. Before the euphoric gaze of the stadium, the number 1 hero and symbol of peace would fall from the sky, making an impressive superhero landing, bringing with him the medals for the young people, ignoring the fact that Izuku had a bandage across his nose and Bakugo had them on his head and arms. Young Tokiyami, you proved to be one of the best hero candidates. With your strength and the power of Dark Shadow, you'll go far. Tokiyami. Thank you, Dark Shadow. Leaving. Thank you so much, All Might. I screamed while crying. Young Bakugo, congratulations on 2nd place. You'll surely be one of the best heroes in the world. You have incredible power within you, just work on your temper a little. Bakugo. Thank you so much, All Might, he said, hiding his fanaticism for the hero. Finally, the symbol of peace approached Izuku, who tried to hide his excitement but failed miserably. Young Midoriya, what can I say about you? You've shown unparalleled courage, strength capable of moving mountains, but above all, an unbreakable spirit. I can't wait to see what the future holds for you, but I'm certain it will be a bright one. Show the world they're not ready for a hero like you. Izuku. Thank you, All Might, crying a little. But the hero would whisper something in his ear. Whispering, come see me on the beach you cleaned with young Bakugo. The green-haired boy would simply nod in surprise that the hero knew he cleaned the beach. All Might would then address the audience, speaking to everyone. Everyone here put on an amazing show. The young people will prove that future generations only get better. Now everyone repeat after me. Plus ULTRAAAAAAAAA. Everyone. Plus Ultra. And in this way the UA Sports Festival would come to an end. In the Midoriya house. Inko. On the phone, did you see it? Did I see it? It was incredible. He managed to control his power in an amazing way. Inko. I told you he would become a great hero. My little Izuku, he wishes you were here to see it. It's a shame I'm not there, but at least I'll be able to go for a while. Work consumes too much of my time, but in a few months I'll be able to go and see you both. Inko. Yes, I can't wait to see his face when he finds out you're coming back. He's always the most excited whenever we talk about you. I know, I can't wait to be there. Well, I have to go, bye love. Goodbye. Love, hanging up. The UA festival had finally come to an end. Izuku said goodbye to his classmates and started walking home. As he walked, he thought about everything that had happened that afternoon. He still couldn't believe it. Once he arrived at his apartment, he opened the door and went inside. Izuku. Entering. Mom, I'm home. He couldn't finish speaking because his mother wrapped him in a huge hug while she shed some tears. Inko. You were amazing, son. I screamed while crying. Izuku. Thank you, Mom, he said happily as he returned the hug. Inko. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. I always knew that one day you would become a great hero. The 2 green-haired boys celebrated Izuku's victory, and he was greeted with katsudon, his favorite food. After celebrating, the green-haired boy remembered what All Might had told him, so he changed his clothes to go out. Inko. Izuku. Midoriya, where are you going so late at night? She questioned. Izuku. To the store, I answer nervously. After a few seconds of hesitation, the older woman simply sighed. Inko. Don't be long, son. Izuku happily left the apartment at high speed towards the beach he cleaned with Bakugo. Upon arriving, he could hear the sound of the waves reaching the shore, but he would not find anyone there. Izuku. Oh, I guess I'm too late. You're such a fool, Izuku. The world's greatest hero wants to talk to you, and you stand him up. He was a little annoyed with himself, resigned, and began to take a few steps away from the place, until he was stopped by a thin-looking man with large dark circles under his eyes and blonde hair. Who are you looking for, kid? The man would ask. Izuku. Oh, I'm not waiting for anyone, sir. I was just taking a walk to get some fresh air, that's all. Hey, weren't you the one who won the sports festival? Izuku. Oh yeah, it's me, he said, somewhat embarrassed. Congratulations, young man, you really did very well there. Izuku. Thank you very much, sir, he said, giving a small bow. excuse me, but I think it's time for me to go home. The green-haired boy turned to leave, but the man spoke. Why do you want to be a young hero? He would be surprised by such a question, especially coming from someone he didn't know. Just answer, kid. He was too insistent. He was about to simply leave, but something inside him made him stay. Call it intuition, but he knew he had to answer right there, right now. Izuku, I want to be a hero to give people hope. I want to save as many as possible. Hope makes us strong. It's our only weapon when everything else is lost. I seek to provide that, for my mere presence to bring security to others, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, to speak for those who cannot be heard, to be the light at the end of the tunnel. That's why I want to be a hero. They both wore big smiles. The blonde man was sure of the decision he was about to make, a decision that would completely change both of their destinies. Then, you're the one, young Midoriya. Izuku. Excuse me, he asked, confused. Before the freckled man's gaze, the once thin and emaciated man expelled a curtain of smoke, which, upon dissipating, revealed the very symbol of peace with a smile on his face. Izuku. All Might? Question in disbelief. That's right, young Midoriya. I wanted to know what your ideals of a hero were, and I wasn't wrong, so I want to ask you a question. Do you want to be my successor? The news came as a complete surprise to him. Izuku Midoriya, the successor to the great All Might. Izuku. What did you say? I've spent all these years searching for someone to be the next bearer of my power, one for all, the power to pass on power. A power as ancient as quirks themselves, passed down from generation to generation, destined to end evil incarnate. Izuku. That exists. Still in shock. That's right, young man, and you have the spirit of a true hero, so I'll ask you once more, young man. Do you want to be my successor? He thought about it for a few seconds. Was he really the right person for such a responsibility? It wasn't the time to doubt. If All Might had chosen him, it was because he saw something in him, and he couldn't deny that the idea of being the successor to the symbol of peace sounded incredible. Izuku. Yes, I want to determined. Then pulls out a hair. Eat it. Izuku. What? He asked, confused. My power is passed down through DNA, the easiest way being through hair, although if you want it could be through. Izuku. No, he protested, startled as is everything all right. With considerable hesitation, the boy would eat the hair, treating it with considerable disgust. Izuku. I don't feel anything. It takes a while to work. COOOOF. The hero would spit out a large amount of blood as he reverted to his skeletal form, falling to the ground and being assisted by Izuku. Izuku. All Might, scared. And no, it's nothing young, it's just the reason why I had to pass on my power. Years ago I fought against a villain. The strongest of all for one, the embodiment of evil. I managed to defeat him by disfiguring his face, but the damn thing managed to escape, leaving me this as a gift. He lifted his shirt, revealing a large black wound. It weakened me to such an extent that it was almost impossible for me to recover. If it weren't for One for All, I would have died. That's why I had to find a successor, so that the power wouldn't die with me. Izuku. Don't worry, All Might, your power is safe with me, he said seriously. I know, young Midoriya, because seeing you made me see myself when I was young. The man stood up and began to leave the place. Goodbye, young Izuku. Izuku. Goodbye, All Might. By the way, before I go, a piece of advice. Don't use One for All on just one part of your body, use it on your whole body. That way you'll avoid destroying your limbs. Believe me, I say this from experience. You could even manage it by percentages. Izuku. I'll keep that in mind. So the blonde boy left the place, leaving Izuku on the beach processing everything that had just happened, until his mother called him angrily. Inko. Izuku Midoriya, you'd better come back right now if you don't want me to throw away your Queen record collection. Izuku. Anything but that, mother. I screamed in fright. Time skip. We are in the classroom 1A. The boys were talking amongst themselves peacefully when suddenly their teacher entered, now without bandages and activating his quirk. Aizawa. Sentados. Izuku. It's good to see you without bandages, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa. It feels good, broccoli hairs. Izuku. Having a slight twitch in his eye, of course. At that point, the board would show the students' names with different bars and percentages in each one. Aizawa. Alright brats, these are the numbers of agencies I'll call each of you to go with. There you can gain a lot of experience working side by side with professional heroes, under their supervision of course. The graphs showed that the first three were Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki. Mineta. Why do those three have the biggest offers? Angrily shouted Aizawa. They were the ones who stood out the most in the sports festival. They actually fought and put in the effort, unlike you, Mineta, who just tried to grope your female classmates. Now shut up and sit down before I regret not expelling you on the first day, he said angrily. Mineta. Why yes sir. Aizawa. Alright, before we go, you'll decide on your hero names. You'll be helped by midnight. For me, entering the room. All the students would be mesmerized by the costume of the professional heroine. Aizawa. Yeah, her. Anyway, I'm going to sleep, he said, taking out his sleeping bag. Bakugo. I repeat, you should put some clothes on. Izuku. I still don't see what you mean, Kachan. Upon seeing his friend, he would realize that he once again had the world's hands on his face. Bakugo. Weird guy, whatever. Do you have anything planned for your nerdy name? Izuku. Not really. Each student would then write their hero name on a small slip of paper they were given, coming to the front to explain its meaning. Finally, it was our green-haired friend's turn, but he had no idea what his name should be, so he decided to leave it for later. Aizawa. Alright kids, that's all. Tomorrow you'll go to your respective agencies. Don't do anything stupid without me, leaving the room. Momo. Do you know where you're going, Midoriya? She asked curiously. Izuku. I still haven't decided. Bakugo. Well, make up your mind quickly. I'm leaving with Best Genist, and when I get back I'll be miles ahead of you, nerd. He said defiantly. Izuku. Ha, I want to see if you're really capable, Kachan. The boy would begin searching through the agency applications he had. Izuku. So, how's it going? Endeavor. The freckled boy didn't expect the number 2 hero to want him in his agency. Todoroki. So I'm sending you one too, he said, moving closer. Izuku. Oh, hi, you going Todoroki? Todoroki. I have to learn to control my fire and only he can help me, so yes, unfortunately I'll go, but tell me, will you go? Izuku. It's a great opportunity, we're talking about the number 2 hero, I'm surprised he wants me in his agency despite how I spoke to him but. I guess so. Todoroki. Then I'll see you there tomorrow, Midoriya. Leaving the classroom. Bakugo. That traumatized guy is pretty sociable, isn't he? Izuku. I guess so, I'm glad. Maybe the best way to fix other people's traumas is with blows, but anyway, I have to go. Momo. We'll accompany you to the exit, Midoriya. Izuku. Of course, happy. Thus, the three friends would go to their respective homes after leaving. The next day, they were all at the subway station to go to their agencies, and while they waited for each other to leave they chatted. Kirishima. So, old Endeavor, you'd better not leave us so far behind. Tokiyami. This is a great opportunity, Midoriya, don't waste it. Izuku. Thanks guys, but it's nothing special. I trust Endeavor will be able to teach me how to be an efficient hero. Momo. I'm sure he did, he must have seen all your potential at the festival. Bakugo. Or how susceptible you are to breaking your nose. Momo. Leave him alone, Bakugo. Bakugo. I'm just telling the truth, Ponytail, and what about that weirdo? Pointing at Todoroki. Hey, half and half. Don't get too cocky, your depressed emo mask doesn't work on me. Todoroki. Don't talk to me, Bakugo, serious. Bakugo. What the hell did you say to me? Angry. He would throw himself at the bicolor but would be stopped by the world who held him by the back of his shirt as if he were an angry cat. Izuku. Calm down, Kachan. There's no need to fight. We're all teammates and we'll improve together, letting go. Todoroki. Our subway has arrived, Midoriya. Izuku. Oh yeah, see you guys. Momo. Bakugo. Goodbye. Jodanese. The bi-colored one and the green-haired one would go together towards the Endeavor Agency, both would remain silent the whole way in what was a rather awkward silence until they arrived. Izuku. Phew, that was a long trip, and well. Ready? He asked. Todoroki. See. They both entered and were greeted by the receptionist, who, upon seeing Shoto, let him and Izuku in. The two knocked on the door of Endeavor's office and were met with a, "Come in." Endeavor. So you both came, huh? He said seriously. Shoto. That's right, Endeavor. Perfect, standing up now. Let's start training, brats. The internships at the Endeavor agency had begun. After arriving with Endeavor, the boys began training with the hero. He made them fight each other with and without their quirks to improve their stamina. During those 2 days of training, Izuku, following All Might's advice, began to control OFA through percentages. Although it was difficult at first, he managed to control 8%, which he called, "one for all, full cowl." Obviously, he had to lie to Endeavor and Shoto, saying that OFA was just another way to use his quirk. We are on the penultimate day of the agencies, and Endeavor decided to go out on patrol with the boys so that they could gain experience. Izuku. Why did we go out on patrol on the last day? He asked. Endeavor. So they can gain experience by defeating minor villains. Izuku. Couldn't we do that the other days? Endeavor. They weren't ready. Shoto still has trouble controlling his fire, while you, he said, pointing at Izuku, are more impulsive than anything. At the first opportunity, you launch an attack without considering the consequences. Izuku. I plead guilty, he said, raising both hands. Todoroki. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen today. Izuku. Oh yeah, I don't think so. With the number 2 hero on patrol, I don't think anyone would dare to. The freckled boy couldn't finish speaking because he saw several people start running because of several Nomus, which, despite being much smaller than the USJ, attacked people mercilessly. Endeavor. Evacuate the people, brats, jumping into battle. The two boys began evacuating people from the place while they were talking. Todoroki. You think they're like the ones from the USJ? Izuku. I don't think so, watching as Endeavor incinerated one, they're weaker. Todoroki. I'll go help the heroes, evacuate everyone you can, he said, running with more heroes who had arrived at the scene. Izuku. I understand. The freckled boy would continue evacuating people when suddenly he would hear a noise in an alley, so he would go to investigate, finding an unconscious hero on the wall and Iida about to be killed by the famous hero killer Stain. The freckled boy, without wasting time, would launch himself at the antihero, punching him with the world, sending him flying. The world. Muda. Stain. Ah. Falling to the ground. The villain slowly recovered, using his katana for support, and glanced at Izuku, who was standing and walking until he stood in front of Iida. Stain. Back off, kid. Let me finish off those fake heroes, angry. Izuku. Standing in front of Iida, I can't let you kill them. Stain. Haven't they told you to mind your own business? Izuku. That's what a hero does, right? Taking out the world's. He's sticking his nose where it doesn't belong. Stain took another, closer look at the young man, especially at his eyes. He stared at him intently. He saw no doubt in his gaze, only determination. He knew he had a heroic spirit, but his instinct told him to get out of there. Inside the boy, even if unconsciously, there was a threatening aura, even to Stain himself. Stain. Pointing at him with his katana. I've met many heroes throughout my life, but you, deep down you understand, kid, those eyes, even you know these heroes don't deserve the title. Why don't you just let me work and save yourself the life? The young man looked behind him and saw Iida clenching his fists in rage. He had learned from the news about his brother, who had been left paralyzed by Stain. He had tried to speak with him before leaving for his agency, but Stain left quickly. He knew Iida was there out of pure revenge. Izuku. Maybe so, maybe they're idiots, he said, seeing Iida's confused expression. But we all make mistakes in this life, and as a hero it's my duty to show the way so we don't fall into the same traps. Everyone deserves a second chance. Do you believe in them, you hero killer? He shouted angrily. The antihero just smiled as he lunged at the freckled boy, who managed to dodge Stain's katana slash and then tried to hit him with the world, which Stain dodged by jumping back. Izuku. It's fast. Iida. Go away, Midoriya. This isn't your fight. Furious shout. The green-haired boy simply ignored the blue-haired boy, then assumed an attack position, beginning to breathe slowly and in a controlled manner. Red lines quickly appeared all over his body, accompanied by yellow lightning. Izuku. Full cowl. Stain. 2 quirks. Lunging at the freckled boy again. Izuku would likewise launch himself against Stain, managing to take him by surprise thanks to his speed, connecting with a blow to his face causing the anti-hero to spit some blood, but he would respond with a kick to the freckled boy's ribs who, despite the pain, would take out his stand launching a series of kicks with the world. The world. Young, 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 young. The blows would impact the antihero's chest, breaking more than one rib. He would be thrown against one of the walls spitting blood. Izuku. Damn it. I still can't control one for all. If he keeps attacking like this, I'll get tired and we'll be finished. But suddenly the freckled boy had an idea, so he would take out his cell phone and send his location to the bicolored boy in the hope that he would come to help him. The anti-hero would once again launch himself at the green-haired boy who was ready to attack, but Stain quickly threw a kunai at the defenseless Iida. Izuku quickly got in front, managing to catch the kunai but ending up with his back turned. Unfortunately, he could not dodge another attack and consequently was hit by Stain's sword, receiving a large cut in his back. Izuku. Shit, Stain. I win, he said while licking the blood from his sword. The freckled boy suddenly felt a current pass through his body. He tried to move in vain. His body was completely paralyzed. Izuku. What the hell? Stain. The way you rushed in to help without hesitation, your words before our fight. You've proven yourself a true hero, so I'll let you live, but he said, pointing at Iida, he must die. The freckled boy felt powerless as he watched Stain about to pierce the blue-haired boy when a large burst of flame shot out towards the anti-hero, making him retreat. Stain. Great, more brats annoyed, get out of here, kid, the daycare's closed. Todoroki. Sorry I'm late, approaching the freckled boy. Izuku. Todoroki. Don't let him cut you. If he licks your blood, you'll be paralyzed. Stain. He figured out how my quirk works. Amazed, this kid is a box of surprises. Todoroki. I understand. Before he could continue, Stain was already in front of him, about to cut off his arm, but the bicolored boy pushed him away with his flames and then launched a pillar of ice, which Stain dodged. He used it to propel himself towards Todoroki, but before he could reach him. Izuku, the world. Muda. The anti-hero would be hit by the green-haired boy who had freed himself from the paralysis, sending Stain flying who would crash into the ice. Stain. Shit, he's free, he thought, getting up with difficulty. Izuku. I assume your quirk is based on paralyzing people with their blood starting to walk as well as deducing that time is based on how much blood you manage to ingest. I've got you in my game, Stain. Pointing at him, your next line will be, damn stupid kids. Right, Stain. You damn idiot kids. Huh. I shouted in astonishment. Izuku. Just a little trick I learned. Both young men would stand in front of Iida to protect him. Iida. Get out. This isn't your fight. Izuku. Stop talking nonsense. I know what he did to your brother, but do you really think that's what a hero would do? Seek revenge. We're responsible for everyone's safety. We have to stop the fighting. Do not cause them. Iida. Aye. Todoroki. Izuku. Stain was already in front of the boys about to cut them. Izuku would get into a fighting position, but Iida, freeing himself from the paralysis, would give him an axe kick, making him crash brutally to the ground. Iida. I'm sorry for putting you guys in this situation. It wasn't heroic, but it won't happen again. Todoroki. At least he reconsidered. Izuku. Watching as Stain stood up. Persistent bastard. Iida. Let's go together. Todoroki. Attack him from afar with your fire and ice. Iida. Todoroki. Understood. Stain. Come on, you kids. The anti-hero would launch himself at the boys, as would the green-haired and the blue-haired boy, who would greet Stain with a kick to the ribs, sending him against a wall. But before he could hit the wall, he would be met by the green-haired boy, who, with the help of Todoroki, who created small pillars of ice, propelled himself to deliver a ferocious blow to the face with OFA at 10%, then finished him off with a blow from the world to the ribs, sending him crashing brutally to the floor. Stain. Struggling to lift them. Damn it. I underestimated them too much. I can't even stand up. Without wasting any time, the blue-haired boy would launch himself at full speed against Stain, kicking him with all his might, sending him flying upwards. But Stain, with the help of one of the walls, would propel himself forward, launching himself at the blue-haired boy, who could not move because of his maximum speed. Todoroki, Midoriya, Izuku, at great speed, launched himself at Stain, managing to pull him within his range. Izuku, Zawarudo, Secando Su stand. Open double angle bracket time stands still close double angle bracket. The freckled boy would step in front of Stain, who was about to cut Iida with his katana. Izuku, Yar Yar, taking out the world goodbye Stain. The world, young, 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 young. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal close double angle bracket. Stain. Ag HHHHH. The antihero would be brutally flung out of the alley with several broken bones, alerting the heroes who had managed to defeat the Nomus. Endeavor. Arriving. What the hell happened here? The hero just stared at the scene of the hero killer lying unconscious on the floor and 3 students and a hero injured. The freckled boy collapsed on the ground, exhausted, after Endeavor and the other heroes arrived. Todoroki. Midoriya, approaching. Izuku. I'm fine, Todoroki. I think I overdid it a bit, getting up Stain was a real pain. The other heroes, except for Endeavor, would be in shock after what the green-haired boy said. Was he the one who defeated the hero killer himself? Endeavor. I really wasn't wrong to give you that invitation to my agency, brat. You're a box full of surprises. Izuku. Midoriya. Izuku. Don't give me all the credit, Shoto helped me too, as did Iida, pointing at the latter who was being scolded by the hero of his agency. After that, the 3 students were taken to the hospital to be treated for the injuries left by Stain. In the hospital, the 3 boys were lying on stretchers. Izuku had several bandages on his arms as did Iida, while Shoto only had a small one on his wrist, all while an awkward silence filled the room until the blue-haired boy decided to break it. Iida. I wanted to apologize. My actions resulted in injuries. I didn't act like a hero, and that's why I apologize, he said, head bowed. I put you in unnecessary danger just for my stupid revenge. Izuku. There's no need to apologize. I probably would have done the same in your place, but it's good that you recognize you were wrong. Smiling. We're heroes after all, we should support each other. Todoroki. Just don't do it again. Iida. Thank you guys. Happy you're great people. Then the bedroom door opened, revealing a man with a dog's head, or a dog with a human body. Kenji. Good afternoon young people, I am Chief of Police Kenji Suragame. First of all I want to thank you for arresting the hero killer Stain. Woof. Iida. It wasn't anything official, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Izuku. Did it just bark? He thought to himself, confused. Kenji. Young people, although you apprehended the killer, you used your gift without the authorization of a professional, much less their supervision. As you know, this is a serious crime in this country, so you must be punished. But then the bicolor player would get up angrily from the stretcher. Todoroki. So what were we supposed to do? Let Iida and the other hero die, angry. Izuku. Calm down, Todoroki. Standing up, there's no need to get so worked up. I guess the officer's right. Kenji. Let me continue, young man. The bicolor would calm down a little. Kenji. Although the law dictates that they must be sanctioned, in your case I came to propose another option. Iida. And that would be it. Kenji. Endeavor gets the credit for defeating Stain, and you're free, or. The 3 of them. We accept. Shouting. Kenji. Wow. They didn't think twice, I expected a little hesitation at least, but it's fine, that's all, I'll be going now. Woof. The officer would then leave the room, leaving the boys alone again. Izuku. He barked again. The next morning, both the green-haired boy and the bicolored boy would prepare their things to return to Ua. At the entrance of the Endeavor agency. Endeavor. I hope to see you both back at my agency someday, kids. You both have monstrous potential. Izuku. You can be sure of that, sir. Todoroki. Whatever, starting to walk. Endeavor. Izuku. Izuku. Yes, sir. The young man thought he was about to talk about his son and his attitude, but nothing could be further from the truth. Endeavor. Burning told me that you and she made a bet and you lost. She was wondering when you were going to give her back her money and stuff. Izuku. About that. The world. The boy disappeared from the scene before the confused eyes of the pro-hero, while Izuku appeared next to Todoroki, who preferred not to even ask, so both boys went to the train station to meet up with their friends at Ua. Once at the academy, we found ourselves in classroom 1A, where both Kaminari and Kirishima were laughing at Bakugo. Bakugo. Stop laughing, you damn extras, angry. Kaminari. Ha 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 ha, what happened to your hair? Bakugo, laughing. The explosive blonde's hair was styled in an unusual way, being slicked back with gel. Bakugo. Go to hell. Izuku. Arriving with Todoroki. Why all the commotion? The boy would notice his classmate's hair. Izuku. What the hell happened to your hair? He asked with a terrified expression on his face. Bakugo. Nothing. At that moment the boy's hair returned to normal. Kirishima. He's back, ha 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 ha. Momo. Approaching. Hi guys. Izuku. Ola Yaoyorozu. Bakugo. Ponytail. Momo. How did your internships go? Excited. Bakugo. Izuku. Horrible. Great. Momo. I'm glad to hear that. Izuku. What? Momo. Well, she said sadly they made me and the president of the Kendo Class B model for a commercial instead of learning about heroes and stuff. Izuku. I see. Aizawa. Entering. Sit down. Everyone would obey their teacher's order. Aizawa. I imagine you were catching up on what you saw during your internships, so I've decided that to check how well your internships went, you'll go to a training session with All Might. Everyone. Understood. Aizawa. Everyone. Aizawa. Well, get out of here, I want to sleep. Thus the whole class would go to their test with AM, which consisted of a race through a fake city which had several pipes between them to make the exercise more difficult. The first team of students to compete against each other in the race would be Izuku, Shiro, Iida y Aoyama. In the camera room, Mina. Who do you think will win? Intrigued. Kaminari. I think Shiro can swing with his ribbons. Kirishima. I think Iida, after all, speed is his main strength. Bakugo. Va Iganar Izuku. Kaminari. Midoriya, he said, confused. Tokiyami. Don't take this the wrong way, Bakugo, but I think Midoriya's quirk is the least suitable for a race, especially considering his opponents. Bakugo. Wanna bet? Mockingly. Both. Agreed. Momo. Approaching. Do you really think he'll win? Bakugo. That nerd always has an ace up his sleeve, besides, I never lose bets that have to do with him. Momo. What? She asked incredulously. AM. Over the loudspeaker. Begin. Iida would take off at full speed without even thinking. Aoyama propelled himself with his laser while Shiro swung with his ribbons, but the freckled boy stayed still in his place. In the living room. Why isn't it moving? Kaminari. Haha, I think you'll have to start paying up, Bakugo. Bakugo. Don't do this to me now, Izuku angrily shouted. Momo. Look, she shouted, pointing at the screen. Through the cameras they could see how yellow rays began to emerge from the freckled boy while he kicked up some dust. Kirishima. What the hell? Surprised. In the countryside. Izuku. Okay, let's try this. One for all, full cowl 15%. He whispered to himself. Suddenly, the green-haired boy began to run at high speed, propelling himself with the help of the world, dodging obstacles and using buildings for momentum, running across rooftops and jumping to other buildings. He quickly overtook Aoyama and Shiro, who, distracted, ended up crashing into a wall, nearly catching up with Iida and leaving them both surprised. Izuku. To your left, overtaking Iida thanks to the boost he got from the world. Iida. What the hell? The green-haired boy quickly reached the finish line, winning the army to the surprise of all his comrades. I wasn't wrong to choose him as my successor. He's managed to control OFA in an impressive way. Young Midoriya wins. The freckled boy and his companions would calmly return to the room, although breathing somewhat heavily. In the living room, the other boys in the class were shocked by the freckled boy's agility. Even Bakugo himself was surprised by how the freckled boy shot lightning from his body, but he would leave that for later. Bakugo. Ha, pay up, idiots. Kaminari. Damn it, giving him some bills. Kirishima. Damn it, paying. Tokiyami. I guess you have to know how to lose, he said with a sigh, taking out the money. At that moment, the green-haired boy and his companions entered the room. Izuku. What are you doing, Kachan? Approaching. Bakugo. Business, buddy. Counting money. Izuku. Hey, you promised Aunt Mitsuki you'd stop gambling, Kachan, angry. Bakugo. I'll give you half if you don't tell the witch extending the money. Izuku. Tell her what? Grabbing the money. Momo. Midoriya. Izuku. Yes, Yaoyorozu. Counting the money. Mina. What was that? Izuku. What was it? Putting the money in his pocket. Uraraka. Those lightning bolts that came out of you. They were even like Kaminari's, she exclaimed in surprise. Izuku. That's nervous. I discovered another way to use my quirk. I just used the power of the world in my body lying. Kirishima. It was awesome, bro. Did you give it a name? Izuku. Well, he would quickly look around for something to save himself, seeing Mineta eating a sandwich. Izuku. It's called Hammon. Everyone was stunned by the claim, but somehow his lie worked. Kaminari. What a great old name. Izuku. Thanks, I guess. Bakugo was not satisfied with the explanation. Looking closely at Izuku, he noticed something had changed in him. His muscles had increased significantly, as had his height. Something was happening, and he was determined to find out what it was. All right, young people, those who follow. At the end of the day, All Might had asked Izuku to come see her at her office. In All Might's office, in his thin form I see you already control a percentage of OFA. Izuku. That's right. Sitting. Tell me, young Midoriya, how much power can you currently use? Izuku. 8% maximum, 15% if I exceed that number I start to get too tired, not to mention that using it together with the world is a considerable waste of energy. Considering how long ago I gave it to you, you've progressed quickly. Don't hesitate to tell me about any progress you make with One for All. I definitely wasn't wrong to choose you as my successor. But they both turned pale when they heard the office door open, letting the young man from the explosions in. Bakugo. Entering, so that's what it was all about. Why young B Bakugo, scared. Izuku. Kachan, scared. Bakugo. All Might. Is Izuku, he said, imitating them. Both would react in a frightened manner. All Might was about to knock him out with one punch if necessary, but Izuku intervened. Izuku. Don't worry, All Might, he's trustworthy. I've known him since we were kids. Bakugo. I wanted to know what you were hiding, nerd, and boy, were you keeping a huge secret? I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore, transforming into his muscular form. Bakugo. Wow, so you really are All Might, what happened to you? Please take a seat, young Bakugo. The hero would begin to tell him everything from how he got the wound that limited his time as a hero to how he found the freckled boy whom he decided to make his successor. That's the story of why I needed a successor and why I can't continue being a hero much longer. My days are numbered. If I didn't quickly find someone to leave my power to, they would die along with me, he said, lowering his head. Bakugo. That villain must have been really strong if he managed to incapacitate you, especially since it was your best moment, he said, frightened. Izuku. Now that I think about it, you never told me in detail about that villain. That villain is All for One. The symbol of evil was the one who killed my teacher, the previous One for All holder. He was the one who incapacitated me. He murdered the other One for All holders. Since our power was first inherited, it became the responsibility of each of the holders to stop him. Everyone before me failed, even I failed. I managed to defeat him, but he escaped, and we don't know where he is. It is the duty of young Midoriya, as the one for all holder, to stop him. Izuku. Me? He asked, confused. Why me? OFA was created with the sole purpose of stopping all for one and ending him forever. It's a battle that's destined to happen, and I assure you it will. One for all contra all for one. Good versus evil, sooner or later that battle will come. I didn't want to put so much weight on your shoulders, but it's best you know. Your goal as the bearer of our power is to finish what the first bearer started. Bakugo. So now the nerd has the duty to stop that monster. That's right. Izuku lowered his head. Did he have to bear all that responsibility? It was an enormous weight to think about, but one thing was clear: if anyone could fulfill that task, it was him. He had to be the one to finish what his predecessors started. Izuku. Standing up. Then I promise you that, like my predecessors, I will fight, and I assure you that when that day comes, good will triumph, he said with determination. Bakugo. Standing up. I won't let you take all the credit, nerd. I'll help you with whatever is necessary, and when the day comes to fight, I'll be by your side. There's no doubt about it, young people, you will be great heroes. Smiling. Izuku. So, Kachan, the aforementioned would turn to look at him. How did you hear us? Bakugo. They didn't close the door properly, be grateful that nobody was there. Izuku. The next day in Class 1A, Aizawa was finishing his class until he made an announcement. Aizawa. Alright, kids, I wanted to let you know some news that might cheer you up a bit. Capturing his students' attention. We'll soon be holding a camp where we'll push your quirks to their limits. Mina. Great, happy. Kaminari. It'll be fun. Aizawa. Fun, he said, giving a smile that sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Not so fast. First, there will be a written exam and a practical one to decide who will go, so you'd better start studying. That's all. Don't bother me. Getting into a sleeping bag. Mina. I speak very fast. Approaching Momo. Momo, please help me study. Kaminari. Me too, please. Kirishima. Me too. Momo. Guys, happily, of course I'll help you. We could even have a tea party. And Izuku. Wow, he's really excited to help. Bakugo. I'll say that again, let's eat, I'm hungry. The whole class would leave to go to the dining room where the green-haired boy, along with Bakugo and Momo, would sit together, and Kirishima and Tokiyami would join them. Izuku. Wow, you were really excited to help the boys, Yaoyorozu. Momo. Embarrassed. What can I say, I like to help. Happy. Tokiyami. Aren't you worried about the exams, Midoriya? Izuku. More than anything because of the theory, I think I can manage just fine in the practical part. Kirishima. Show off, we already know you're strong, Izubro, he said smiling. Izuku. Thanks Kirishima. Hey Kachan, I wanted to ask you. The green-haired boy couldn't continue because someone hit him on the head with their elbow. Monoma. Wow, I thought you'd have better reflexes, mockingly. Bakugo. What the hell is wrong with you, angry? Kirishima. That's not manly, dude. They both stood up angrily while Monoma looked at them with a superior smile. Monoma. It's just that I thought the strongest in Class A could handle anything, haha. Bakugo. Of course I can handle anything. But poor Izuku can't even stand his mother's yelling. A comment to which Tokiyami and Momo would react by raising an eyebrow. Monoma. They're both just second-rate compared to the magnificent Class B. Izuku. Calm down, don't turn it into a donut, angry. Monoma. Also, what kind of haircut is that, mockingly. Bakugo went into shock. Even he knew that messing with Izuku's hair was crossing a line, one that no one should cross. Bakugo. Shit, Izuku, wait, Izuku. I'm going to kill him, standing up. The green-haired boy was about to lunge at Monoma but was stopped by Bakugo and Kirishima, who barely managed to contain him, while Monoma was knocked out by Kendo. Sorry about that, guys. Lifting Monoma up, I only lost sight of him for a second. Momo. Nothing Kendo, try to keep him away next time. Bakugo. Calm down, Izuku, holding Izuku. Izuku. I'm going to kill that stupid bastard. He messes with my hair. Angry. The freckled boy managed to calm down after a while, being released by Bakugo. Momo. It really bothers you when people talk badly about your hair, huh? She asked, somewhat surprised. Izuku. I have my reasons. Momo. I see, Tokiyami. Totally understandable, my friend. The boy from the darkness took a sip of his chicken soup under the bewildered gaze of his friends. Tokiyami. What, do I have something on my face? After that small incident, they would return to the classroom. Days later, finally, the day of the written exam had arrived, which, thanks to Momo's help, several would manage to pass. Mina. That was easier than I thought. Kaminari. I agree. Bakugo. Sure, it's easy after they helped you, he said, giving him a light tap on the head. Kaminari. That sounds bad. Kirishima. So, what do you think the practical exam will be about? Mina. They'll probably be robots. Aizawa. Entering. Go to the locker rooms. Kids, put on your suits and follow me. The students would go to the changing rooms to put on their suits. In the men's locker room, everyone was changing peacefully until Mineta. Midoriya, look at this. Izuku. What's wrong, Mineta? Mineta. Pointing to a hole in the wall. This is a gift from our ancestors. Iida. Mineta, that's not heroic swimming, he said, making robotic movements. Mineta. Just imagine, we could see the girls naked. He couldn't finish speaking because in an instant he was thrown into a locker which closed with him inside. Izuku. You little pervert. The green-haired boy was surrounded by a yellow aura. After that, all the students would go to their teacher, who was with the other teachers. Aizawa. All right brats, the practical exam is about to begin. Mina. And the robots, she said trembling. Aizawa. Hey, smiling. I think you already know that this time you won't be fighting robots, kids. Nezu. Emerging from Aizawa's bandages. They'll fight us. Kaminari. Damn it. Aizawa would announce the names of the pairs who would fight against the professionals until it was the freckled boy's turn. Aizawa. Midoriya, you'll team up with Bakugo and fight against. A great roar was heard in the sky, and before everyone's incredulous gaze, the very symbol of peace fell from the sky, giving a big smile. Falling from the sky. Against me, Izuku, Bakugo. Mirda. Both young men would go to the place where the fight against the professional would take place, which was the same fake city where the entrance exam was held. Bakugo. So, you got a plan, nerd? He asked seriously. Izuku. We just have to cross the finish line or put the handcuffs on him, right? It doesn't sound that complicated. Bakugo. And you seriously think it'll be easy? We're going up against the fucking symbol of peace. Izuku. We just have to stick together and not do anything stupid, Kachan. Bakugo. You're an expert at doing stupid things. Aizawa. Into a microphone begin. Both young men began running through the city looking for a way out to end the encounter, although suspiciously everything was going very easily, giving Izuku a bad feeling. Izuku. Running. I feel like something bad is going to happen. Bakugo. Now that you mention it, The blonde boy couldn't continue as he was sent flying by a powerful blow from the professional who had appeared out of nowhere. Before the freckled boy could do anything, he was grabbed by the face and then punched in the stomach, sending him crashing into a wall along with his partner. What's going on, heroes? Are you planning to stay there all day? Mockingly come here and give me a challenge. Bakugo. Damn it, standing up with difficulty. All Might is terrifying as a villain. Izuku. We've already agreed on something. Standing up with difficulty. Okay Kachan, at my signal you unleash an explosion with everything you've got. Bakugo. Understood. The number one hero would launch himself once again against the boys who were ready. Izuku. Now, in a swift movement, Bakugo unleashed a massive explosion at the hero, creating a smokescreen. The freckled boy used this smoke to his advantage, striking the professor in the face with 15% of his OFA power, managing to stagger him slightly. However, the pro, with inhuman speed, grabbed the young men by the head, slamming them together. He then threw the green-haired boy far away, remaining with the blonde boy, holding him by the neck. Bakugo attempted to attack him with one hand while freeing himself with the other. What's up, young Bakugo? They couldn't even get me a scratch, smiling. But the young man would put his hand in front of the hero's face, who was surprised. Bakugo, with his other hand, would put his finger on the safety of his grenade. Bakugo. Do you know something, All Might? My sweat is like nitroglycerin. That's what allows me to create explosions. I designed my suit so these bracelets would collect my sweat, and that's how I do this. The boy would pull a part of his bracelet, releasing an immense explosion that sent the hero flying, freeing him as his grenade burst from the force of the impact. So, once on the ground, Bakugo began to rapidly launch small explosive shots at All Might, who had to cover himself with his arms to avoid taking damage. Bakugo. Explosive shots. All Might looked impressed. He didn't know the blonde was capable of concentrating his shots with such precision, but even so, that made them less powerful than a normal one. I must admit that was a good attack standing up, but it won't be enough. At great speed he charged at Bakugo, who was left on the ground being subdued by All Might's hand, who was holding him by his chest. Bakugo. Damn it, subdued. I thought they'd cause more trouble. Serious, it's a bit disappointing, young Bakugo. Bakugo. What do you find so funny, young man? Confused. Bakugo. Didn't you see up there? Mockingly. What? Turning around. From the sky, you could see the green-haired boy falling with a steamroller. Izuku. Road roller, hitting with it. Bakugo would take advantage of the freckled boy's attack to escape from the hero, who would then be hit directly by the steamroller and begin to be crushed. Something like that. Damn it. Trying not to get crushed. Izuku. It's late, All Might. You can't escape. Pulling out the world full cow. Hammon. The green-haired man would not give up, starting to hit the steamroller with one for all at 15% and with the world. Izuku. Young. The freckled boy would deliver one last blow, crushing the hero, before getting off the steamroller. In the camera room, Kaminari. What the hell was that? Midoriya, scared. Kirishima. Where the hell did he get a steamroller from? Todoroki. It's a good thing there weren't any steamrollers around during our fight, he thought, somewhat scared. All the other students were speechless. They had just seen their classmate crush the hero with a steamroller. Quite a scene. Beardevan for Aizawa, who still couldn't quite understand what the hell had happened. Back in the fight, Izuku. Getting off the steamroller. See, I think I overdid it. Tired, let's go to the exit. Starts running. Bakugo. Is it true that it can't be freed? Tired. Izuku. No. Bakugo. What? Suddenly there was a loud crash behind them. The steamroller was sent flying by a blow from the symbol of peace which emerged from the crater caused by the attack, showing a terrifying smile. This isn't over yet, heroes. Angry. Bakugo. Tell me you have another plan. Tired. Izuku. I have it. It's my backup plan. Serious. Bakugo. So what do we do? Izuku. We used our legs and. Bakugo. So what? The green-haired boy turned around and started running. Izuku. Never gu kachan. In a hurry. Bakugo. Shit. Starts running. Unfortunately, the hero arrived alongside the green-haired boy, punching him and sending him crashing into a building, interrupting his legendary technique. I won't say anything about it. Bakugo. Damn it. What do I do now? I have no energy left and not one of my grenades and, wait. I know. Izuku. Izuku. On the floor, why yes, with difficulty. Bakugo. All Might said your hair sucks. I hope this works. Seriously, young Bakugo, he said, disappointed. Do you really think Midoriya would fall for something so trivial? Izuku. What did he do? Standing up. What the hell? He said in amazement. The freckled boy would begin to walk with difficulty towards All Might while being surrounded by an aura and yellow rays. The world would form in a threatening way, showing a new facet. Its face was one of anger. Come on, Midoriya, your stand can't do enough damage to me. If your classmates can withstand its attacks, they won't do anything to me. Izuku. But there's something you don't know, All Might, summoning the world. Whenever I use the world against my teammates, I hold back because if I used it at full power, I'd be exhausted and could kill someone, but you have incredible stamina, so why hold back? I'll use my last ounce of energy to defeat you. Angry the world. Maldi. Open double angle bracket time stands still close double angle bracket. The freckled one activates the full cowl at 22%, starting to hit him while using the world with all his power. The world Izuku. Young. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal, close double angle bracket. Spitting blood. The hero would be sent flying with force, crashing brutally into several buildings. Izuku. Arrivederci, falling unconscious. Bakugo. Approaching. I didn't think this shit would work so well. Carrying Izuku. With his last bit of strength, the blonde man carried his friend to the starting line, winning the match, and then collapsed unconscious like his friend. Aizawa. Over the loudspeaker. Bakugo and Midoriya win. In the camera room, Mina. What happened? She said incredulously. Kaminari. He always held back. Kirishima. And he sent All Might flying. Tokiyami. Why did I insult her hair that contained strength? Momo. Midoriya and Bakugo are amazing. Todoroki. I don't think I want a rematch anymore. Aizawa. Alright, brats, calling the students' attention. I know you're surprised by your classmates' power, and I'm surprised too, to be honest, but let the battles continue. After the fight, both the youngsters and the older one would be taken by the UA robots to the infirmary. Izuku. Waking up. Damn it. Where am I? Bakugo. On the stretcher next to him. Italy. You're part of a group of transvestite mobsters, with difficulty. Izuku. Funny, how did we get to the infirmary? Bakugo. After defeating All Might you fainted. I managed to carry you across the finish line, but after crossing I fainted. Izuku. All Might. Incredulous. On the other stretcher in her skinny form. It really bothers you when they insult your hair, doesn't it? Izuku. Am I insulting my hair? Bakugo. I told you he did it to make you angry and attack him, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. You didn't have that kind of strength before. Where did that increase in strength for the world come from? Izuku. I think it was one for all, he said, looking at his hand. Even though he already had incredible strength, with one for all his abilities are surpassing his limits, even mine. Before entering UA, I was shorter than Kachan, and now we're the same height. Bakugo. Arrogant. It makes sense to me. Suddenly the door opened, revealing Recovery Girl. RG. They finally woke up approaching. Izuku. Recov. He couldn't finish speaking because he was hit on the head by Recovery Girl with her cane. Izuku. Why did he hit me? Angry. RG. You idiot. I warned you I didn't want to see you here again, and you, approaching AM and hitting him. You should have controlled yourself. Look what you did to these stupid kids. I'm sorry, she said, lowering her head. Izuku. And the class. RG. Oh, they left 2 hours ago. Classes are over, kid. Bakugo. Those extras didn't even come to see how we are, he said, frowning. RG. Actually, a dark-haired girl came to ask how they were. I told her they would be asleep for another couple of hours. Izuku. Bakugo. Yaoyorozu Kolada. Horse. Can we leave now? RG. Just let me check them out. They're experts at spreading themselves in combat, you fools. After the nurse checked them out, the three of them would go to their respective homes. Casa Midoriya. Izuku. Entering I'm here. Inko. Izuku. Hugging him you had me worried. Izuku. I'm sorry, Mom. Bakugo house. Bakugo. Entering which, I'm here. Mitsuki. From the living room. Should I applaud you or what? The next day in Class 1A, Bakugo would enter through the door and find his classmates. Bakugo. Entering the strongest in the class has arrived. Todoroki. Approaching Midoriya. Izuku. Exactly, Todoroki. Arriving I'm here. Bakugo. Disrespect is rampant around here. Angrily. Momo. Guys, approaching you had me worried, what happened? Izuku. I'm sorry Yaoyorozu, we were in the infirmary for quite a while. Bakugo. My body still aches from All Might's punches, remind me not to let you make the plans next time. Todoroki. Midoriya. Izuku. Tell me, Todoroki. Todoroki. I have a question that's been keeping me up at night. Izuku. And that is. Todoroki. Where did you get a steamroller? Izuku. Well, you see. Aizawa. Entering to your seats. Everyone would obey their teacher's order, although one boy with 2 colors was sad because he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Aizawa. Regarding the training camp, several students failed the practical exam looking at a few depressed people but everyone will still go to the camp. Mina. Let's go, Aizawa. But, they'll have extra classes right there, smiling. Kaminari. Shit. After that, class proceeded normally. At the end of the day, Mina suggested going to the mall to buy things for the camping trip, which the whole class agreed to, including Todoroki, who was starting to become more sociable at Mina's request. The next day at the shopping center. Mina. Are we all here? Tokiyami. Fulton Midoriya, Bakugo, Yaoyorozu y Todoroki. At that point, the aforementioned individuals would arrive together. Tokiyami. Incredible, I summoned them. Hagakure. Alright, now that we're all here, split up and buy what you need, separating from the group. Izuku. I'm surprised you accepted the invitation, Kachan. Bakugo. At my house we need a new television after the witch threw the other one at me. Todoroki. I would have liked to see that, I bet it was fun. Bakugo. Izuku. Put the water on to boil. Todoroki. Oh, damn it, starts running. Bakugo. Chasing him. Don't run away, coward. Momo. I'm glad Todoroki is being more open with the class. Izuku. I just needed some friends, that's all. They both laughed a little until they noticed they were the only ones left alone. Izuku. And, well, we're alone now, huh? Momo. Why yes, she said, somewhat nervously. Izuku. I'd like to go too. Momo. Look, there's Uraraka shopping, and she's talking to me. The aforementioned barely turned to look at them, staring at Momo with confusion. Uraraka. What did I? Momo. I'm sorry, Midoriya. I have to go. Starts running. The dark-haired girl arrived with Uraraka, who looked confused, leaving the boy alone. Momo. Phew, she whistled that was close, thanks Uraraka. Uraraka. But I didn't do anything, she said, confused. Back with our protagonist, Izuku. Well done, Izuku Midoriya, expert at scaring girls since middle school, seeing that there was no one from the class around. But behind him he heard a voice which came from a light blue-haired man with a hood over his head. Hey, aren't you the winner of the sports festival? Izuku. Yes I am, what do you need? He couldn't finish speaking because that hooded boy would hug him with one hand and put 4 fingers on his neck. Izuku. What are you? Shigaraki. We should probably take a seat, don't you think? Sitting down with the freckled boy on a bench, people could die if you make noise. Izuku. You're the damn USJ. Seriously, Shigaraki. Well, I'm glad you remembered me, Izuku Midoriya. Smiling. Izuku. What the hell do you want? Shigaraki. Oh come on, why so serious? Izuku. Just answer, Shigaraki. I only came because I wanted to ask you a small question. Izuku. Well, that makes 2. Shigaraki. You're a funny kid, Izuku. I almost feel sorry for the fact that I'll end your life sooner or later. He squeezed his neck tightly. Izuku was powerless. The fight with All Might had left aftereffects on his body, preventing him from using his suspended time for a good while, and if he acted in hand-to-hand combat, both he and civilians could get hurt. He was between a rock and a hard place. Shigaraki. But getting back to the topic. All Might. Why does everyone idolize him? He's just a stupid guy in tights pretending to be a hero. What's so special about him? Angry. Izuku. He's not just a hero, he's someone who can bring peace to people simply by being there. He cares about people and does everything he can to save them, unlike trash like you who only spread fear. The light blue-haired boy remained silent after those words until an idea crossed his mind. Shigaraki. I see, so if he is capable of bringing peace with his mere presence. Tightening the grip, I will make them feel fear, despair, with my mere presence, I will make them feel that all is lost. Smiling like a maniac, that's what I'll do. Bakugo. Hey Izuku, approaching Todoroki and I found a store. And you are? Todoroki. Midoriya, who is he? Izuku. Guys, the tension in the atmosphere increased exponentially, everything was about to explode in a chaotic result, but Shigaraki kindly only spoke to Izuku. Shigaraki. Letting go. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you came with friends. Standing up, I'll leave you two alone, walking away. Izuku. Standing up to Mura. That's your name, isn't it? You attacked the USJ. Bakugo. What the hell? He said, getting into a fighting stance. Todoroki. Demonios, imitating Bakugo. At that moment, the light blue-haired man stopped in his tracks to say something without turning around. Shigaraki. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku. Thank you for giving me a purpose, to be the symbol of evil. The villain would blend into the crowd and disappear. Todoroki. Damn. See. Bakugo. Why didn't you stop him? Izuku. Izuku. There were too many people, I couldn't risk him attacking, we're surrounded by civilians, just remember what that villain from the USJ did to him. Todoroki. Why didn't you stop time? Izuku. Using all my power in the battle against All Might prevented me from using the world for a while. If I could have, I would have done it right then and there. Bakugo. We need to inform the police. Izuku. Okay. The trio of young people contacted the police, who arrived immediately and questioned the entire class. When they finished questioning Izuku, All Might arrived in his civilian form to pick him and Bakugo up and take them home. Camp Day. The day had finally arrived, and the entire class had arrived early at UA, greeted by their teacher who told them it would be a bus trip. Everyone boarded the bus and sat with their friends. Bakugo reluctantly sat next to Todoroki, and the green-haired boy sat next to Momo. The trip was peaceful. The green-haired boy and the black-haired girl chatted about trivial things until the bus stopped beside a cliff. Aizawa. Okay class, go outside. The whole class would leave. Todoroki. Why did we stop at a cliff? Bakugo. How should I know? We can answer that ourselves. The entire class would turn around just to see two women in cat costumes. Pussycats. Wild pussycats. Everyone. Izuku. Hey, it's the Pussycats. A group of veteran heroes specializing in Desa. The green-haired boy couldn't finish because Pixie Bob had grabbed his face. Pixie. Veterans. I'm 18 at heart. Letting go of his head at heart angrily. Tokiyami. Weren't we going to the camp? Confused. Mandalay. If it's over there, pointing to the center of the forest. Kirishima. So why are we so far apart? Tokiyami. And why on the edge of a cliff? Oh. At that moment something clicked in everyone's mind. Bakugo. To the bus. Now. But then they would all be sent flying down the cliff thanks to Pixie Bob's gift of falling abruptly to the ground. Pixie Bob. I thought they'd have a better reaction. Izuku. Me too. Behind her. Everyone present turned around in disbelief, seeing Izuku drinking water behind their backs as if nothing was wrong. Mandalay. Huh, why didn't you fall? Incredulous. Izuku. You know, I'm not thrilled about being thrown to the ground against my will, leaving the water on the floor. Call me old-fashioned, but I don't think anyone would like that. Aizawa. I'm surprised by your reaction speed, broccoli-haired one, but if you don't fall, smiling. I'll make you fall. Izuku. Oh. Down the cliff. Bakugo. Getting up as shit, that really hurt. Todoroki. They could have given us some warning, standing up, with some time. Momo. Hey, has anyone seen Midoriya? Izuku. Ah, falling. Bakugo. I think so. At that moment, the whole class turned to look up at the freckled boy, who then fell heavily to the ground. Bakugo. Did it hurt? Sarcastically. Izuku. What do you think, you damn idiot? Angry. Todoroki. Language. Izuku. Standing up with difficulty. Go to hell, you and your damn language. Angry. The leader of the group of heroes would appear over the cliff. Mandalay. You have until sunset to get there. Good luck, brats. They would all look wearily at the long road ahead. Bakugo. Debimo's ir a shiketsu. They all started helping each other to get up, all except Mineta, whom they left buried where he fell. Momo. I don't think it's that bad, Bakugo. It could be worse. At that moment the ground would begin to tremble, and from among the trees would emerge a great stone golem created by Pixie Bob. Bakugo. Did you say? The golem would lunge at the young men, but Todoroki would quickly freeze it completely so that Bakugo could finish it off with a huge explosion, defeating it. Bakugo. Well, it wasn't so difficult. Suddenly, more golems began to emerge from the trees and started attacking the students. Izuku. Can't you shut up for once? Activating OFA. The green-haired man would launch himself against one of the golems, climbing up to its head and beginning to fill it with blows with the OFA at 8%. Izuku. Young, 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 destroying the golem's head. Even with his head destroyed, he could still move. Izuku. Tokiyami. Tokiyami. SI. At great speed, Dark Shadow rammed into what remained of the golem, destroying it, while Izuku fell to the ground. Todoroki. We have to get to the camp before nightfall. Freezing a golem. Izuku. Falling well, they're tougher than they look, guys. It's better to avoid them than fight. Starting to run, let's go. The whole class will follow their classmate, starting to run towards the camp while trying to avoid the golems. 2 hours later, at the entrance to the camp, we see the group of pro-heroes waiting listlessly, while Aizawa, who brought a chair for himself, is asleep. Pixie Bob. Why are they taking so long? Bored. Mandalay. Be patient, they're surely arriving. And sure enough, from the forest, a green-haired boy could be seen arriving with some difficulty, while he and the world dragged an improvised ice cart with his hands. Inside were Uraraka and Tsuyu, exhausted, Momo, tired from creating so much, and Aoyama with a stomach ache. Bakugo also emerged with his hair a mess and painfully holding his hands, while Todoroki was helping Iida walk. Hiroshima was carrying Kaminari, who had short-circuited, and Tokiyami and Dark Shadow were carrying the remaining girls from the class. Upon their arrival, Aizawa woke up tiredly, getting up from his chair. Aizawa. I honestly expected it to take longer. Izuku. I can't feel my right leg tired. Bakugo. My hands hurt from throwing explosions, holding his hands. Todoroki. I think I'm going to die, he said, releasing Iida onto the ground, who offered no resistance. Pixabob. They are tough guys, aren't they? Launching at the trio. I want to see you in 3 years. I want you for myself. Starting to invade the boys' space. Izuku. As tempting as it is to have a MILF following me around, I think, being grabbed by the face by Pixabob. Pixabob. What do you mean, MILF? Izuku. And nothing. Being released. Bakugo. Pushing your luck as always, nerd. Izuku. Standing up. And who is that? Pointing to a child next to Mandalay. Mandalay. Oh, him. He's an Emperor. Nah, just kidding. He's my nephew. His name is Kota. Izuku. Approaching. Hi Kota, it's me, Izuku, extending his hand. But the green-haired boy would be hit in the groin by the child. All the men. Feeling the pain. Kota. Why would I care about a hero? Moving away. Bakugo. Approaching. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku. And no, I'm not, Kachan. See call All Might, he said in pain. After that accident, the boys would go to eat what the pussycats cooked and then go to the hot springs to relax. Hot springs, men's side. Kirishima. AHAA, if this was necessary. Zero. The water feels so good, my friend. Kaminari. I wish I could stay here forever. Izuku. I already told you, Todoroki, I found the steamroller around here somewhere. Todoroki. Your answer doesn't convince me at all, Midoriya. Kirishima. Hey Midoriya. Izuku. What's Kirishima like? Kirishima. What's that on your shoulder? Pointing at it, I've never noticed it before. And it was true, on the green-haired boy's shoulder, almost reaching his back, was a rather peculiar birthmark, one shaped like a star. Izuku. It's a birthmark. I inherited it from my father. He supposedly inherited it from my grandfather. He didn't like to talk about him. Kaminari. Well, it's a fucking awesome brand, dude. Tokiyami. I agree, it's quite aesthetically pleasing. Kirishima. And bizarre. While they were talking, Mineta was caressing the wall. Mineta. Next to the wall. Can you imagine the beautiful landscape behind this wall? Iida. Mineta. That's not heroic at all. Stop now or, Mineta. Walls were made to be climbed, starting to climb with the help of his quirk. But upon reaching the summit, he would encounter Kota. Kota. Before you're a hero, learn to be human, hitting him so he falls. Sick. Mineta. You damn kid. Falling. On the other side, Mina. Thank you, Kota. The boy was able to see the whole landscape before falling backward next to the men. Izuku. Damn it. Launching himself to catch him. The green-haired boy managed to catch the child in midair, falling with him. Izuku. Falling. Damn, his nose is bleeding. He saw things no man his age should see, not even I at this age have, he said sadly. I'm going to take him to Mandalay. Bakugo. Good luck with the MILF, he said mockingly. The freckled boy would go to Mandalay, and upon arriving, the freckled boy would ask her why Kota hates heroes, to which the professional would explain that the boy's parents died on a mission trying to stop a villain. The next morning, Aizawa would wake up the whole class early since they had to take advantage of the whole day to improve their quirks. The training was hell for the youngsters. They had to use their quirks at full power and without rest. We came across a green-haired boy who was training with one of the members of the Pussycats, Tiger, who was telling him to attack him. Tiger. Come on, boy. Attack me, Izuku. Here I come. Activating OFA at 10% Muda, throwing a punch. What the young man didn't count on was that the hero would easily dodge the attack and then punch him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him and leaving him on his knees on the ground. Tiger. Is that all you've got? Izuku. And no sir. Tiger. I can't hear you, you brat. Izuku. No sir, standing up. Tiger. Then prove it, broccoli hair. Class B was arriving at the camp following their teacher while observing the torture that the training would be. Tetsu. That's inhuman. Scared. Kendo. How is class A still alive? Monoma. Hey, class A trash. Speaking to Izuku, who was about to hit Tiger. Come here. Tiger. You noisy little brat, go see what he wants, kid. Izuku. Yeah, the freckled one would approach Class B, more specifically the blonde one. Izuku. What do you want, Monoma? He said somewhat angrily. Monoma. How come your pathetic class is already tired? Look at you, you're exhausted, trash. The freckled boy was sweating from all the time he had been training, not to mention the powerful sun beating down on them. Kendo. Monoma, shut up already, leave him alone. Monoma. I'm just telling the truth, Kendo. Look at him, I bet he doesn't even know how to use that weird ghost that comes out of his body, mocking. Izuku. Do you really think it's that easy? Monoma. Sure, in fact, I'll do it. Touching the freckled boy, all that commotion had caught the attention of Class A, who went to see what was happening, arriving just in time to see Monoma begin to emanate a yellow aura, while Izuku simply awaited the result, which he already knew. Kendo. Monoma, stop. It's a bad idea, Vlad. Leave him alone, Itsuka. He'll know what awaits him. Monoma. Calm down, Professor. I'll just prove that I can surpass the best of the pathetic Class A at any moment. Bakugo. I'll record taking out his cell phone. This caused both Momo and Todoroki to raise an eyebrow. Bakugo. What? We'll have something to laugh about later. Monoma. Activating his quirk and beginning to be surrounded by a yellow aura sea. I told you, it's so easy. The blonde man couldn't finish speaking as he fell to the floor, feeling a great pain run through his body. It was as if an electric charge ran through his veins, leaving him on the ground, while behind him a humanoid figure tried to form, but in the end it ended up being destroyed. Monoma. What the hell is this? With pain. Izuku. The stand quirk is more complicated than it seems. Getting closer. When a person manifests it, their body adapts to it, allowing the user to handle it naturally, but it also requires the user to have a strong mindset, otherwise the stand will get out of control. Taking out the world while you're copying quirk is impressive. When copying a stand you can't use the other person's stand, since you weren't born with that quirk, your body never adapted to it. And therefore you won't be able to use it. In conclusion, to use a stand, the user needs to have a strong will and their body needs time to adapt. Seriously. The blonde boy would deactivate his quirk, ceasing to emit his aura and falling to the ground unconscious. Vlad. I'll take him to the infirmary carrying Monoma. Class B, start training. Class B, still impressed by what they had just heard, would go and train their quirks. Aizawa. You too, Class A. It was a good show, but we just wasted time. Class A was surprised to learn what it really meant to wield a stand and use it at the level of their freckled classmate. It really impressed them, but out of fear of their teacher they continued training. At night, this time the students had to prepare their own food outdoors. Bakugo was helping to cut the vegetables until Kirishima approached. Kirishima. Damn, dude, you're good at chopping vegetables, impressed. Bakugo. I know, extra. Izuku. He really knows how to cut vegetables because his mom made him cook. Mocking. Bakugo. You wanna compete, nerd. Izuku. Only if you want to lose, he said while smiling. The two boys started arguing about who was better at chopping vegetables, so they decided to settle it with a competition. Both young men began preparing the food at great speed while being watched by their classmates, who acted as judges. A few minutes later, both young men had finished their dishes, handing them over to their companions who, after tasting them, would gather to discuss which one was better. Bakugo. So, extras. Which one is better and why is it me? He yelled. Momo. Separating from the group. After discussing it with my classmates, we've decided that the best one is Bakugo. Bakugo. Wow, in your face nerd. Izuku. Angry. All the students began eating peacefully, but a freckled boy noticed Kota walking away and decided to follow him to give him a plate of food, all while being observed by Momo. The boy followed Kota to a mountain where the child noticed him. Kota. What are you doing here? Angry. Izuku. Relax, little beast. I came to bring you a plate of food. Pointing at the plate I didn't see you eating back there. Kota. Get out of my secret base. Izuku. Your secret base. Okay, but I'll leave this here in case you get hungry. He puts the plate of food on the ground. He slowly placed the plate of food on the ground and began to leave the place, but was intercepted by Momo. Momo. Didn't you want to eat? Izuku. Why Yaoyorozu? He said, sounding a little scared. Yes, it's kind of complicated, I guess. I understand it to a certain extent. Momo. Oh yeah. They both started walking back to the camp. Izuku. Yeah, growing up without a father or mother is complicated. My father, well, he works abroad a lot. I hardly ever see him, and he's so busy that he's lucky if he can even call me. But that boy, he's had to experience what it's like to lose the most important people in his life. I don't even want to imagine the pain he must be feeling. Momo. I know, I'm glad to see you trying to help him, Midoriya, she said calmly. Izuku. I guess I'd like to be able to do more for. Without realizing it, they both arrived at the camp, returning to their friends. The next day the students would train again until exhaustion, unaware of what would happen. That night, the Pussycats decided to hold a test of courage between the two classes to see who was better at scaring. The students would enter in pairs, and unfortunately for our green-haired friend, he didn't get a partner and couldn't participate. The test of courage had already begun, and the students' screams could be heard in the distance. Izuku. This is boring sitting on the ground, couldn't you put me in a group of 3 even out of pity? Tiger. Relax, kid, something interesting might happen tonight. And as if they were divine words, from afar they both noticed a great flame rising from among the trees, starting a fire in the forest. Izuku. But what? Tiger. What the hell? Mandalay. They're attacking the camp. Izuku. Everyone's in the forest except Kota. Mandalay. I have to go get Kota. Starts running. The freckled boy ventured into the forest and began running towards the mountain where Kota was. Upon arriving, the green-haired boy saw the child about to be crushed by a hooded figure. The freckled boy reacted in time, managing to pull the child away from the punch, which shattered the section of the ground where it landed. Hey, not bad, little boy. Izuku. Standing up. Who are you? Oh, what bad manners I have. Taking off his hood. My name is Muscular. And I'm going to kill you. The villain would again unleash a blow which the freckled boy barely dodged, preventing Kota from getting hurt. Kota. Why, you're the villain who killed my parents. Scared. Muscular. The bastards who did this to me, pointing at his fake eye. I see. Don't worry, they'll have a family reunion soon. Smiling. Izuku. Let's see if you fight as well as you yell. Standing in front of Kota. Kota, go away. The boy would obey, walking away and giving space to the villain and the freckled boy. Muscular. So you're Izuku Midoriya. You've got guts, kid, you must be strong if Shigaraki sent me to kill you. Izuku. You know, he's so scared he can't come himself. He has to send one of his dogs to do the dirty work. Muscular. So much confidence. Let's see if you're still like that when I smash your head in. The villain removed the rest of his hood, revealing his exposed torso, from which muscle fibers began to increase in size. At an abnormal speed, he lashed out at Izuku with a ferocious punch, which was dodged by our protagonist. To the villain's surprise, he retaliated with a ferocious kick using 16% of OFA. Even without being muscular enough, he grabbed the villain's leg and slammed him against the wall. Izuku. Gee, it's really strong. In pain. But before the green-haired boy could recover, the villain appeared in front of him, delivering a powerful blow to his chest, causing him to fall to the ground again. Muscular. Where did your damn confidence go? He charged his right arm to unleash his most powerful blow, which impacted, generating an echo that was heard throughout the camp and in the distance, but to his surprise the blow had not hit Izuku, but had been stopped by the hand of the world, who had an angry expression on his face. Muscular. What the hell? The world. Muda, punching him in the face. Once again the blow would resound throughout the place. Part of the villain's muscles exploded with force at such an attack as he rolled down the loose, ending up a few meters from falling down the mountain. Izuku. He came back without me summoning him. How is that possible? He thought to himself as he stood up. Muscular. Standing up with some difficulty. That was quite a blow. Congratulations, now you have my attention. The villain would increase his muscle fibers, taking on a more threatening appearance, and would quickly launch himself against the stand, which would receive him with a barrage of blows that collided with Muscular's. Muscular. Shiny, unleashing a flurry of punches. The collision of blows from both was such that with each clash of their fists a great gust of air was generated, causing Izuku himself to have to cling to the ground. The world. Young, 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 hitting him in the face. The villain retreated, but suddenly the freckled boy, who had approached him undetected, would deliver a powerful blow to his face with 20% of OFA. Izuku. Muda, throwing the punch. The blow had raised a curtain of smoke which, when it dissipated, revealed the villain with some blood running down his forehead, while his muscles gave way to the impact, breaking, but unfortunately for Izuku, they would grow back. Izuku. Damn it, he said angrily. Muscular. Now I understand why Tamura sent me after you. If it weren't for my quirk I'd already be dead. You're definitely a special kind of bastard, Izuku Midoriya. I'll have to take you seriously. Muscular rush, causing their fibers to increase inhumanly. The villain would mercilessly attack the freckled boy, who would begin to be crushed by the villain. The green-haired boy tried not to be killed using the arms of his stand, but slowly the villain would begin to gain ground, causing the green-haired boy to fall to the ground where the villain would leave him with no way out, beginning to crush him. Izuku. Damn it. You can't give up now, Izuku. If I lose, Kota will die. Despite the freckled boy's attempts, his end was near, but what the villain didn't count on was that a great burst of flame would attack him, preventing him from crushing Izuku. Muscular. What the hell? Todoroki. Now Bakugo, freezing his muscles. Bakugo. Appearing above the villain. Death explosion. Releasing a huge explosion. The villain would stop crushing Izuku to focus on the other two boys. Muscular. Damn busybodies. The villain couldn't finish speaking before the bicolored boy launched another burst of flames at him, while Bakugo unleashed several explosions from afar, which raised a smokescreen. When it dissipated, the villain was revealed, already looking tired from the attacks of the green-haired boy and the other kids. Muscular. Did you seriously think those weak attacks would defeat me? Angry and tired. Bakugo. That wasn't the plan, you idiot. Todoroki. The plan was to give him time. He said, smiling. Muscular. What? Bakugo. Look what's behind you, you fucking idiot, he said, pointing behind him. Muscular. Behind the villain was the green-haired boy who had taken advantage of the time his friends gave him to stand up and take out the world. Izuku. Yar days, what a scandalous villain taking out the world. Get some sleep. Muscular. Bastar. He could not continue because he would be frozen from the waist up. Todoroki. Ahura Midoriya. Izuku, the world. Young. The villain couldn't dodge the blows and began to be crushed against the ground. Now it was his turn to try to break free, but all his attempts were useless. Every muscle fiber he had was shattered by the bestial blows of the stand, which echoed through the mountain. This continued until Izuku noticed that Muscular couldn't take any more. His muscles had compressed to such an extent that he was now thinner than before. Izuku. That's enough. The world. Storing his stand, there's nothing worthwhile here anymore. Todoroki would freeze the villain, preventing him from causing problems later. Izuku, somewhat tired, would put away his stand and begin to head towards his friends. Izuku. How did you know I was here? He said doubtfully. Bakugo. It was because of him, brat, pointing at Kota. Todoroki. We were in the forest when suddenly he arrived and told us what was happening. When we were arriving you were being crushed. Izuku. Thank you, Kota. Approaching the boy, if it weren't for you, I'd be dead. You're my hero, kid. Kota. Why, you're welcome. Bakugo. We have to get back to camp. We're being attacked from all sides. Todoroki. You're right, let's go. The three young people and the child began to run towards the forest. As they ran, they heard noises coming from the woods, until a villain in a straitjacket emerged from among the trees. Moonfish. Sea meat. Fresh meat. Izuku. Down. The villain's teeth quickly grew abnormally, attacking the young people like blades. He managed to cut Izuku's arm, but Izuku dodged the attack, protecting Kota. His friends moved aside, and the three of them were ready to attack the villain. Suddenly, bandages wrapped around his head. He tried to make his teeth grow again, but it was impossible. From the top of a tree, red eyes stared intently at Moonfish. Aizawa. Stay away from my students, you piece of shit monster, angry. He would launch himself from the tree, moving his bandages and slamming the villain's face against the ground, shattering most of his teeth. Once on the ground, Moonfish would try to stand up again, but with a single blow to the back of the neck, Aizawa would knock him completely out of the fight. Izuku. Sensei, happy. Aizawa. Guys, I'm glad you're all okay. I asked Kirishima and the others to stay behind and look after some unconscious students from Class B. It seems there's some bastard with a smoke quirk knocking everyone out. I sent Yaoyorozu and Kaminari to stop him. Momo was able to create gas masks, preventing the gas from affecting them, Looking at Kota, so that's why you ran off, Midoriya. Izuku. Are you alright? Aizawa. I've been worse. Many screams began to be heard from inside the forest. Todoroki. We have to go help. Izuku. Master, we need you to stay with Kota so we can help. Aizawa. Are you sure about what you're doing, Midoriya? Izuku. Totally. The pro-hero paused for a few seconds, thinking, but every second counted, and quickly grabbed Kota and started to leave. Aizawa. I'll put him in a safe place and come back for you, brat. Don't do anything stupid. Izuku. We promise nothing. Aizawa, without looking back, would simply give a small smile. He truly trusted his students completely. The three boys would venture into the forest to help their classmates while Kota stayed with Aizawa. Bakugo. Running, where exactly are we going? Izuku. Running, let's go help the others. He couldn't finish speaking because suddenly Dark Shadow, who had grown gigantic and was out of control, passed in front of them. Todoroki. What the hell? Shoji. Coming out from among the trees. Guys. Izuku. Shoji. What the hell happened to him? Shoji. It's Tokiyami. He's gone out of control and can't control Dark Shadow. At an abnormal speed, the great beast would launch itself against Izuku, who summoned the world. The shadow beast would impact against the stand, which wrapped it tightly in its arms, beginning to stop its onslaught, while both it and its user were dragged away by the force of Dark Shadow. Izuku. I can see that clearly, Shoji. Help me stop him. The masked boy would increase his musculature, creating several limbs, launching himself onto the shadow's back. The shadow, distracted by a blow from the boy, allowed the world to grab him by the neck, subduing him on the ground. Izuku. Bakugo, pushing pressure on the world. Bakugo. Zuko, help me. The blonde boy began to unleash several explosions on Dark Shadow, while the bicolored boy, somewhat angered by Bakugo, attacked him with his flames. Little by little, the shadow began to weaken until it disappeared, dropping Shoji from its back and allowing Izuku to store the world. Gradually, they could see a tired Tokiyami. Tokiyami. Gee guys. Tired. Izuku. Are you alright? Helping him to his feet. Tokiyami. Accepting the help. Why yes. I'm sorry for attacking them. Todoroki. Don't worry, we're fine. Izuku would turn around and see Shoji and Todoroki. Izuku. Dark Shadow is a total beast in the dark. We still have to find Yaoyorozu and the others. Shoji. From what I understand, Yaoyorozu was with the president of Class B fighting against a guy who releases gas. Todoroki. Eugen. And Bakugo and Tokiyami. The two of them turned around, realizing that both Tokiyami and Bakugo had vanished. Izuku. Kachan. Asastada. Oh, are you looking for your companions? The boys would see the origin of the voice, which came from a masked man who was in the top of a tree. Todoroki. Who are you and what did you do to Bakugo and Tokiyami? Angry. Compress. Oh, excuse my manners, you can call me Mr. Compress, member of the League of Villains, and as for your companions, we're taking them away. Starting to jump in the treetops. Good night, gentlemen. Izuku. Bastard. The other boys would start chasing the villain while attacking him. Todoroki. Behind. The bicolor would unleash a huge iceberg like the one at the sports festival, but the villain would react quickly, dodging the attack. Shoji. That wasn't your best attack, Todoroki. Izuku. He said worse. Compress. What rude boys. Jumping in a tree for students to be heroes. They're doing a pretty average job, kids. The villain would begin to move away by jumping between the treetops. Izuku. Damn it, we'll never catch him at this rate. But then a noise was heard from among the trees. The three of them became alert, but it was only Uraraka who was carrying Tsuyu, somewhat tired. Uraraka. Coming out of the trees. Midoriya. Izuku. Uraraka. Tsuyu. I know. Take away gravity. Uraraka. What? Confused. Izuku. Just do it. The girl would obey, taking the seriousness out of the freckled boy. Izuku. Shoji, looking at him. Shoji. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? In another part of the forest. Dabi. That fancy bastard is taking his sweet time, tapping his foot lightly. Twice. This is boring, this is great. Dabi. And of all of them, I had to get stuck with you. Compress. falling from the sky and I've arrived. Dabi. Compress is here, hooray. I was getting bored, let's go. Twice. It's not that big of a deal, kill me. Compress. Sorry for the delay, it wasn't that difficult. Izuku. Muda. He couldn't finish speaking because Izuku landed from the sky with an impact, hitting Compress and dropping the marbles he was carrying in his hand, while Dabi and Twice became alert. Izuku. Did you like that? Angry. Dabi. Stupid, releasing a burst of flame at the freckled boy. But the burst of flame would be repelled by another from the bicolor team, which had arrived on the scene along with its companions. Dabi. Shoto Todoroki, Sonrenda. Izuku. Guys. Suddenly the freckled boy would be knocked down by a blonde girl. Toga. Hola, soy Himiko Toga, and I love you, on top of the freckled boy. Izuku. I don't like blondes, on the floor. The freckled boy quickly pulled out the world, who pushed the blonde away from the green-haired boy. Toga. Who is he? The ghost of your dead ancestor, angry. Compress. Dabi, let's go, I have the boy. Dabi. Understood, but the dark-haired one would be attacked with a burst of flame from the bicolored one. Dabi. Do you want to fight? Todoroki. What do you think, stupid? The boy would charge with a large wall of ice that would be dodged by Dabi. Dabi. You failed, son of endeavor. Todoroki. Oh, smiling. The dark-haired man turned around, seeing that the attack was received by Compress, who had barely picked up Bakugo's marble, dropping it again for Shoji to pick up. Shoji. Tengo a Bakugo. Compress. Oh, is that true? Suddenly the marble would break, letting Tokiyami out. Shoji. What? Impressed. Compress. A good magician never reveals his secrets, Kurogiri Aho. The world. Muda, hitting the magician in the jaw. The blow was so strong that it broke the villain's mask, and as a result, the marble containing Bakugo came out of his mouth. Izuku. However, you revealed it, Mr. Stupid, behind the world. I knew it wasn't the real marble, I anticipated your moves, Compress. Twice. Approaching the magician. Are you okay, Compress? Compress. I can't feel my jaw, in pain. Izuku. Pointing at Compress. Now you'll say. How did you know it was the wrong marble, you bastard? Compress. How did you know it was the wrong marble, you bastard? Huh, Izuku. You remained calm throughout, even when you released that marble several times. Furthermore, you only ever showed the marble containing Tokiyami and not the one containing Kachan. So we'd take Tokiyami thinking he was Bakugo. Twice. How clever, that's stupid. Izuku. Whatever, breaking the marble and letting Bakugo out, we won. Bakugo. Not bad, nerd. But in front of them a portal would open from which none other than Shigaraki would emerge along with two Nomus. Shigaraki. You stupid kid. Angry. Izuku. Let's finish this damn hand-obsessed mall thing. Before the conflict exploded, the other teachers arrived on the scene. Aizawa. Tamura Shigaraki. Tiger. We're going to beat them to a pulp. Shigaraki. Nomus. Attack. Angry. The Nomus and villains would attack the teachers and students, who would do the same. Shigaraki. Die, brat. Lunging at the freckled boy, who would do the same. The villain would try to touch the green-haired boy, but he would dodge and then deliver a blow with the OFA to his stomach, knocking the wind out of him. But the green-haired boy didn't stop there, as he would bring out the world to give him a flurry of kicks. The world. Young, 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 young. The villain would be brutally dragged across the ground spitting blood, but suddenly the freckled boy would be attacked by a Nomu which would get on top of the boy to attack him. Izuku. Trying to get rid of the Nomu. Get out of here, you disgusting thing. But suddenly the Nomu would be riddled with bullets all while the green-haired boy watched in disbelief as the Nomu's corpse fell on top of him. Izuku. Getting rid of the Nomu. What the hell? Getting up and seeing the one who fired the shots. Yayorozu. Momo. Are you okay, Midoriya? Izuku. How did you do that? Incredulous. Momo. With this, raising a Tommy gun she had created. Izuku. Right now you fill me with indescribable fear. Aizawa. Surrender, villains. You can't win. The Nomus had been defeated, they were low-end, while the remaining villains were already on their last legs. Shigaraki. Ahog GGG. Yelling. And as if it were a summons, after that scream everyone in the place felt a great pressure that prevented them from moving. The entire atmosphere had completely changed. The animals in the area began to flee, the ground began to tremble as if something were approaching, while in the center of the forest a great portal began to form from which a man in a black suit and a strange mask emerged, clapping his hands. Not bad, heroes applauding. But this is only the beginning. Raising his hand. Suddenly, a hurricane-like gust of wind formed in the place, sending everyone flying. Izuku, in the air, was incredulous at what was happening, but he managed to see Momo about to fall, using the arms of his stand to catch her, falling together to the ground abruptly. Izuku. Getting up. Shit. Yaoyorozu, are you okay? Momo. Why yes, getting up with difficulty. Bakugo. Approaching Izuku, don't tell me that the... Izuku. Yes, it's him. The boy's face had completely changed, a mixture of terror and seriousness taking hold. He could only watch as the villain patiently waited for something. Even though he couldn't look him in the eyes, he knew that All for One was aware of his presence there, and that amused the villain. Everyone present was unable to move due to fear. Izuku. He is All for One. Everyone in the forest was paralyzed with fear, even without fully knowing who was there. They knew they were in extreme danger, as if by animal instinct, the body of each and every one of them begged them to leave without looking back. Shigaraki. Master, approaching. A foe. Move over, Tamura. He's coming. Smiling. A great impact resounded throughout the forest, the clouds in the sky violently cleared, revealing how the number one hero, All Might, fell with force, impacting the villain. All Might. Falling from the sky. All for One. The symbol of peace would fall from the sky, its fists colliding with those of the villain, who barely moved. A foe. Did you come here so I can finish my job, All Might? Applying pressure. With terrifying ease, he would grab the hero by the wrists, throwing him against the trees and uprooting a large majority of them in the process. Izuku. He sent All Might flying just like that, scared. A foe. Tamura, I need you and the League to move away so you can be teleported away safely. Shigaraki. But master. A foe. Do it, Tamura, receiving a blow from Am. The hero had recovered and would attack the villain who was already waiting for him, receiving a blow to the face that barely affected him, so he would respond with a powerful right hook to the hero who would spit blood from how powerful the blow was. Am. I'm going to defeat you today, angry. A foe. Don't you know any other jokes? At a bestial speed, the hero charged at the villain, who met him with an elbow to the face, disorienting All Might. But without letting him rest, he got behind him and gave him a great kick that made him crawl on the ground. All Might got up with difficulty, and before All for One could attack again, he appeared in front of him. Texas Smash. A brutal blow struck the villain's face as he was dragged across the ground, but All Might leapt high, clasping his hands together and landing on the villain, connecting with a hammer blow to his stomach. California SMASHHHHH. The blow raised a large amount of smoke. Am would back away while beginning to expel some steam. His gaze was noticeably worried. He couldn't hold out much longer in his muscular form. He didn't know how long the fight could last. Once the smoke dissipated, he would look in horror at the villain, who was intact except for his clothes and some cracks in his mask. A foe. Die, launching himself into battle. With speed, the villain would mercilessly attack All Might, repeatedly punching him in the stomach right where his wound was, causing the hero to spit out more blood. But the villain didn't stop there, grabbing him by the neck and slamming him to the ground, creating a great gust of wind. The freckled boy watched as the hero was mercilessly massacred, feeling powerless because he couldn't do anything, but suddenly he would see Adamura and the League escape. Izuku. Damn it, Kachan. Follow me. Starting to run. Bakugo. I'm right behind you. The two friends would reach the League, which was crossing a purple portal. Izuku. Go, Shigaraki. Damn it, Dabi. At your service. Throwing a burst of flame at the freckled boy. The flare would be countered by an explosion of blonde hair. Answer. Damn it, he couldn't finish because he would receive a pillar of ice to the stomach causing him to kneel. Todoroki. This isn't over. Twice. Tamura, let's go. Twice would help Dabi cross the portal, while the light blue-haired boy would start running towards the portal, but his hand would be grabbed tightly by the world. Shigaraki. You just won't give up. Angry. Izuku. If I did that, I wouldn't be a hero. Shigaraki, seeing that he couldn't get his hand out of the world, began to despair, trying to touch the stand, but his other hand would receive a burst of flame from the bicolored one, preventing him from using it. Izuku. Accept it, Tamura. You can't escape. Shigaraki. No, no, not now. Frustrated, no. I won't fail the master, he did everything for me. I won't fail him now. Spinner. Cut it, Spinner. P. Puro. Shigaraki. Haslo. The reptile had no other option, so he drew his sword and with a single slash cut off Tamura's hand, causing him to separate from the world before the horrified gaze of everyone. Izuku. What? Scared. Shigaraki. Izuku Midoriya. The next time I see you. The villain began to cross the portal alongside his allies. Izuku was about to stop time, but Shigaraki. I'll be willing to kill you. The villains would enter the portal, which then closed. Bakugo. What the hell was that? Izuku remained silent as he stared at the villain's severed hand. Todoroki. Let's go back. Khan All Might. The hero had managed to gain some advantage by connecting with a powerful blow to the villain's face, a blow that managed to break part of the mask. A foe. Not bad, but the villain would unleash a powerful blast of air, which the hero would dodge. You failed, tired. A foe. AC Toshinori. All Might turned around, observing that behind him were several students who were about to be hit by the gust of air. A foe. Go and save them, hero. The symbol of peace, moving at astonishing speed, managed to position himself in front of the students, but as a result, he took the full force of the impact, creating a cloud of smoke which, when it dissipated, revealed the hero in his slender form. Everyone present was shocked to see the hero's true form. To make matters worse, a news helicopter was flying overhead, recording everything and broadcasting it live. The freckled boy and the other two young men had just arrived to witness the scene. The green-haired boy was furious and simultaneously stunned to learn that his master's true form had been revealed to the world. A foe. Before you, your symbol of peace. A dying man on the verge of collapse. Is this what you want them to see from you, All Might? Why don't you give them a big smile now, like your teachers? The villain raised his arm, ready to end the encounter. AM didn't back down for a second. He was willing to die there if it meant protecting the students. A foe. Goodbye. ALLMIG. The world. Muda, striking the villain with all his might. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Izuku's stand, as well as Izuku himself, made their presence felt in the battle. The blow had been so powerful that AFO was dragged several meters away. J. Joven M. Midoriya. Vete. It's very dangerous. Izuku. I made you a promise, didn't I? You have to stand up. We can't let this bastard get away with this. AFO stood up, looking into Izuku's eyes, noticing a fire that grew larger as he spoke. His instinct knew it. He was the new wielder of that power he had longed for since he himself created it. A foe. Standing up, so this is your successor, huh? Great. I'll be able to kill them both in one hit. Today I will kill 2 carriers and be whole again. Izuku. Angry. AFO. You'll be a funny death, kid. Izuku. And how do you plan to do it? A foe. Oh, how will I do it? With this. Before Izuku's confused gaze, the villain in his suit pulled out some knives which he threw at the green-haired boy. Izuku. You. Za War. The green-haired man couldn't finish speaking as he was hit by an air bullet in the shoulder, followed by 4 knives that hit his chest, but the villain, not stopping there, appeared in front of him, grabbing his head and slamming him against the ground. A foe. I already knew about your ability to stop time, so I just interrupted the process, just enough so that those knives would hit you. Bastard. Lunging at the villain Arizona SMASHHHHH. All Might would unleash a powerful blow on the villain, sending him slightly backward, but he would retaliate with a gust of wind that pierced All Might's leg, causing him to fall to the ground. AFO. Relax, All Might. Walking towards the freckled boy, you go next. Ha 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 ha. The symbol of evil would begin to speak as he approached the freckled boy. A foe. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to seeing what you were capable of, kid. The stand, such a special quirk, capable of dominating everyone. I've longed for it for so long, with it and with my quirk. I will achieve the unthinkable. Laughing like a madman, the symbol of evil would reach the freckled boy's corpse, ready to steal his quirk, beginning to reach out. AFO. I will achieve the sky. But to everyone's disbelief, Izuku's stand manifested itself with a look of utter fury on its face. He clenched his fist tightly, drawing it back. For the first time in his life, in all his years of existence, in all the times he had fought with any stand user, all for one felt true terror. The world. Muda, punching a foe on the head. The blow had been so brutal that it had shattered part of the villain's skull, sending him flying. So, a foe. Falling to the floor, damn it. If it weren't for my regeneration, that blow would have killed me. How is he still alive? Scared. Izuku. Standing up with difficulty, I must admit it. All for one, those knives had enough power to kill me, but you didn't count on this. The green-haired man pulled a book from his shirt, which was struck by the 4 knives. When did, angrily. Izuku. Before launching into combat, I asked Yaoyorozu to create it just in case. I was simply being cautious. A foe. Standing up, why don't you give up? Why do you stand up again even though I'm superior to you? You should stay on the ground like the weak scum you are, Izuku Midoriya. Angry. The green-haired boy stood up completely and began to speak. Izuku. I, Izuku Midoriya, have a dream. The dream of being a hero capable of protecting people no matter the cost. You only harm others by thinking only of yourself, that's why. It is my duty to stop you. I will be the light in the darkness you have created. Young Midoriya standing up. You have proven yourself to be an incredible hero. I cannot stand on the floor watching you risk your life, so allow me to fight by your side with my last remaining strength. A foe. Every single one of the carriers. They all gave me that look, that damned look before they died. Not one of them was afraid even as I took their life. They all looked at me as if they were superior to me. Today I end what I started. Today I end your damned bloodline AGE of mud. Izuku. And we will end the curse you created. The villain would be met with a powerful right hook from followed by the freckled one who would pull the world out to connect with a powerful kick to the stomach. The villain wouldn't be left behind, attacking with multiple air slashes which would manage to cause several cuts on both heroes. A foe. Die, releasing a bullet of air. The bullet would hit All Might, knocking him out of the battle. Izuku. All Might, no. His gaze changed. AFO saw how those hopeful eyes turned into challenging ones. A slight smile formed on Izuku's face, almost as if he were mocking the villain. AFO. What's so funny, kid? Angry. Izuku. Oh, I just think it's fun. AFO. What? Izuku. What is the purpose of heroes' lives? They live to free themselves from their fears and anxieties. They seek tranquility, fame. They even control and manipulate others. They marry and make friends for their peace of mind. They claim to do things for others, for love or justice, but they only do it for peace of mind. That is the yearning of heroes, of humans. Izuku began to expel golden beams. One for all at 30% was manifesting, the beams colliding with each other generating a terrifying sound for anyone, making even the symbol of evil tense up. Izuku. That's why I find your very existence amusing. You're an aberration against the very nature of humankind, an aberration which I will eradicate today. I'll do God's work for him, and send you back to the hell you came from. He couldn't take it anymore. He clenched his teeth and fists in fury. A child was mocking him right in front of his face. AFO. You reckless rat. So tedious over insignificant ants. You'll burn in hell, you damned piece of shit. I'll send you there myself. As soon as I conquer one for all in your stand, your worthless life will be mine. Izuku. Seriously. Then try and kill me, scrotum face. Izuku would join his arms with those of his stand, entering a clash of forces against the villain, generating great pressure in the area. Despite appearances, Izuku's strength truly rivaled that of All for One, who was about to attack with even more force. But in a surprising movement, The green-haired boy would let himself fall back, escaping the clash of fists and causing AFO to lose his balance, only to see the freckled boys stand in front of him, connecting with a powerful hook to his jaw. The world. Muda, hitting AFO. AFO. Stepping back, you damn brat, punching him. The blow connected squarely with Izuku's face, causing him to fall to the ground. Without giving him time to think, the villain attacked again, launching a brutal blow which Izuku barely dodged, sending his stand into the fight. Both giants began to clash fists consecutively, generating great gusts of wind in the area. So, the fight was incredibly even, but using a quirk to enhance his abilities, the villain managed to land a powerful blow on the stand's jaw, causing both it and Izuku to fall to the ground with brutal force. The stand vanished as Izuku coughed up a lot of blood from his mouth and nose, and a thin red trickle ran down his forehead. AFO. This was supposed to be your master's fate, but you proved to be the most annoying and disgusting of all the bearers of that curse, so let me kill you properly. The entire area began to tremble. Before the horrified eyes of students and teachers, a large crater opened up in the middle of the forest as what appeared to be an earthquake unfolded. Izuku's friends wanted to help, but Aizawa kept them away. What was about to happen could destroy the world as they knew it. Izuku's expression turned to one of fury. All for One's arm began to mutate grotesquely, sprouting spines that erupted violently from his flesh, spurting blood. The horror reached its peak when the arm became larger than AFO himself, who smiled maniacally, ready to end everything once and for all. AFO. Any last words, Izuku Midoriya? Loading a punch. Izuku was on the ground. He could barely speak. All Might stood helplessly in the distance, wanting to transform, but slowly the flame of One for All was leaving him. Izuku. WWH. Weakly. AFO. Excuse me, I can't hear you. Mocking. Izuku. Zawarudo. AFO. You. Cursed God. Open double angle bracket time stands still close double angle bracket. Izuku. Standing up. Once I do this, I won't be able to move for days, if I survive, but I trust that All Might can deliver the final blow. Summoning the world Yar days. An unimaginable energy coursed through Izuku's body, his muscles tensed abnormally, One for All, at the maximum capacity his body could handle without exploding. His stand emerged, noticeably different, his musculature increased, his gaze revealed Izuku's inner fury. He was ready to finish off All for One. Without noticing, the shadows of those who had wielded One for All before him appeared behind him, as well as the figure of a tall blonde man who simply watched intently. The world. Young. 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 Unleashing the flurry of blows. But the freckled one, to ensure victory, would transfer 100% of the One for All to his arm. Izuku. Muda, connecting the blow in the villain's face and simultaneously destroying his own arm. Open double angle bracket time returns to normal close double angle bracket. Fire. Hhhhhhhh. With immense pain, almost every bone in the villain's body had been broken. That monstrous arm had been brutally torn off by the blows. His muscles exploded from the force of the impacts. AFO was brutally sent flying towards All Might, who had charged all the remaining energy of OFA into his muscular arm. This is my last attack. Goodbye All for One. I landed the attack squarely on the villain's face, generating a pressure that wasn't just felt in the camp, it was felt throughout Japan. The news helicopter captured what would be the last attack of the symbol of peace. United States of ... SMAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA such force that even people far away were knocked back by the shockwave. Izuku himself was dragged several meters. A tornado was generated which rose to the sky, clearing it completely, while the villain was thrown to the ground with force, completely losing the battle. Adios, one for all. That flame within the hero would be completely consumed, along with the power with which he had once saved so many lives. Everything went from chaos to relative calm. Slowly, the students and teachers of the place emerged from their hiding places, all looking expectantly at the center of the fight. Once the dust and smoke dissipated, they saw All Might with his fist extended upwards in a clear sign of victory, while All for One lay on the ground with his mask and upper suit completely destroyed. There was a lot of blood around him and he was breathing with great difficulty. Around the world, thanks to the news helicopter, citizens began to celebrate the hero's victory. Toshinori would once again revert to his slender form and begin walking towards the one who was once the greatest villain of all time. Approaching. I told you I'd stop you, All for One. In the end, good always triumphs. At these words, the villain gave a small smile as a soft laugh began to escape from his almost unrecognizable lips. AFO. Ha, ha, is that what you think? All Might, he said with difficulty. Heroes are nothing but a plague on society. They seek fame, money, they've abandoned saving people to satisfy and capitalize on their appetite. You know it, the brat knows it, and that gave you the right to rob whoever you wanted. To kill whoever you wanted. And to hurt the rest of us, angry. AFO. And nothing more than a dreamer, Toshinori. You're not much more than a simple killer, and today that ends. AFO. I'm just like you. A symbol, you inspire them to be better and I teach them not to let themselves be trampled on by the heroes. How ironic, even in the end we were just two sides of the same coin. I'll see you on the other side. All Might. Thus, the symbol of evil began to cough up blood as his breathing became labored, until he gave what would be his last breath, ceasing to move. That day, the greatest villain of all time, All for One, would leave this world, beginning a new era for all of society. Izuku rose from the rubble, his arm completely shattered, blood dripping from his nose and forehead, but despite this, both his friends and the news cameras captured him. A smile flickered across his face. He made a clumsy gesture toward his teacher, but quickly fell to his knees. Before he could even stand, Toshinori's weak arm pointed at him. You will be the next symbol. The message was clear. Before the entire world, the hero had named the young man as the next to hold the title of Symbol of Peace. The freckled boy couldn't help but shed a few tears at what the hero had said, his dream, his destiny. Izuku, All Might, spitting blood. Suddenly, the green-haired boy began to feel a sharp, stabbing pain throughout his body, a pain that coursed through his nervous system. An intermittent headache began to set in. The boy clutched his face tightly, and flashes of light appeared in his eyes, revealing scenes, things he didn't understand at that moment, but which still felt so real. Bakugo. Izuku, running to help him. Todoroki. Midoriya, following the blonde. The freckled boy began to see everything blurry as he heard the voices of his friends and teacher fading away, but all he could see was them trying to help him. Momo. Izuku, stay with us. Call an ambulance. Bakugo. Come on, nerd. You can't die now. Todoroki. Don't close your eyes, Midoriya. But suddenly everything went dark. The freckled boy no longer knew where he was. He could no longer hear his friends' voices, but then he began to hear a voice as he managed to see what appeared to be a person with long white hair in what looked like a ruined building. There were people nearby, a corpse in front of him, and the man was simply reciting. ? Made in heaven. That's what they say, that's what everyone tells me. I know it's true. Can't you see it? I am what I was meant to be. After that, everything went dark again until the freckled boy heard another voice, a different one. It was the voice of an adult with white hair streaked with black. The boy could only see him from behind. Yo gain. Once the of activate, I will win and you will die. The freckled boy didn't understand what was happening or who those people were, but everything went black again as 8 people with auras of different colors appeared in front of him. Finally, the green-haired boy was able to speak. Izuku. Who are you? What is all this? Agitated. One of the people with a red aura would approach him. It's the one for all, kid. We're the ones who came before you. Every single shadow turned to stare at the boy, who became nervous. What you saw wasn't fake. They were visions, thanks to me, to my quirk. He was stunned. His quirk. It had to be a joke. He didn't understand what was happening. He didn't even know if it was some kind of trick by his own subconscious. Izuku. EL1 for all. 2 quirk. Astonished. It's called epitaph. Using it allowed me to see what was going to happen in 10 seconds, but you saw what would happen much later, several months later I would say. Izuku. I was able to use your quirk. But why? How? Honestly, I don't know either. It didn't happen to any of the holders. It seems you're a special case. I'm going to ask you something. I need you to control my quirk. It could be of help to you in the future. Izuku turned to look at the other one for all users, managing to spot a woman with black hair in a ponytail. Suddenly, the entire place began to crack as darkness turned into light. It seems you're waking up. You'd better get ready, kid, because my quirk probably won't be the only one you'll have to use. Izuku. Wait, what do you mean he won't be the only one? See you later. Izuku. Outside the OFA. The green-haired boy began to open his eyes, noticing that he was in a hospital room, but he wasn't alone. In the same room were his 3 friends. Yaoyorozu had her head resting on the freckled boy's legs, while Todoroki and Bakugo were asleep in some seats in the room. The freckled boy tried to get up, but was unsuccessful due to the pain he felt throughout his body. Izuku. Gee guys. With difficulty. Momo, who was closest, would begin to wake up seeing the freckled boy awake. Momo. Midoriya. Izuku. Yes. Momo. Midoriya, launching herself to hug him. The brunette's scream would make the other 2 young people wake up with a start. Todoroki. Waking up suddenly. Mom, put the kettle down, startled huh. Midoriya. Bakugo. Izuku. Approaching. Are you really awake? Izuku. What kind of tea question is that? In pain. He turned to look at his arm, seeing that it was completely in a cast, and on it were several signatures from his classmates wishing him luck. Izuku. Brilliant. Momo. We thought you wouldn't wake up, you idiot, hitting him. Izuku. Damn it. Where's All Might? Bakugo. See for yourself, brother. Grabbing a TV remote. The blonde man turned on the television to the news channel where they were talking about AM. Presenter. Just as you hear it, the symbol of peace announced his retirement as a hero after the great battle he had alongside a UA student against a villain whose name is still unknown. The announcement was made this morning at a conference. In addition, several people have been criticizing UA for its poor security, while they only apologize and mention that they will fix it. Izuku. It was about time he retired. Bakugo. I guess so, let's see if it's on all channels. Changing channels. The other channel was reporting a different story. Presenter. In other news, several disappearances of young women have been reported. The latest case is that of the young woman Rimi Sugimo. Before he could continue, Bakugo turned off the television. Todoroki. I wanted to watch the news. Izuku. And my mother. Momo. She came before us, she asked us to take care of you while she did something important. Izuku. Damn, I must have been asleep for a while. Bakugo. A couple of days, you recovered pretty quickly, to be honest I even thought you wouldn't make it. Izuku. It's good to see you trust me, Kachan. Angrily. And what's been happening at UA? Todoroki. They decided to make dormitories to protect the students. Professor Aizawa and All Might went to ask permission from all the families except yours. They wanted you to be awake before they went. Izuku. Well, I guess it's time to go home, isn't it? Momo. I'll call Aizawa so he can come with All Might to pick you up, pulling out her phone. After a while, the teachers arrived, checking on their student's condition, and after a checkup, they took him out of the hospital while his friends went to their respective homes. The teachers, along with the freckled boy, would arrive by car at the green-haired boy's home where they were awaited by his mother, who, upon seeing her son, would rush to hug him. Inko. I was so worried, my little Izuku, crying. Izuku. I know, Mom, receiving the hug. I'm glad to be back. Aizawa. Midoriya, may we come in? We have some things to discuss. Inko. Oh, of course, wiping away her tears. Come in. Entering the house. The teachers would sit in one of the armchairs, as would the two green-haired boys. Inko. Tell me, what did you want to talk about? Let's get straight to the point. Uwa decided to set up dormitories for students so they can be safe in case the villains attack again. That's why we want you to give young Izuku permission to go. I know we've failed you as an institution with all these attacks, but... Both the blonde and the dark-haired man would bow. Aizawa. But your son has tremendous potential, and while he is impulsive and quite stubborn, we would love for this not to hinder his ability to become a hero. Inko. Please lift your heads. Both adults would do what the woman asked. Inko. To be honest, I'm a little worried about my son being exposed to villains, but I know that if he wants to be a hero, he'll have to take risks. Besides, I know my son isn't weak. Ever since he got the world, he's only trained to be a hero. He has a huge heart, and while it's true he can be an aggressive and impulsive airhead, if anyone has to save people, I know it's him. For my part, it's fine that he stays in the dorms, but this isn't just my decision. It's mine too. Coming out of the kitchen. An adult with green hair and glasses would come out of the kitchen. Izuku. Dad. Hisashi. That's right, son. Aren't you going to give me a hug? The freckled boy jumped up from the armchair and ran to hug his father while crying, which made his teachers smile slightly, although both stared at the man somewhat puzzled. Izuku. Hugging Hisashi. I thought you were in the United States working. Hisashi. I returned this morning, but it's not time to talk about that, we can do it later. Pulling away from the hug. United States. Excuse me, Mr. Midoriya, were you in the United States as a hero? Hisashi. That's right, All Might, it's good to see you again. At this, All Might smiled, stood up, and shook hands with everyone, who looked confused. I knew my eyes and ears weren't deceiving me. Izuku. Why, you guys already knew each other. Hisashi. Of course, we coincided on several missions there in the United States. You should have seen him in his prime, son. The title of #1 hero didn't do him justice. Ha ha ha. Thanks Hisashi. You were a fearsome hero back then too. It's a shame what happened. Izuku. What happened? Confused. Hisashi. You said it, he said melancholically, but it allowed me to return to my family and be the father I was always meant to be. You must be Eraserhead. The eldest of the Midoriya brothers extended his hand towards Aizawa, who returned the gesture. Aizawa. I knew that face looked familiar. Hisashi. It's an honor to meet a hero like you. Even across the pond, people are talking about your missions. I hope I can teach my son how to be a great hero. Aizawa. Hey, I like you, Mr. Midoriya. Don't worry, I'll take care of the brat. Hisashi. Oh my good. Where are my manners? Does anyone want some water? For now, we're fine, Mr. Midoriya. Regarding the dorm proposal, Hisashi. Of course, if it's so my son can become a great hero, then it's fine. Aizawa. Then it's decided. Standing up. A truck will come by to pick up Izuku's things and take them to the dorms. That's all. It was nice seeing you again, Izuku. You have a great family. Izuku. Thank you All Might. Thus the two teachers would leave the house, leaving the family alone. Hisashi. Come on, son, let's sit down. We have a lot to talk about. At the Midoriya house, both father and son were in the living room while Inko went shopping. Hisashi. So, sitting down, where do you want me to start? Izuku. Sitting down. What have you been doing all this time? Hisashi. I was in the United States working as a hero to earn money so I could keep them at a distance. Izuku. So why did you come back? Hisashi. I had a minor incident there. It prevented me from continuing to work as a hero, but it allowed me to return to Japan to be with you all. You were amazing at the sports festival. Izuku. Why, you saw me? Hisashi. Of course I saw you. The festival is broadcast all over the world. I'm amazed at how well you can use the world. Your mother told me you were good, but what you did there, Disappearing during the race and reappearing right alongside your teammates was amazing. How did you do it? Izuku. The world has an extra ability, it allows him to stop time. For now, I can only stop it for 6 seconds, but with training, I can increase this time range. Hisashi. You're amazing, son. I'm glad you want to be a hero. A power like yours in the hands of a villain would be a catastrophe. He could go around throwing knives and destroying family lineages. Izuku. Yes, that would be terrible. Hisashi. But tell me, do you still want to turn those who make fun of your hair into donuts? Izuku. No. Hisashi. What did I tell you about that? You know what, it doesn't matter anymore, just please don't kill anyone. Izuku. Yes, okay. Hisashi. Anyway, now that your mother's out shopping, why don't you go for a walk? The weather's lovely, and it would be a shame to waste it. Izuku. Sounds great. They both left the house and started walking through the streets. Their main goal was to find a place to eat, and while walking through the streets they talked about past experiences. Izuku. You really met All Might in his golden age. Hisashi. Yes, I did. Ha ha ha. I used to be so charismatic, and I still am. I always exuded that aura of confidence. Whenever I appeared, you knew everything would be alright. I was just a somewhat minor hero, never particularly outstanding, but even so, he recognized my bravery when I jumped into battle. I don't think he ever realized I was just impulsive, haha. Izuku. I'll say that again, there's a store over there, I'll just pop in and grab something to drink, okay. Hisashi. Don't be long, kid, I'm hungry. Izuku would enter the store leaving his father alone. Hisashi would wait a few seconds until he heard a slight commotion in an alley. He would walk a little until he reached the scene, and he would see a rather robust man with a black mask rummaging in a bag. Damn, nothing good, she said, throwing things, you damn idiot. Hisashi. Hey, it caught the man's attention, and he turned to look at him angrily. Hisashi. You know, I think you can tell a lot about a woman from the contents of her purse, but, maybe you didn't have that in mind. Getting closer. Get away, idiot, he doesn't want to have to break someone else's nose today. Hisashi. Don't worry, I've already called an ambulance, for you. The villain would lunge with a powerful blow against the older man, but to his surprise, Hisashi, with great agility, would dodge it by jumping against the wall and propelling himself forward, managing to connect with a kick to the villain's face, who, disoriented, would move away a little. You have strength, Hisashi. And you didn't see me in my prime. Despite everything, maybe I still have it. Part of his sleeves tore, revealing scaly arms. His eyes changed shape to resemble those of a reptile. Hisashi. I can't transform completely, not anymore, but this is enough, he said in pain. Holy shit. Fed up with that, the villain would attack again with a blow, but Hisashi. Scary monsters. With speed, he launched himself at the villain, landing a powerful blow on his face and knocking him to the ground. Even as he recovered, he received several cuts from the older Midoriya's reptilian claws. Without letting him rest, he grabbed him by the neck, slamming him against the wall and repeatedly punching him in the torso. Hisashi. Young. Faced with such a barrage of blows, the villain could take no more and succumbed, falling unconscious to the ground while blood dripped from his mouth. Hisashi slowly began to transform as patrol cars could be heard in the distance. A rather confused Izuku would arrive at the alley. Izuku. Dad, what happened here? Hashi. Did he faint? The police would arrive at the scene, at which point Hisashi would give a false testimony saying that a mysterious hero arrived and stopped the villain, then leaving the place with his son. Izuku. Dad. Hisashi. Dime, Izuku. Izuku. What did All Might mean by the incident that happened to you? Hisashi lowered his head slightly as he spoke in response to this question. Hisashi. It happened a while ago. I was patrolling the streets of Florida, everything was normal, it was nighttime. I saw a guy being chased by the police. I used my stand to get ahead and stop him, but the bastard turned a corner and two more appeared. There was a small fight, and a stray bullet hit him, as well as me. All three of them managed to escape. He clenched his fist in anger, but since that day, my quirk hasn't worked the same. No matter how many tests they did on me, it was useless. I only managed to use a small fraction of it, but it was never the same again. Izuku. I see, he said sadly. I'm really sorry, Dad. Seeing her son sad, she gave him a hug while smiling. Hisashi. It doesn't matter, thanks to that I was able to come back to you. You know, my father wasn't very present in my life, and when he was. Faint flashes came to her mind. A neglected house, her mother smoking in the living room as her father walked through the door. A huge man, muscular, and blonde. Hisashi. He wasn't a good father, but I still loved him. Izuku. What was his name? Hisashi. His name was. Izuku's phone started ringing. Izuku. I'm sorry. Hisashi. Don't worry, son, that's a story for another day. Answer. Chat. I'll see you at the beach. Izuku. Okay. Outside of chat. Izuku. Dad. Hisashi. Tell me, son. Izuku. I have to go, there's something I have to do. Hisashi. Be careful, kid. You're strong, but don't overdo it. I'll see you at home. Izuku. Great, see you in a bit. Izuku left the place, leaving his father with a slight smile, but thinking about his words. Hisashi. Someday I'll tell you about him, Izuku. On the beach, the freckled boy had already arrived at the place, seeing All Might in his slim form. Izuku. All Might, approaching. Midoriya. Izuku. All Might, arriving with the hero. Midoriya, angry. Izuku. All Might. Detroit smash, hitting Izuku. The blow would cause the freckled boy to fall to the floor. Izuku. What the hell, All Might. Standing up. That's what you get for doing something stupid like going after All for One. You could have died, kid. Izuku. What did you want me to do? Did you want me to let you die? You know what? It doesn't matter, at least we were able to defeat him, looking at the sky. That bastard will never cause pain again. Izuku. Actually, All Might, there's something I want to talk to you about. Tell me, young Midoriya. Izuku. When I fainted after the fight against AFO, everything went dark, until I heard a voice and I could faintly see a guy with long white hair. He was talking about the sky and something. Then I saw an adult with white hair with black streaks talking about a bomb. I didn't quite understand, but then, after Izuku, 8 people of different colors appeared. I asked them who they were and what was happening. One of them approached me and said, This is OFA. We're the former holders, and what you saw was thanks to my quirk, she said while imitating the holder. The hero was in shock after what his successor said. One for all, the former holders, their quirk. This has to be a joke. Izuku. That's not how it is, he told me his quirk was called Epitaph. It allows him to see what was going to happen in 10 seconds, but what I saw was going to happen much later, a few months later. Thinking until something occurred to her. Did you see a woman among the carriers? Izuku. Yes, she had black hair and wore a cape. All Might would be petrified by this. There's no doubt that's true. That woman was my teacher Nana Shimura, the 7th wielder of One for All. Izuku. So it's real. It must be. What I don't understand is how you were able to use that user's quirk. Izuku. He mentioned that it hadn't happened to any of us and that I should train my quirk since I'll probably have more. More. It must be something about One for All that my teacher didn't tell me about, or even something that no other holder knew about. Izuku. Well, it seems One for All hides many more secrets than we thought, and besides, Shigaraki is still at large. He still carries on with the will of All for One. Your mission isn't over yet, young man. Izuku. I know, when the day comes I'll take care of him. It seems so, kid. Well, go home. You have to see your father, he was a great hero, lad. It makes me happy to see your family together. Izuku. That's right, starts running. See you all might, Goodbye. So the freckled boy would run home, leaving his teacher on the beach. I need to talk to Gran Torino about this. The next day a truck would come by to pick up the green-haired boy's things at the same time as he was going to the address he had been given for the dormitories. At the entrance to the bedrooms, the freckled boy had just arrived and found several of his classmates talking amongst themselves. Kirishima. Midoriya. I'm glad you're okay. Izuku. I'm glad to be okay too, little shark. Bakugo. Arriving. What's up, nerd? Izuku. Hola Kachan. Todoroki. Arriving. Midoriya. Izuku. Todoroki. Bakugo. All that's missing is the ponytail. Momo. I'm here. Arriving. Aizawa. Alright, brats, calling the students' attention. I know terrible things happened at that camp, but I'm glad you're alright. We'll discuss what you did there, broccoli-haired brat, he said, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine, but for now, let's just talk about the dorms. One side of the dorms is for boys and the other for girls. There are no shared bathrooms. You have a common room for everyone. Your things are already inside, you just need to unpack your rooms. You'll also have a few days off to adjust. I'm going to sleep now. Entering the building. Iida. We'd better go into class. That way the whole class would enter the building, each going to their room to tidy it up. 3 hours later, the students had decided to meet in the room to chat for a while. Mina. It'll be fun living all together. Hagakure. That's right. Izuku. What do you think, Kachan? Arriving in the room. Bakugo. I think it's going to be the most frustrating thing in the world, next to the freckled guy. Momo. I think it will be interesting, a whole group of young heroes in one house. Todoroki. It has a sitcom plot. Bakugo. They have way too much faith in this bunch of irresponsible people. Izuku. I'm sorry, Kachan. Don't be bitter. In pain. Suddenly, the freckled boy's head would start to hurt. Bakugo. Are you okay, nerd? Worried. Type. Izuku. Izuku. See, calm down, it's not. Epitaph. That's what the freckled boy heard before his vision changed, as if he had a filter. The freckled boy saw Shiro come out of the kitchen and throw a can of soda at Bakugo, but his vision returned to normal when he saw that Shiro was gone. Izuku. Crouch down. Bakugo. He couldn't finish speaking because Izuku grabbed his head, forcing him to duck, while Shiro came out of the kitchen and threw the can at Bakugo, but the can went past him, leaving the class impressed. Bakugo. Getting down on his feet. Izuku. Momo. See Vomo Sabia's Kayla Aventarian Lalata Bakugo. Izuku. I don't know. That was epitaph. But the vision wasn't 10 seconds long. It was like 4. Mina. Well, now that we've all finished tidying our rooms, why don't we take a look at them? Uraraka. I agree. Then the whole class would start looking at the rooms, beginning with Izuku's. Izuku. Opening the door. It's nothing out of the ordinary. And she was right, the room was more or less normal except for small details. The bed had a blanket with a red star print. There was also a small desk where he had a laptop and next to it a coat rack where he had hung a yellow sweatshirt with green hearts on the elbows, and he also had hanging a black cap with gold parts. Something that caught the attention of a certain black-haired girl was a photo of Izuku as a child next to a large dog. Momo. Did you have a dog? Izuku. His name was Danny, he was a Great Dane, he was a good dog. Bakugo. Good dog. Then why did he bite me when I was 10? Izuku. I think it was because you punched me in the face. Bakugo. I don't think so. After that, the entire class would leave the room except for Bakugo and Izuku. Bakugo. Can you explain what that was about the room? Izuku. Not now, Kachan, I'll tell you later. Bakugo. Whatever. So the friends left the room and went with their classmates to see the rooms. There were some nice ones, some strange ones, and some normal ones. When they arrived at the one with the two-tone shirt, it had a traditional style. Izuku. How the hell did you remodel it so fast? Todoroki. Hard work. Next it was the girls' turn to show their rooms. They were all normal until it was Momo's turn. Momo. I'm sorry, I expected it to be bigger, opening the door. Upon entering, the entire class was amazed by how luxurious it looked and because the bed took up almost the entire room. Bakugo. What the hell? Uraraka. It's luxurious. Izuku. Your damn room costs more than my whole house. Momo. Ahihihi laughing nervously. Izuku. And what about the bed? Lying down on it. I'll sink into it. Momo. I always found it comfortable. Mina. If Midoriya doesn't like it, that means they won't be able to. Tsuyu. Mina, shut up, Hiro. Izuku. Huh, what do you mean? Momo. Don't say those things, Mina. Annoyed. Izuku. I don't understand, confused. Bakugo. You really are an idiot, dude. That would be the last room to see, but after that the freckled boy would call Todoroki and Bakugo to his room to talk about something important. Todoroki. What did you want to talk about? Midoriya, entering the room. Bakugo. Are you really going to tell him? Izuku. He trusted him enough. Closing the door, I already consulted with All Might. Todoroki. Tell me what? Izuku. Todoroki. I'm going to tell you about One for All. In the green-haired boy's room. Todoroki. One for All. Izuku. A quirk as ancient as quirks themselves, the power to pass on power. Seriously, Todoroki. I don't think such a power exists. Izuku. But it exists, and I am its current wielder. Shoto would be surprised by this statement. Todoroki. What? Confused. Izuku. One for All has been passed down from generation to generation to defeat evil. I am the 9th and current wielder of it. This power was inherited from All Might. Todoroki. All Might, incredulous. Izuku. That's right, this power had a purpose, to defeat the symbol of evil. All for One. Bakugo. The villain who attacked the camp. Todoroki. So, you have 2 quirks. Izuku. I guess so. Todoroki. Why are you telling me all this? Izuku. Shigaraki. It turns out he's something like All for One's successor. He managed to escape the camp, but he's out there free. I need people I can trust, and I trust you. Someday I'll have to face him, and I hope I won't be alone. Bakugo. Now answer, what was that about the room? Izuku. It seems One for All is more special than it appeared. What happened in the room was the work of the quirk of one of the former users, Epitaph. Bakugo. What? Confused. Izuku. After the battle against AFO, when I fainted, I saw several things. One of them was the former holders. One of them told me that the visions I experienced were thanks to his quirk, Epitaph. It allowed him to see what was going to happen in 10 seconds, but those visions were going to happen several months later. In the room, I experienced the quirk, which is why I was able to see Zero throw the can at you before it happened. Todoroki. So you can use the quirks of the users, astonished. Izuku. It seems so, that's why I called you both. Bakugo. Why? Izuku. I want you to help me train those quirks. Even though All for One died, the League of Villains is still out there. We need to be prepared. Todoroki. Count me in. Bakugo. And with me, we can't let that idiot with the hands win. Izuku. Thanks guys, that's all I had to say, you can go now. After that conversation, both young men went to their rooms. The next morning Izuku returned to his parents' house and found them both having breakfast. Hisashi. Wow, looks like the hero has gone back to his old ways. Inko. Hello son. Izuku. Hello, I wanted to stop by and visit you all. Ua gave us a few days off because of the whole villain situation, and I wanted to spend some time with you. Hisashi. Amazing, I'm glad you want to be with us, son. Inko. Being in the United States really changed the way she speaks, she thought, somewhat embarrassed. Hisashi. Sit down, Izuku. It's time your old man told you a few stories about my days as a hero. The afternoon was spent talking about Hisashi and his missions abroad, also telling him about his quirk. Izuku. So that, scary monsters, huh? Hisashi. It's the name of a song I liked when I was young. Once the doctor diagnosed me with my quirk, I got too excited. I suppose that, like you, I possess a stand. Even so, Dad, he said thoughtfully, it doesn't matter. As the years passed, I decided to become a professional hero. Izuku. You never went to UA. Hisashi. I tried, I did well on the practical exam, but I'm an idiot when it comes to theory, he said dejectedly, but luckily Shiketsu was interested in my stand and gave me a scholarship. Then, on a patrol day, I saved a girl from being crushed by a car. Inko. And that's how I met your father, Izuku. Hisashi. Call it love at first sight, but once that happened we were inseparable. Sometimes I even skipped classes at Shiketsu to see her at the cafe where she worked. Izuku. You're too cheesy, Dad, he said sheepishly. Hisashi. Oh my god. Not at all. And tell me, Izuku, do you have a girlfriend yet? Izuku. I'm a student hero, I don't have time for that stuff. He said, puffing out his chest. Hisashi. Good excuse just to tell me that you're afraid of women. Izuku. Hey, angry, I'm not scared of them, maybe I'm just not ready for that stuff. Inko. What about the Yaoyorozu's daughter? She's cute and always sticks close to you. Izuku. What kind? Hisashi. Daughter Yaoyorozu. Millionaires. Oh my good. Izuku plans to get us out of poverty. He said cheerfully. Izuku. And no, that's not true. He said sadly, Yaoyorozu is a great friend and I admire her a lot, that's all. Hisashi. Yeah, right, I used to say the same thing about your mother, and here you are, aren't you? Izuku. Can we continue talking about your hero days please? Hisashi. How boring. You break my heart, son. Anyway, do you want to hear about when I met Star and Stripes? Izuku. Seriously, the stories kept coming, each one better than the last. There came a moment when the oldest stopped and went to his room for something. When he returned, he had a box which he would leave on the table. Izuku. What is that? Hisashi. Your mother showed me your hero costume, I like it, but if it ever fails or breaks, I want you to have this. I would open the box showing. Izuku. Hisashi. My hero costume. I used it all the time I was in the United States, although I think it'll be too small for you. You've really grown quite a bit, son, haha. Izuku. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much, Dad, he said happily. Hisashi. You're welcome, son, hugging him. Inko. Do you have room for anyone else? Izuku. Haha, of course. The entire Midoriya family would give each other a big hug. Life was definitely starting to smile on them. A week had passed since that conversation, a week where Izuku trained alongside his friends, managing to use epitaph and see at least what was going to happen in 4 seconds. He also discovered that he could only use it once a day, but that could be fixed with more training. Class 1A. Aizawa. Entering the classroom. All right, little caterpillars, today's the day you'll get your provisional hero licenses. This will allow you to fight villains. The exam will be held elsewhere, so get your hero costumes ready and I'll see you at the exit. Leaving. The green-haired boy jumped up excitedly from his chair, raising his fist with a defiant look. Izuku. I've been waiting for this for so long, standing up. Iida. All right class, everyone, go get your hero costumes and head for the exit. Don't take too long. Good luck. The whole class would go to get their respective suits, carrying them in a suitcase. Upon leaving, they met their teacher who was waiting for them next to a bus. Aizawa. They didn't take long. Are you excited, huh? Izuku. Can you blame us, sensei? Aizawa. I guess you're right, broccoli hairs. Izuku. Sure, angrily. The class, following their teacher's instructions, boarded the bus. Bakugo and Todoroki sat together, while Izuku and Momo did the same. Momo. Do you think everything will turn out all right? Insecure. Izuku. Calm down, we're heroes, right? Everything will be all right, we'll pass the exam and that's it. Momo. Oh okay, I'm surprised you're so confident. Izuku. I know, things have been going really well lately, I'm glad Dad's back home. The trip was more or less peaceful except for the fights between Bakugo and Todoroki, but after that they finally reached their destination. Aizawa. All right brats, get out. Getting off the bus, the entire class would go downstairs with their teacher. Aizawa. There aren't that many schools. Aizawa. A woman with green hair was approaching the dark-haired man, who looked annoyed. Aizawa. Emmy, it's not a pleasure to see you. Ms. Joke. Oh, it seems you're still the same grumpy old guy. Shall we get married? Aizawa. Number. Everyone. That's live. Ms. Joke. No. Ha. You're a good joker, Aizawa. Look, here come my students, pointing at a group of students. Oh, you must be the ones from UA. A black-haired boy said as he approached Izuku. You must be Izuku. We saw you fight All Might. You're truly amazing. Izuku. Thank you. Excuse me, who are you? Shindo. My name is Shindo Yo. I'm from Ketsubutsu Academy. It's an honor to meet you all, and you too, pointing at Bakugo. What's your name? Bakugo. Bakugo Katsuki. Sayendo. I hope we can be friends, give it your best. Izuku. Of course, smiling. Bakugo. That sounds good to me. Giving a slight smile. Ms. Joke. It's great that you all get along. Well, see you later, Aizawa, leaving with her class. Shindo. Goodbye guys, walking away. Izuku. Bakugo. Goodbye. That way the rival academy would leave. Momo. I'm glad you two get along. Izuku. Get along. That son of a bitch is going to be the first to fall. Bakugo. You son of a bitch. Pretending to be a good guy. Does he think we're that stupid? That bastard declared war on us. Izuku. Angry. Momo. What? Todoroki. I knew they were being very kind. Mina. Aizawa, aren't you going to say anything to those two? Aizawa. Clearly, if. Izuku. Bakugo. Activating his quirk. Izuku. Bakugo. SC. Aizawa. Crush that shitty academy. Izuku. Bakugo. Yes. I'll destroy them. Momo. What a good teacher. After that, the entire class entered the venue for the licensing exam. Upon entering, a man announced that the test would be divided into 2 phases. The first phase consisted of eliminating students from other schools by hitting markers attached to their bodies with balls. Following this, the students of Class 1A went to change their uniforms, with the notable change being that Izuku had changed his. Izuku. Arriving. I'm here guys. Momo. Oh, hi Mido, looking at the change of clothes and nice suit. Izuku. Oh, thank you. This is the suit. Bakugo. And that nerdy outfit. Izuku. It's dad's, and it's quite comfortable. Todoroki. And why the Dio on the helmet? Izuku. That's because, before they could finish, the platform they were on would begin to rise, reaching the ground where the first phase of the exam would take place. Speaker. Begin. Kirishima. That's strange. I don't see the other schools. Midoriya looked around, searching for people, but he didn't see anyone, until he realized that they were the only ones who had appeared in the center of the whole place. Izuku. Wait a minute, we appeared in the center of the field, that means. Shindo. That's right, kid. Shindo. Everyone's going for UA. Bakugo. Bastard. Suddenly the ground began to shake and crack, causing the class to separate. Izuku. Falling to the ground. Ah, damn it, that son of a bitch separated us. Bakugo. Arriving. Are you okay, nerd? Izuku. Yes, I guess. Standing up. We have to meet up with the others. Well, you must be the ones from UA. Bakugo. And who the hell are you? Seiji. What awful vocabulary. I am Seiji Shishikura, a student at Shiketsu, which is far superior to UA. To prove it, I will defeat them. Izuku. You seriously think you can make it purple? Seiji. Of course I can, and to prove it. The purple-haired man pulled what appeared to be a meatball with red eyes and hair from behind his back. Here's one of yours. Bakugo. Kirishima. You bastard, you'll regret this. Running towards him. Izuku. Esperakachan. Seiji. Predictable, throwing one of the meatballs. Bakugo. WH. Starting to be covered by her. Damn it. Before being consumed by the meatball, the blonde boy would reach the purple-haired boy and, without him noticing, would put something on his back and then throw something at the freckled boy. Seiji. Grabbing Bakugo's meatball. It was easier than I thought. Izuku. Damn it, Kachan, why are you so impulsive? What did you give me? Looking at his hand, realizing it was a detonator. Seiji. Now it's your turn, weird-haired boy. Izuku. What? What did you say to me, you stupid idiot? Angry. Seiji. I said your hair is crap. Before he even realized it, the freckled one was in front of the purple-haired one, punching him in the jaw with the OFA, then taking out the world and kicking him in the abdomen. The world. Muda. Releasing the kick. Seiji. Falling far away. Damn it, he's too fast, I didn't even see him. Izuku. You made 3 mistakes. Seiji. Shishikura approaching. You messed with my friends, you insulted my beautiful hair, and lastly, you messed with my academy. Bite the dust. Activating the detonator Bakugo gave him. An explosion occurred on Seiji's back, causing him pain and ultimately causing him to faint, freeing the blonde and red-haired man. Kirishima. Standing up. Thanks guys. Bakugo. Standing up. I'm going to kill that bitch. Izuku. Don't worry about it, Kachan, I already beat him. Approaching Seiji and touching his panels with a ball. And I already deleted it. Bakugo. Grug, whatever, let's go join the others. The freckled boy and his 2 friends would run all over the terrain until they encountered the bicolored boy who was fighting against Shindo. Shindo. Accept it, kid. Your academy is going to lose against us. Todoroki. Those bastards separated us to make it easier to eliminate us. From the beginning, everyone was against Ua. Izuku. Todoroki. Arriving with the other 2. Todoroki. Midoriya. Bakugo. We have to kill that idiot. Izuku. No, go and find the others, I'll take care of him. Bakugo. Damn it, fine, let's go, starts running. Kirishima. Don't give up. In a hurry. Todoroki. Suerte. Midoriya. Following the blonde and the redhead. Izuku. Relax, Todoroki. Her gaze sharpened as that characteristic smile appeared. Izuku. I don't need luck. Shindo. Is that really your strategy? It'll be easier to eliminate you. After all, I've spent more time studying to be a hero. Izuku. You talk a lot but do little. Maybe you've been a hero longer, but I have twice as much experience and skill as you, and I'll prove it to you. Shindo. Then, do it. The dark-haired man placed his hands on the ground, causing it to shake violently, and consequently the freckled man lost his balance, which Shindo took advantage of by starting to run towards the freckled man. Izuku. Epitaph. The ability would activate, allowing the freckled boy to see Shindo approaching him and throwing a punch aimed at his face. After that, the ability would deactivate, allowing the freckled boy to see Shindo approaching him and throwing another punch. Thanks to Epitaph, he managed to react by ducking to avoid the blow and then sweeping Shindo's feet, causing him to fall. But not stopping there, the freckled boy summoned the world and delivered a powerful blow to Shindo's stomach, causing him to spit blood. The world. Muda. Hitting Shindo. Shindo. Ah. Spitting blood and being slammed into a rock. How did he react so fast? He could no longer question it, as a knife would give him a slight cut on his cheek. The knife had been thrown by the green-haired boy without lethal intent. Shindo. K knives. Izuku. I don't plan on killing you, if you're wondering, just eliminating you, removing the world. Zawarudo. Suddenly the panels of the dark-haired boy had turned red, indicating that he had been eliminated, while the freckled boy had not moved. Shindo. What? You didn't even move. Izuku. Walking away. You shouldn't underestimate others, Shindo, much less me. The green-haired boy ran until he encountered Momo, who was fighting against 2 students from another academy. The freckled boy, activating OFA, launched himself at one of the students and, before he realized it, marked his panels with a ball, eliminating him. Meanwhile, Momo threw a Reaper grenade at the other student, then touched his panels and eliminated him. Announcer. 2 more UA students have just passed the test. Please proceed to the break room. Izuku. Great, shall we go? Starting to walk. Momo. Wait, Izuku. Stopping in step. Momo. Making a handkerchief. Yeens, your face is dirty. Wiping the cloth over her face. Izuku. Thank you, he said, blushing slightly. Momo. Realizing what she was doing. Yes, why you're welcome. The 2 friends would go to the break room and meet almost their entire class. Bakugo. Did you beat the shit out of that bastard? Izuku. Sure, something like that. Todoroki. You 2 are seriously messed up in the head. Izuku. Hey Todoroki, What's up with that guy from Shiketsu who keeps staring at you like he wants to kill you? Todoroki. I think I saw him at the UA recommended student exam, but I think I treated him badly. Izuku. During your, I hate my father, phase, wasn't that right? Todoroki. See, Momo. You should apologize, Todoroki. Todoroki. I guess you're right, sighing I'll do it when I can. Speaker. The next test consists of rescuing people. Don't forget to work as a team. If you fail in any aspect, points will be deducted. You may now leave. Izuku. What a long break, huh, he said sarcastically. Come on guys. All classes would leave encountering a simulation of several collapses and actors pretending to be victims. Uraraka. Midoriya, what do we do? Izuku. Uraraka, you and Tsuyu help people get out of the rubble. Jiro. You can use your headphones to locate people in the buildings. Momo. You can create things to help the injured. The rest of you help Tsuyu and Uraraka get the injured out. Kacchan and Todoroki, come with me. The whole class would get to work doing what the green-haired boy indicated, while he and the other two helped carry the rubble to facilitate the rescue. Everything was going well until an explosion was heard throughout the grounds. From one part of the enclosure emerged the hero gang Orca acting as a villain along with his helpers. Izuku. Damn it, guys, take the injured to a safe place. Kacchan, I need you to use your explosions to get up into the sky and tell me what's going on. Bakugo. Okay, rising with his explosions. The blonde man, from above, would be able to see the situation before falling with his companions. Bakugo. Gang Orca and his henchmen are acting like villains. Izuku. We can't let it reach the civilians, I need you to keep his henchmen at bay. Bakugo. You don't have to ask, nerd. Launching into the fight. Izuku. Todoroki. Gang Orca's weakness is fire, you have to attack him directly. Todoroki. I understand. After that, the two boys would launch into combat. In battle, Bakugo had already arrived, starting to launch explosions at the henchmen to keep them at bay, while the freckled one cleared a path for the bicolored one so he could attack Gang Orca. Izuku. Muda, kicking a henchman do it, Todoroki. Todoroki. Si. The bicolored one would unleash a burst of flame at the hero, but it would be deflected by the tall boy from Shiketsu, who launched a gust of wind at the hero, but it collided with the flame. Todoroki. What the hell are you doing, angry? Inasa. What are you doing, son of Endeavor? The two boys would start arguing, so the hero would take the opportunity to grab Todoroki by the neck and slam him to the ground, but without stopping there he would throw him against Inasa, causing him to fall to the ground along with the bicolored boy. Izuku. Do I have to do everything myself? Starting to run towards Todoroki. Todoroki. Get up. Don't let me take away that damn trauma so you can go back to being the bitter person you always were. You've changed. Before the freckled boy could arrive, he would be attacked by a sonic wave from the hero. Gang Orca. Sorry, kid, but you're not going to win. The bicolored boy could only watch helplessly as his friend was attacked for the mistake he had made. The boy turned to look at Inasa, and as if by telepathy, they both stood up to attack the hero together. The bicolored boy unleashed a burst of flame that, combined with a whirlwind from Inasa, created a fire tornado that crashed into the hero, who barely had time to react, firing a sonic wave at the boys, causing them to stop the attack. Gang Orca. At least they worked on equipment. Izuku. Muda, hitting him in the face. The freckled boy had taken advantage of the boy's attack to stand up and attack. Gang Orca. You're strong. Let's see if you can handle this, launching an attack but being stopped. Huh. The hero had clashed fists with none other than the world, who, as usual, appeared without Izuku summoning him. Without hesitation, the hero unleashed a barrage of blows against the stand, which responded in kind, creating powerful gusts of wind with each strike. Gang Orca. His strength. It's comparable to All Might himself, he shouted in great amazement. He managed to land a blow on the stand, damaging Izuku, but without pausing, the stand responded with a powerful elbow to the villain's nose. Confused, Izuku couldn't react to another strong attack from the stand, which slammed into him with its full body, knocking the wind out of him. The hero tried to grab the stand by the neck, but it quickly grabbed him and, as if he were a feather, threw him to the ground with force. Slowly, the villain got to his feet, but Izuku, appearing behind the hero, time, unleashing a powerful punch with OFA at 20%, causing the hero to stumble backward only to be met by an explosive blonde Bakugo, shiny, unleashing a huge explosion that would force the hero back. Gang Orca. They're too strong. The hero recovered, he was ready to counterattack, but the test ended. Speaker. Test is over. All classes assemble. Gang Orca. Someday we'll finish this battle, guys. Walking away you'll be excellent heroes. Izuku. Kachan, help, I can't stand up, on the ground. Bakugo. You look like a crippled nerd. All the students would go to change their outfits and then go to another room where there would be a large screen showing the names of those who passed. Izuku. Awesome, I passed. Happy. Momo. Me too, happy. Bakugo. Crush those extras from those nameless academies. Todoroki. Surprisingly, I passed too. The entire class 1A had passed. After that the class would leave and meet their teacher who would give them their licenses. Izuku. I'll send it to mom and dad. Taking a picture. Bakugo. I almost forgot that Mr. Hisashi returned. Izuku. Yes, a few days ago. I'm happy she's with me. Momo. What's your father like, Midoriya? Izuku. He's strong, loyal, and quite affectionate, even though he tells really bad jokes haha, but I'm really glad he's back. He's my hero. Todoroki. I'm so jealous. Bakugo. You should send the photo to Toshinori. Referring to All Might. Izuku. That's right, we're one step closer to becoming heroes, my friend. Bakugo. And nothing will stop us. At the Midoriya house, the couple were celebrating for their son. Hisashi. See, Inko. I told you my Izuku would be a great hero. Inko. Calm down, dear. I already saw the photo. Hisashi. I'm proud of that boy. Do you remember what his childhood was like? Inko. Yes, stands have always been a highly criticized quirk. My poor Izuku had to fight against societal stigmas. Prejudices. Hisashi. Did I ever tell you about stands? Inko. I don't think so. Hisashi. Stands were the first recorded quirk. Even before that baby that glowed, they were believed to be curses of great power, and anyone who possessed one was hunted to death. Once quirks as we know them arrived, stands were able to blend into society, but even then, prejudices didn't disappear. Izuku paid the consequences. They said he had. Inko. A curse. Hisashi. The relatively rare nature of stands led to the formation of legends around them. There are few recorded cases of their use, there are a handful. There was a legend of a group of men crossing the world to stop a curse. There are even records of a town called Morio where the largest number of stand users were registered. Many of these legends were real. Honey, our son is very special. Inko. No, Hisashi. Hisashi. My father, believed that with the stand he possessed he would be able to reach to heaven. I only wish that my son doesn't take the path my father laid out. Inko. Nothing will happen, love, our son is a hero. Hisashi. I know, and I look forward to the day I can see him become a professional, he said, smiling. In the in the principal's office, all the teachers except Aizawa were gathered. Why did you want to talk to us, director? Nezu. I wanted to talk to you about a situation that has had me on edge these past few weeks. Midnight. And that's her. Nezu. Lately, several people have been disappearing, more specifically young women, not to mention the league's inactivity. Cements. What does that mean? Nezu. There might be a killer on the loose. What makes me think that is that all the disappearances have been of young women. The last case was that of 16-year-old Rimi Sugimoto. I don't want to speculate, but it's possible that all the missing women are dead. The whole atmosphere became tense. Midnight. Are you saying? What if there's a serial killer? Serious. Nezu. That's right, and if it's true, we have to do something. Furthermore, a blonde man in a suit, the suspected killer, was seen in the places where the young women disappeared, but we don't have enough evidence yet. We have to do something. Nezu. I've contacted the authorities. I have a plan. Location. We can see a car with a blonde man driving. This city could become a tourist center. There are still some samurai houses left, mine is one of them. My ancestors were great warriors. I work in an office on the outskirts of. A woman's hand would rest on his. Hey, what about the watch I bought you? Question mark. What? It's in your bag. I forgot it. The size was a little big, I'll take care of it. The car pulled up to a house with a traditional appearance. The man got out of the car and opened the door for the woman, who didn't come out. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? The man would take her hand to lead her out. Let's be careful, that's it, let's enjoy this weekend to the fullest. The man would pull out what was not a woman, it was the severed hand of a girl from whose severed part a drop of blood would fall onto the seat. Ah, you got my car dirty. Taking out a handkerchief and putting it on her cut hand. Don't be rude and clean it up please. The man would use his severed hand to clean the seat. Excuse me, but I don't remember your name. Thank you for cleaning. I would use the girl's hand to take the bag and pull it out of the car. Very well. Entering the house. Shall we prepare dinner together? Location. We can see a blonde man, around 33 years old, doing what appeared to be his daily routine. Nara. Kira Yoshikage. Kira. My name is Kira Yoshikage, I'm 33 years old. I used to live northwest of Morio, but my home is now in Musudafu City, where the traditional houses are. I'm not married. I used to work as a clerk at the Keimu supermarket. I get home every day no later than 8 p.m. I don't smoke and I only drink occasionally. I go to sleep at 11 p.m. and always try to get 8 hours of sleep. After drinking a glass of warm milk, I do 20 minutes of calisthenics and go to bed. I usually sleep until morning. I wake up without fatigue or stress, just like a baby. At my last checkup, they told me I'm healthy. The normal narrator returns. While saying that, Kira was tidying up her house, things like sweeping and cleaning furniture, nothing out of the ordinary, except that while she was doing it she was talking to a girl's severed hand as if it were a person. Kira, and that's what I do, but tell me, what does a lady like you do? The hand, for obvious reasons, did not respond, but the man continued talking as if it did. Kira, so you're calm, we have something in common, and what's your day-to-day life like? Silence. Kira, oh, I see, it's just that getting up late isn't my thing. Suddenly the atmosphere became tense. Kira became alert as purple smoke began to emanate from his living room. The smoke transformed into a portal from which a light blue-haired man with several hands on his suit emerged. Once he crossed the portal, the smoke transformed into Kurogiri. Kira began to emanate a purple aura as he stared at them seriously. Kira, who are you? What are you doing in my home? Serious. Shigaraki. Calm down, man, my name is Shigaraki Tamura, we just came to negotiate a little. Serious. Yoshikage would look Tamura up and down, noticing the hands on his suit. Kira. What disgusting hands. If you came for help on how to keep them in good condition, you only had to knock. Not come into my house with such filth hanging off you. Disgusted. Shigaraki. I want you to join my group, the League of Villains. We know you're responsible for the disappearance of all those young women, which means you have enough cunning and power to have evaded capture. Upon hearing this, Kira let out a small laugh, leaving the villains intrigued. Kira. Interesting proposal, approaching, but I have to decline. I'm really not interested in those hero and villain matters. Calmly. Shigaraki. What do you want? Power. Money. Tell me and I'll give it to you, provided you join us. Kira. You see, Tamura Shigaraki, what I want is a peaceful, trouble-free life where I can be happy. And as you surely know, villains like you only seek senseless destruction, to feel powerful at the expense of others' suffering. That's not what I want. I like doing what I do simply because I've always done it. What makes me happy is knowing that nothing will keep me up at night, and the life you're proposing isn't one I like. If you don't mind, I'd like you to leave my home. I have to go buy some food. Shigaraki. Angrily, son of a. Kira. I would recommend that you don't finish the sentence. I don't like problems, but if I have to fight I don't lose. Seriously. A purple aura began to emanate from the man as a humanoid figure began to form behind him. A chill ran through Shigaraki, his suspicions had been confirmed. Shigaraki. There it is. The stand. So, a terrifying aura surrounded the entire house. Shigaraki extended his 5 fingers, ready to attack without considering the consequences, but before things escalated, Kurogiri grabbed him by the shoulder. Kurogiri. Tamura, we'd better leave. Shigaraki. Fine, Kurogiri, but remember, Hira Yoshikage, the offer still stands. Goodbye. Entering through Kurogiri's portal, which then closed. Hira. How annoying, making the figure disappear. The blonde man continued tidying his house while talking to the girl's hand. Place. League of Villains Bar. Kurogiri and Tamura had just arrived there. Kurogiri. You saw it too, didn't you? Shigaraki. Yes, that bastard has one too, my suspicions were correct. Arriving at the bar, Kurogiri. On the other side of the bar, and what did you want it for? Shigaraki. I didn't want him, I want his power. Once the doctor is ready, I will obtain the master's power and keep the stand quirk. Kurogiri. The quirk, Shigaraki. Whatever his stand is, if I steal his quirk, I'm not stealing his stand, just the quirk. I would manifest another one. Kurogiri. What a peculiar quirk. Shigaraki. One of the only ones my master couldn't steal, a very powerful one. The light blue-haired man would get up to leave. Shigaraki. One that will take me to heaven. Place. The entrance to the UA dormitories. The boys from Class 1A had arrived, encountering their rivals from Class 1B. Monoma. Hey idiots, how did it go? I bet your whole pathetic class failed. Mockingly ha 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 ha. Momo. And, Kendo. Yes, knocking out Monoma. Sorry guys, carrying him, let's go class. That way the whole class would leave. Izuku. Did he only come for that? Bakugo. It seems so, angrily. Izuku. One of these days I'm going to smash his nose in. Aizawa. Arriving all right class, you'll have a few days off before returning to classes. The principal decided that after everything that's happened, you deserve a short break. That's all, go into the dorms. The whole class would come in. On the girls' side, they were talking about trivial things. Mina. So, girls, what's up? Jiro. Not much really, just boring days. Mina. What about you, Uraraka? Uraraka. Nothing special, I just help my parents with money, that's all. Toru. Come on, are you serious? You're Yamomo. Momo. What about me? Mina. Don't play dumb, you obviously like someone. Is it Midoriya? Momo. What? Why are you saying that? Toru. You're always with him or with Todoroki and Bakugo. Momo. Well, no, I don't like Midoriya, I just admire him, that's all. Mina. Yes, sir. Uraraka. What do you think the boys are doing? Tsuyu. Serious stuff, for sure. They're so boring. On the boys' side, everyone was sitting on the couches. Izuku. Sitting. Hey guys, I just came up with a song, lyrics and rhythm both made by Midoriya. Izuku, do you want to hear it? I can sing it if you want. Bakugo. You're bored, aren't you? Izuku. Do you want to hear it or not? I won't sing it twice. Kaminari. Yes, we do want to hear it. Izuku. Awesome. Here I go. And so the freckled boy would begin to sing a wonderful song. Izuku. Mozzarella pizza, mozzarella pizza, mozzarella pizza, mozzarella pizza, rella, 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 rella. Bakugo. Izuku. Todoroki. It's Kirishima. It's the best song I've ever heard in my entire life. Emotional. Kaminari. That's amazing. Astonished. Bakugo. The best part was the rella, rella part, that part was beautiful. Todoroki. You're impressive, Midoriya. Smiling slightly. Izuku. Thanks guys, I knew you'd appreciate my talent, haha. The next day, Hisashi. So now you can legally act as a hero, huh? Nothing like a family breakfast to start the short vacation period given by the UA in a good way. He knew that although it was not a long time, he would enjoy it to the fullest with his loved ones. Izuku. So it seems, haha. I must admit the exam was much more complicated than it looked. Hisashi. I'm sorry son, I should have told you about the tradition. UA, being the most well-known school for heroes, was always the perfect target in the license exams. I even participated back in the day, haha. I had a confrontation with several heroes of the time, and I even remember seeing your sensei Aizawa participating. Izuku. Really? Astonished. And what was Aizawa sensei like back then? Hisashi. He was quite similar to how he is now. He was always seen with present Mike and another boy with blue hair. I don't remember his name exactly, I think it was something like Shirakumo or something like that. As far as I know, he disappeared several years ago. Maybe that's why your sensei is the way he is. Izuku. Damn, I had no idea. Hisashi. Yes, changing the subject, any plans for the holidays? Izuku. Sure, I'm planning to hang out with you guys, we could go on a trip somewhere. I was thinking somewhere like Italy. The older man almost spat out some of his food when he heard the place his son wanted to go. Hisashi. Italy, nervous. Izuku. Is something wrong, Dad? Confused. Hisashi. It's better if we go somewhere else, Izuku. I know someone over there and I'd rather not see him for now, nervous. Izuku. Okay, incredulous. Hisashi. What if we just stay home? Remember when we used to watch All Might movies together? Izuku. Yo, Hisashi. You always used to tell me, Dad, watch the movie All Might vs. the Giant Alien again, Dad. Ha 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 ha. Izuku. Dad, embarrassed. Hisashi. Don't be like that, son. It was a fun time, Inko. Remember how she never wanted to take off her All Might costume that I gave her for her birthday? Izuku. That's enough. I'm leaving, I'll see you for dinner. Hisashi. A burrito. Without further ado, the boy left the place, leaving his parents alone. Inko. Coming out of the kitchen. Izuku. I brought you katsuodo, and my son Hisashi. Hisashi. He went for mozzarella pizza, nervous. As Izuku walked, he was thinking about everything he had experienced up to that moment. He undoubtedly led a good life. But because he was distracted by his thoughts, he bumped into a blonde man, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Izuku. Damn it, standing up. I'm sorry, sir. Izuku extended his hand to the man, who took it without hesitation. Kira. Don't worry, young man, it was just an accident. Standing up. Wait. Izuku. Midoriya, right, Izuku. Yes, it's me. Kira. I saw you at the UA Sports Festival, you're definitely quite special, kid. A strange feeling coursed through him. He shouldn't be there. The One for All was going crazy inside him, urging him to leave without looking back. Izuku. I have to go. Without further ado, he began to continue on his way without noticing that Kira kept staring at him. Despite that setback, the freckled boy was happy. He had friends and a bright future. His father had returned to be with him and his mother, it was simply perfect. But life isn't fair, and the next day something would happen that would change the course of things. The next day, the green-haired boy had woken up a little late, but it didn't matter since, as his teacher said, he would have a few days off. He took a cold shower, lost in thought. Ever since the previous day and his encounter with that man, he knew something was wrong. Once out of the shower, he dried himself off and put on his clothes. Suddenly, his phone started ringing, indicating that he was getting a call. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was his father calling, so he answered. Izuku. Hello Dad. Hisashi. On the phone. Hello champ, I was calling to see how you were. Izuku. I'm fine, Dad. I was thinking we could go to the aquarium one of these days. Go with Mom and have a good time. Hisashi. Oh my god. What a great idea, son. I'd love to spend more time with you. In fact, your mother and I were thinking of having a small celebration for your hero license. Will you be free this afternoon? Izuku. Of course, happy. I'll see you later. Hisashi. Okay son, I'll go get some breakfast at the cafeteria. Don't tell your mother, but I think her food didn't agree with me, disheartened. Izuku. Ha ha ha, sure, I love you, Dad. Hisashi. I love you too, son. End of call. The freckled boy decided he'd also get some breakfast, so he first took a shower, then got dressed and went to the kitchen to make himself a sandwich. On his way back to his room, he ran into his best friend. Bakugo. What's up, Nerd. Izuku. Hola kachan feliz. Bakugo. Why so happy? Izuku. I'm going home to my parents today, we're going to celebrate getting my license. Do you want to come? Bakugo. Why not? It's been a while since I've been to your house. Izuku. Great, see you this afternoon. After that, the freckled boy would go to his room. At the Midoriya house, the older green-haired man had just left after saying goodbye to his wife. He was heading to a nearby cafe. Once he arrived, he placed his order and waited. After a while, his order was delivered to him in a paper bag, and he left the premises when he suddenly bumped into someone. Hisashi. On the floor. Excuse me, I wasn't looking where I was going. Getting up. Kira. Getting up and grabbing the wrong bag. Don't worry, it's nothing. Leaving. The green-haired boy also took the other bag that wasn't his and went home. After walking a little, the blonde man decided to check the contents of his bag when he was in a place where no one could see him. Kira. Hi query, opening the bag and seeing a sandwich hut. Kira expected to find the hand that accompanied him, but upon seeing the sandwich he would realize his mistake. Looking at the label of the bag he would see the name, Hisashi Midoriya, written on it. Kira. What? I was supposed to. At that moment she remembered bumping into the green-haired boy. Damn it, I mixed up the bag, I have to find that man before he opens it, starting to run. The green-haired boy hadn't opened the bag yet, he had turned down a street where he came face to face with the blonde boy. Hisashi. Huh, it's you again, what do you need? The blonde boy had run quite a distance until he found Hisashi, which angered him a little. Kira. I need that, pointing at the bag. Hisashi. Huh, my bag? Confused. I don't understand why, it's just my breakfast. Can you tell me why you need it? The blonde boy, though it didn't seem like it, was somewhat uneasy. One wrong move and his entire peaceful life would crumble. Not to mention that the league issue had left him uneasy, so the green-haired boy's constant questions were starting to make him impatient. Even so, he tried to remain calm. Kira. You see, we mixed up the bags when they fell. This is yours. Holding up the bag. Hisashi. Oh, excuse me, sir, giving a slight bow. Kira. Whatever, give it to me. Hisashi. Seguro. He extended the bag to Kira, but due to the anger he felt inside, Kira unconsciously grabbed it roughly, causing it to tear because Hisashi hadn't let go, revealing what Kira had so desperately wanted to hide. A hand. Hisashi. What? A hand. Exalted. What the hell were you doing with that in your bag? Once Kira was discovered, he simply remained calm. Losing control had led him to this situation, so this time he would act with his head. Kira. That's why I needed the bag, what a shame, now I'll have to kill you. Calm. Hisashi. Damn it, why isn't there a hero around right now? That's a girl's hand. Suddenly everything clicked in her head. The disappearances of those young women reported in the news. Hisashi. You're the one responsible for the disappearance of those girls, aren't you? Angry. Answer me. Kira would manage to maintain his composure despite having been exposed. Kira. Well, I'll explain. My name is Kira Yoshikage and I'm 33 years old. I don't like to draw attention to myself. I go to sleep early so I can wake up properly. At my last checkup with the doctor, he told me I was healthy. Upon hearing those words, Hisashi was simply speechless, bracing himself for the worst. Kira. I'm saying that I'm someone who tries to live a quiet life. I'm also the one who killed the missing girls. I try not to get bogged down in things like winning or losing, things that keep me up at night. Even so, if I have to fight, I never lose. In short, seeing the name on the bag, Hisashi Midoriya, I'm saying that you're a troublesome thing that will keep me up at night, an enemy. Behind the blonde man, the figure that had appeared in his house when he was with Shigaraki began to form, only this time it formed completely. So, Kira. Killer Queen, that's what I called it. I'm going to eliminate you before you can speak and then I'll sleep peacefully tonight. Hisashi. Astonished. Kira. That's right, he tensed up. He knew he was in a bad position, but he wouldn't allow himself to show weakness. Hisashi. Hey, smiling in that case. Scary monsters. Kira. Before Kira's astonished gaze, Hisashi's hands transformed into reptilian ones. With incredible speed, he lunged at the blonde, who, still incredulous, summoned his stand to fight. Killer Queen attacked with a downward blow aimed at Hisashi's face, which he swiftly dodged, responding with a scratch on the stand's arm. The damage was reflected on the user, who received a cut on his arm, tearing part of his suit, which enraged him. Hisashi managed to land another powerful blow to the stand's face, but due to Kira's fury, it responded with a powerful knee strike to the jaw, disorienting the green-haired man. Not stopping there, it grabbed him by the neck, slamming him to the ground and beginning to kick him repeatedly. Hisashi was impressed by the stand's strength, which prevented him from properly defending himself. He absorbed the powerful impacts, spitting up some blood until the stand suddenly stopped, moving away and leaving Hisashi with difficulty to his feet, while a look of confusion appeared. Kira. Midoriya. Maybe I should pay your brat a visit. Hisashi. Why you, don't dare, to touch my son, heal, kill you. Kira. How fun, smiling. As you know, there are cases where a stand manifests another ability, and in Killer Queen's case, this did happen. In Killer Queen's hand was a coin which she threw at the green-haired boy who couldn't even react. Kira. The power to turn everything she touches into a bomb. Killer Queen. Click, pressing her finger like a detonator. Hisashi. Bastar. The coin exploded in an instant, raising a cloud of smoke which, when it dissipated, revealed a few drops of blood on the ground, leaving no trace of Hisashi. Kira. Today I can sleep peacefully, taking her hand and leaving. Once the blonde guy left, Hisashi came out of the bush next door with several serious injuries but alive. Hisashi. There's no hero nearby in pain. My phone. He took his phone out of his pocket, but it was completely destroyed. Hisashi. I have to go home and call the police. I must protect my child. With what little strength he had left, the green-haired man got up and started walking home, not realizing he had left his glasses in the bushes. It took him quite a while to get there because of his injuries, but he finally reached his entrance. Hopefully, the man touched the doorknob only to hear something behind him that chilled his blood. Kira. No one must know that I'm the killer of the missing girls, I just have to eliminate you. Several memories flashed through his mind, all equally important as the previous one. Doctor. Congratulations, Mr. Midoriya, you're officially a father. He would take his son in his arms. The little boy had freckles just like his own. He couldn't help but cry tears of joy at having his son with him, at being the father he never had. Even though he had just met him, he knew there was nothing he wouldn't do for his son, and that if the moment came, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to give his life for him. Izuku. It's a stand, Dad. The doctor told me it might even have an extra ability. Now, at 5 years old, she watched her son get excited about that newly awakened power. She couldn't be happier for her child. Izuku. They said, that it's a curse, that I'm a monster. Her now 12-year-old son was crying in his room. Children could be cruel, especially to those they considered different, and the little green-haired boy was the target of their teasing. Izuku. Why you think that? I can be a hero. Upon hearing those words, she gave her son the biggest hug, and he began to cry. Hisashi. You have spectacular power. You are the bravest and noblest child I have ever known. When you grow up you will unite the world and speak for those who cannot speak, those who are like you, those whom society calls weirdos. You will help the planet more than anyone else. You will become the next symbol of peace and achieve far more than I ever did. You will create greater valleys. You will end the curse that my father started so many years ago. My son, oh Izuku, my dear child. You will not be a hero. You will be the hero. Help whoever you can, and teach the sun how to shine as brightly as you do. All those memories, moments, feelings condensed into 5 seconds, just 5 seconds. Hisashi smiled one last time before turning the knob. Hisashi. Inko. Izuku. Los Amo. Guess. Killer Queen already touched that knob. Killer Queen. Click, pressing the detonator. An explosion began to form from the green-haired man's hand and spread throughout his entire body. Hisashi. Izu. The explosion completely obliterated the body of the man who had once been a hero. The older green-haired man would die. Alone Alone and without anyone knowing. Kira. This is the power of my killer queen, goodbye forever. Hisashi Midoriya. Starting to leave. As he walked down the street, he passed by a freckled boy and a blonde boy with spiky hair without paying them much attention, even though Izuku couldn't take his eyes off him. Izuku. Stopping. What is this feeling? Bakugo. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku. Yes, todo bien kachan. After that, the two friends continued on their way, unaware that the murderer of the missing girls and the freckled boy's father had passed by them, leaving him free. The freckled boy, paying no attention to that feeling, continued walking with his friend until they reached his house. The freckled boy knocked on the door and was greeted by his mother, who looked a little surprised. Izuku. Hi mom. Inko. Hello son, hello Katsuki. Bakugo. Good morning, Mrs. Midoriya. Inko. Haven't they seen your father? Confused. Izuku. No, we haven't seen him. Where did he go? Inko. He went to a nearby cafe, but he probably went for something else. Go inside while he arrives. The boys went inside the house to wait for the older boy. After 2 hours, the older boy hadn't arrived, worrying those present. Izuku. Kachan, come with me, let's go find my father. Bakugo. Sure, getting up from the couch. Izuku. Mother, where did you say I went? Serious. Inko. He went to a coffee shop a few blocks away. Worried. Be careful, Izuku, please. Izuku. Don't worry, Mom, we'll find him. The two friends left the house and headed towards the cafeteria. Upon arriving, they both asked an employee. Izuku. Excuse me, sir. Employee. Tell me, Bakugo. Did you happen to see a green-haired man, more or less like him, pointing at Izuku but with glasses and an adult? Employee. What was your name? Izuku. Hisashi Midoriya. Employee. Hisashi. Hisashi. Thinking, ah yes. He came a few hours ago and bought something, then he left. Izuku. Okay, thanks. Leaving the shop with the blonde guy. Bakugo. Where do you think he is? Izuku. I don't know, my father isn't the kind of person who just disappears like that. Worried something's wrong. Kachan. What if something? Before he could become more alarmed, Bakugo grabbed him by the shoulder. Kachan. Relax, buddy, we'll find him, you'll see. Izuku. Yes, you're right. The boys continued walking through the streets until, upon turning a corner, they found a paper bag with the name Hisashi on it. Izuku. What? Picking up the bag. This has my father's name on it. It must be what I buy at the cafeteria, but why is it here? While Izuku was looking at the bag, Bakugo checked the surroundings, starting to snoop in the bushes when he saw a few drops of dried blood, and saying something that made him shudder. Bakugo. Nerd, you're gonna want to see this. The blonde boy from the nearby bushes pulled out a pair of glasses that were somewhat broken. The freckled boy quickly identified them as his father's glasses. Izuku. Picking up the glasses. They're dad's glasses. Scared Kachan. Something's wrong. Very wrong. We should call the police. Nervous. Bakugo. Why yes, taking out his phone. The blonde boy pulled out his cell phone and called the police. Once the police arrived, the young men explained the situation to them. The officers took the paper bag and the glasses as possible evidence of a kidnapping or murder. After searching the area for a while, the police left, while the freckled boy called his mother to tell her what had happened and that he was going back to the dorms with Bakugo. At the entrance to the bedrooms. Bakugo. Izuku, calm down, you'll see he'll show up. Entering the dorms. Izuku. Following his partner. No, I can't calm down, Kachan. My father might have been kidnapped, or something worse. Stressed. I have to find him. Unfortunately for the freckled boy, upon entering the dormitories he would find his entire class together with Class B. Bakugo. What are these guys doing here? I'm starting to think they don't have their own dorm rooms. Iida. We're trying to improve our relationship with the other class. After all, we'll all be heroes, and we can't fight amongst ourselves. Momo. Where were you? It's getting late. Curious. Bakugo. That's not something I can say right now. Suddenly the blonde boy from Class B stood up, and at that moment everyone knew that something bad was going to happen. Monoma. What, were you and your broccoli-haired friend kissing in a dark place? Come on, just say it. The comment angered Bakugo, but Izuku, on the other hand, just maintained a serious expression. Bakugo. Monoma, this isn't the fucking time. Trying to calm down. Izuku, ignore him. Monoma. Come on, Bakugo. Can't you take a little joke? Kendo. Monoma, sit. Iida. Monoma, you're being extremely disrespectful. Bakugo. Sit down, you Monoma, before I blow your fucking head off. Angry. Monoma. What's wrong? Are you going to defend your stupid-haired girlfriend? She seems weaker than I thought. That's probably why your father left the country. I can't stand having a weak son. Bakugo was furious. How had he found out about that? Kendo was about to knock out Monoma while everyone expected Bakugo to kill him, but what no one expected was that suddenly the world would come out of Izuku's back, grabbing Monoma by the neck and slamming him against the wall. Monoma. What? Being choked. Everyone was shocked by the world's attack. Meanwhile the stand had a different look than usual. It reflected fury. Kendo. Midoriya Baha Monoma. Scared. Iida. Midoriya. The freckled boy was angry. No, he was furious, and Monoma's comments caused him to explode. Izuku. Nito Monoma. You messed with me at the worst possible time. I've wanted to turn you into a fucking donut for a long time, to the point where I can see right through you, you son of a bitch, he said seriously, sending a chill down everyone's spine. You dared to mention my father on the very day he disappeared, or something worse, raising the world's fist until it was at Monoma's chest level. Lucky you, huh? Angry. This had shocked everyone. They didn't know about the disappearance of Izuku's father, nor how explosive his partner could be in moments like this. Todoroki. Midoriya, Baha Monoma. Even the usually serious Todoroki showed a worried expression at what was happening. Momo. Midoriya, Bahalo. Bakugo quickly grabbed him by the shoulder and began whispering to him. Bakugo. Izuku, I want to turn him into a donut too, but this isn't the time for it, we're better than that. In response to his companion's comments, the stand released the blonde boy, who gasped for air as he was about to run out of oxygen, while the freckled boy angrily went to his room. Even though it was quite far away, everyone heard the door slam hard, making almost everyone jump slightly in fright. The whole atmosphere became tense until the president of Class B left with her classmates, leaving Class A alone. Class A went to their classmate's room, seeing how the door had cracked from the force of the impact, and decided to leave him alone, going to the living room. Kaminari. Bakugo, what the hell was that? Scared. Bakugo. That was Izuku releasing his anger. Todoroki. What did he mean by saying his father might be dead? Intrigued. Bakugo. He disappeared this afternoon. We found his broken glasses on a street near his house. When something involves his family, he can explode like this. Kirishima. We should talk to him, we're his friends after all. Bakugo. For now, leave him alone. He'll get over it. It's not the first time he's exploded like that. It could have been worse. It could have been like last time. Mina. What happened last time? Scared. Bakugo. You don't want to know. The next morning, the freckled boy was summoned to the principal's office. Izuku reluctantly went, knocking on the door and receiving a "come in" from the principal. Upon entering, the freckled boy found his teacher and the principal. Nezu. Take a seat. Izuku. Sentandos. Did you want to see me as a director? Nezu. I wanted to know the reason why you attacked your fellow Monoma. Izuku. He insulted me and implied that my father abandoned me for fun, he said with an annoyed tone. Aizawa. Even so, that's no reason to attack him. Midoriya, you must learn to control yourself. Izuku. What will the punishment be? Ignoring his teacher. Nezu. I could punish you in the conventional way by making you clean the classrooms and giving you extra homework, or... Izuku. Confused. Nezu. Can you help us on a mission? At this, Izuku raised an eyebrow in confusion. Izuku. What mission? Nezu. As you probably already know, several young girls have recently disappeared. We believe there's a serial killer involved, as the murders follow a pattern. That's where you come in. Izuku. Okay, what do I have to do? Aizawa. You and someone else will patrol one of the areas where the potential killer might pass. Izuku. And how am I supposed to know who it is? Nezu. We've decided that your partner will be a girl so that the assassin will be tempted to attack, and at that moment you will attack. Do you agree, Izuku? If it's that or cleaning the classroom, he said reluctantly. Nezu. Great, you can leave now. You will be informed later who your partner will be. Izuku. Goodbye, getting up. Aizawa. Midoriya. Izuku. Stopping. That, Aizawa. I know about your father's disappearance. I hope it doesn't affect your performance on the mission, kid. Izuku. He won't. Both adults noticed the boy was angry and leaving the room. Aizawa. Do you think it will turn out well? Skeptical. Nezu. I hope so. A blonde man was traveling on a train reading the newspaper while a couple in front of him were talking. Kira. My nails are growing fast, very fast. Woman. So, every time I leave, my dad, it's like, he totally secretly follows me, or he comes snooping around. Man. You go out too much at night. Smiling. Woman. And whose fault is that? Returning the smile, the woman made a movement which caused her bag to land on Kira's leg, at which point he moved it, drawing the couple's attention. Woman. Hey, why are you touching my bag? Speaking to Kira who didn't react. Man. What's wrong? Woman. Don't worry, it's nothing. Turning to look at Kira, the man would insult him. Man. What are you? A groper. What an idiot. The blonde man was unfazed by the comments, but the subway doors opened, and as the couple exited, the woman bumped into Kira again, causing him to drop a briefcase from which a nail clipper shaped like a bowling pine cone fell out. Man. What the hell? Watch where you're going when you get off that damn train. Woman. Did you see that? He had bowling nail clippers, these days, how geeky, leaving with her boyfriend. Kira just picked up what she dropped, ignoring the couple. The couple had arrived at what was the young man's apartment. Woman. So, Mika, I got her a boyfriend so he could buy her some expensive designer earrings. Entering the apartment buy me some too. Man. Maybe next time starting to close the door. Before he could close the door, Kira would prevent him from closing it by entering the apartment. Man. What the hell are you doing in my apartment? Get out or I'll kill you. I'll make you explode, you bastard. Kira. What a poor choice of words. The blonde man placed his hand on the man's face, which instantly exploded, leaving the woman terrified as Kira approached her. Kira. A one-room apartment. My name is Kira Yoshikage. What's your name? The terrified woman would fall to the floor. Kira. Aren't my nails long? Showing her hand with slightly long nails. I need to cut them. I think I asked you your name, didn't I? Woman. My boyfriend. What did you do to me? Kira. Answer the damn question. Placing his fingernail on the woman's forehead. I'm just asking you what your fucking name is, angry. Manako. Manako. Crying. Kira. Manako. Your parents chose a beautiful name, I like it. Manako. I have a request. Taking out her nail clippers. You would make me very happy if you cut my nails with my geeky nail clippers. Haven't you ever cut someone's nails before? There's a first time for everything. Giving her the clippers and extending her hand. Do it carefully. Manako. Starting to cut her nails. Help. Please help. Forgive me, crying. Kira. Forgive you. Removing her hand. Wait a minute, I'm not angry, in fact, I like this. You wanted your boyfriend to buy you some earrings, right? Here you go. Putting something in her earrings, a present. What she had placed in her earrings were her boyfriend's ears, from which blood was still dripping. Manako could only cry more. Kira. You're good at cutting nails, that's nice. Suddenly Manako exploded thanks to Killer Queen. Kira. Damn, I totally ruined it. Oh well, never mind, I'll get another one. Leaving the apartment. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.